बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गonna ड्रॉप। एम लॉक माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो। एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one nation, team and gang, India, 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 India is our gang। India, 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 team, India team, let's go। लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाउड, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा के जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। EWC में गूंजेगा नाम, टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर स्ट्रांग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गonna ड्रॉप। एम लॉक माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो। एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one nation, team and gang, India, 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 India is our gang। India, 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 team, India team, let's go। लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा के जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। उसी में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया, फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम, एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गonna drop। एम लॉक माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो। एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one nation, team and gang, India, 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 team, India, sing. Let's go! लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा के जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। उसी में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया, फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम, एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर gonna drop। एम लॉक माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो। एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one nation, team and gang, India, 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 India. Team India, sing. Let's go. लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा के जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। उसी में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया, फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम, एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो, ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गonna drop। एम लॉक, माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो। एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one nation, team India, 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 India. Team India, sing. Let's go. लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा के जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। उसी में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया, फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम, एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो, ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गonna drop। एम लॉक, माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। India, 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 India. Team India, sing. Let's go. लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। वो तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा का जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। EWC में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया, फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम, एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गोना ड्रॉप। एम लॉक माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो। एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one team, one nation, team India, 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 India. Team India, sing. Let's go. लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े। दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम। हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई। वो तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई, मेक द नेशन प्राउड। झुकना ना झुकना, हर मैच में बस कितना, एक तिरंगा का जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून। तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास। EWC में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया, फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग। हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया। एक ही ड्रीम, एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप, प्रेशर आए तो भी नेवर गोना ड्रॉप। एम लॉक माइंडसेट कोल्ड, इंडिया प्लेयर्स मेड ऑफ गोल्ड। हर लॉबी में सिर्फ एक ही वाइब, इंडिया's coming, feel the hype। क्राउन हमारा, टाइम हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा।
Hello, welcome guys to our new stream for PMWC सर्वाइव स्टेज डे 1। 2 दिन का होगा 11 वारों को। उनमें से भाई जो भी क्वालिफाई करेगा टॉप 6 टीम वो जाएगी आगे ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। हमारा तो भाई टीम ओजी एंड गॉडलाइक डायट पूरा क्वालिफाई कर चुकी ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए। वो होगा 14, 15, 16 को। जो भी आए हो भाई थोड़ा सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई, थोड़ा सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई, थोड़ा चैनल को भाई। टारगेट 200 का है भाई, देखते अपन करवा पाते ही नहीं। पता करा सकते क्या बताओ? 200 सब्सक्राइब का टारगेट है। कैन वी सब्सक्राइब, कैन कंप्लीट दिस टारगेट अप टू 100 सब्सक्राइबर। लेट्स डू इट बड़ी। चलो ये थोड़ा देखते हैं, थोड़ा मैं चालू होने दो। थोड़ा कहाँ गया विंडोज के पीछे। गुजरात। हाय सीओ, वेलकम टू माय स्ट्रीम। हेलो सिक्किम प्ले गेमर्स, वेलकम टू माय स्ट्रीम बड़ी। हम्म
Well, you come to these international tournaments, right, and this is the problem, is that a lot of people trying to change up their playstyle. I think Nonshin Red Force within their own region, they can really excel with that, but you're sort of not sure when to play aggro, when to pull it back a little bit. Versus Ida, that was tough, but it really reminds me of Game 3 from them on Erangel. I think it was day 1, I believe, that they won. That was a fantastic game. It was a really good game, but even they realized it was a little bit slow, it was a little bit passive, and that's fine, but I still think they were quite proactive in that situation. But it really does just speak to the way they want to play it out. It is too slow. We need aggression, Lace.
Do not stress, Max. I wholeheartedly believe that they'll be in that top 6.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh,
I've got that. You know, he was like, give me that good juju, and I've got it for you, because they were 24 points ahead of Alpha 7, and like just a little bit under E Arena. They actually have the ability to do so. So don't stress, Max.
Thank you so much,
buddy.
Hey Max, Hyunbin has actually been putting up the numbers. He's the man that has been performing the best out of the squad so far. Hopefully that's going to continue on here in survival stage. For all these teams, they have been able already to play 12 matches at PMWC, at EWC 26. They have now gotten a day off in yesterday to go back and VOD review. We're going to be seeing what kind of changes these teams have made, if they have enough to make it to the grand finals and be in the top 6, because this is survival stage.
हो गया वैसे ही, देखो चेकल हो गया वैसे, कुछ साउंड का इश्यू हो गया। एनी जिम वाले भाई, चलो अब मैच चालू होने वाला है। अभी सब टीम का इंट्रोडक्शन होगा भाई। मजा आएगा सब। इसमें यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस है, यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस, टीम नॉन्गसिंग रेड फोर्स। बताओ चिकन कौन निकलेगा भाई, बताओ ये बताओ भाई। भाई आज हम भाई 200 का टारगेट, आज अपना टारगेट है भाई 110 का 120 सब्सक्राइबर देखे करवा सकते हैं देखने। अपना टारगेट 120 सब्सक्राइबर है। लेट्स गो बडी।
You have to bring your A game or your key will be sent to the graveyard.
Let's go.
Neither came close to elimination, but today is survival stage, so the points are reset. And basically, Bunny, anything can happen.
One mistake could send months of preparation out the window. However, one moment of brilliance could keep the dream alive.
Yeah, indeed, Bunny. I can see them. They are ready. So it's time to welcome our team on the stage, starting with Geeke Esports.
Geeke. ये जर्सी नॉर्मल लग रहे हैं, मजा नहीं आ रहा जर्सी, डॉपनेस। ये जर्सी अच्छा लग रहा है, थोड़ा बहुत कूल लग रहा है, कूल। RRQ ये तो नॉर्मल जैसे लग रहा है थोड़ा, रियलमी समझ रहे इनका। वुल्फ स्पोर्ट्स, क्यों डायरेक्ट व्हाइट कलर बहुत तगड़ा लगता है जर्सी में। टियानबा पहल क्या भाई, डोमिनेशन चैंपियन, डोमिनेशन एग्रेसिव टीम पीएल के। अल्लाह क्लब नाइस। Nice. Go team. Nongshim Red Force. Yeah, South Korean champion. Yunbin. AGL. Arena. Wolf Esports.
And finally, your defending champions of PMWC, Yangon
Galacticos. डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन देखते हैं भाई, ये अपने वो क्वालिफाई कर पाते नहीं, देखना पड़ेगा भाई। डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन है भाई PMWC का। देखना मैं अपने टाइप टेल को डिफेंड कर पाते हैं कि नहीं, और ये फाइनल तक क्वालिफाई कर पाते हैं, देखना पड़ेगा।
The group stage is behind us. Now a new fight begins. Welcome to the survival stage of the PMWC at EWC 2026 in Paris.
We've got to make a couple more spots available. That
AGL,
rival stage teams joining some
Al-Hula Club, RRQ, Nongshim Red Force.
그룹 스테이지에서 충분히 몸을 풀었고 이제 우리가 살아남기 위해 어떻게 하는지 모두에게 보여주겠습니다.
Sports World Cup, Furia.
Tem mais chances de errar. A gente vai dar o nosso melhor no survival stage para passar para final.
टीम गोट भाई, ये पूरा सपोर्ट रहेगा नोंगसिम रेड फोर्स को और यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस को, पूरा फुल एंड सपोर्ट। पी अरीना
It is time to see who will rise above the rest and continue their journey in the PMWC.
Nessa repescagem ficaram muitos times fortes, times que eu respeito muito, só que a gente está trabalhando muito, treinando muito para passar para a grande final.
नाइस। Team reject. ये सर्वाइवल स्टेज है भाई. मैच चालू होगा अभी 4:30 को होगा शायद. आई डोंट नो. Nice.
Thailand makes a stand here at EWC.
우리는 몇몇 팀을 얕봤지만 다시는 같은 실수를 하지 않을 것입니다.
On the side of Nongshim Red Force.
Para os adversários quero
AGL Nongshim.
porque merecem igual que a gente. E é isso.
저희를 교전으로 상대하실 때 긴장하셔야 될 겁니다.
Twinbin. Exit भाई.
Let's find out who has what it takes.
Fourth race. मैं देखेंगे तुमको ग्रैंड फाइनल जो बोलो भाई. सब की भाई फाड़ेंगे.
Welcome to the survival stage. We are getting straight on into it. 10 teams have already booked their tickets directly to those grand finals. We need to find 6 more. Where are we going to do that, Jackie?
Over the course of the next 2 days, John, we're going to start to whittle down the list, see who's able to, of course, keep themselves fighting, make it through to our finals, and who does go home. Like we said on the stage, right, no more safety nets, no more backup plans. You either do it or you're gone.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no chance beyond this one. And there's plenty of teams looking to try and resurge, get a little bit more momentum back from those group stages where they were pushed back down behind that bubble. I mean, E-Arena coming on through with such a great opener and then really petering off over the course of their games, as well as defending champions. Yangon Galacticos still not quite finding their feet within the
Yangon Galacticos भाई तगड़ा टीम है वो.
presence of those teams at the top, and they could have a chance to get a back-to-back PMWC title, because of course from their previous one they have their champion Ancient Charm set. Make sure that you guys are joining in with the PMWC event in game and redeem your perk vouchers so that you can get that Ancient Charm set and have a great time looking that good.
Yeah, it is a beautiful outfit to have as well. It looked amazing in person when we saw them come out a couple of days ago back during the start of the group stage run. We see it live in the flesh.
Match चालू बड़े.
They had. It looked great. Cultural heritage as well tied into it. So a lot of storylines there with what they've achieved. But that's the fact. That's now in the past, right? Like you say, it's to do it again. It's going to be worst case scenario. You come back here, you slip into survival stage. Yes, you still have a chance, but they want to push for finals at a bare minimum.
Yeah, absolutely. There are plenty of teams who are looking to do that. Alpha 7 probably the most notable of those names in and amongst it. They're the only team in the world, the only organization that has got the full three-peat of titles, the PMGO, PMWC, and PMGC. The fact that they went out so early in the PMGO earlier this year is pretty devastating. So hopefully
Alpha 7
to find one of those 6 spots, and we'll see those drums as well in the finals.
But yeah, you will. You'll be hearing it for the viewers at home, absolutely. Bring a lot of support behind them. We saw obviously the big game that they took back in their group stage to at least give themselves a nice influx of points to guarantee survival stage, not be down in the risky areas. I'd say
Team RRQ.
good job. It's just not been an easy run for them whatsoever. There's been not much luck on their side.
इनमें से टॉप 6 क्वालिफाइड ग्रैंड फाइनल के लिए.
To fight tooth or nail to get in.
अपना ओजी गॉड लेग तो पहले से क्वालिफाई हो चुकी है भाई.
Take that even further.
Yeah, keep on pushing, keep on going. Plenty of power from Brazil.
14, 15, 16 का होगा भाई. फ्राइडे, सैटरडे, संडे. ये तीनों दिन पर होगा. PMWC Grand Finals.
Right on the precipice of getting crushed, going into the fated jaws of demise. Can't dance your way out of that one.
You can't. It would have to be an unreal samba to avoid the crusher.
रोंडो चलो. जय लेट्स गो भाई. जय माता दी, लेट्स गो.
That's enough for us. We'll start to get our engines revving and slip into this one. Obviously opening it up on Rondo. I suppose it's a matter of what sort of flavour do you think we're going to get out of this, John? Obviously, you think teams are just going to take this in their stride, instantly go into Rondo headstrong, see if they can just sort of bully the lobby early?
Well, I mean, we saw that happen before, and it wasn't quite enough, right? Obviously, the E-Arena chicken dinner being so massive, you do need to keep going beyond it. Sure, you can get these early hot drop scenarios, and I'm expecting most teams will do, be jumping straight in onto Neox Factory and trying to get stuck in and amongst it, grab as many points early as you can with those recall towers in action for Rondo exclusively on our esports rotation. But I'm also interested in who's going to be able to secure some of the ground around this one, because I feel like, you know, top 6 is maybe not as difficult as it has been in those group stages, right? When you remove the top 10 teams from the lobby, it opens up a lot of opportunity for teams that were maybe suppressed by the presence of those truly really strong and on form teams, because there are obviously on strong teams that aren't
Alpha 7,
make it.
Team Furia,
There's no longer that
Team Geek Esports, Team E Arena, Esports Arena,
to find their feet, start to be able to breathe a little bit, get
Team Tianba, Team Wolf, Team Wolf, Team Wolf. एक ही फ्लैट पर जा रहे हैं, मजा आएगा.
Maybe it's going to be a different landscape here with the teams we've removed, right? Obviously, some of them hard cut from the tournament. We saw those keys already destroyed. But for the others that remain, this is your chance to get back into it. We've got the playing path on screen now. We'll see what our circle is looking like and begin to dissect this one.
Yeah, Yulin will be the hot drop target with the playing path out on the west side.
चलो Furia versus Ulla.
It's a little bit too far afield to really get stuck.
Wolf, Goat, Yunbin knock. Oi, nice. All Star Gaming nice एक finish ले लिया. Oi oi yo, oh, Joker, nice.
And Maple now as a solo position for AGAL has to try and hold his nerve against the two from the arena, but they are both
Maple, All Star Gaming.
A lot of damage done to either side here, obviously hoping to see if you can pick pieces together. If they can close
Ford.
the next two elims,
Chod.
back a bit, it'd be huge for
Nice.
That's a nice react. Maple swift with the SMG up close. Schweppes trying to tuck in and get himself top back up.
ये arena सामने.
Maple's got the one nade, John.
Maple.
earlier, and that was what prompted the push forwards.
Left finish.
Likely to be getting back up here. Swaps out for a sniper in
Nice.
close range. I mean, sniper's as good as a shotgun if you hit the shot, but will he be able to do it? Running low on ammo, desperately searching.
RIQ 7 to IGS.
Still, just the smoke here, and I think this fight might.
Right. थोड़ा right.
We'll be able to get these
Oh, sniper. शॉटगन. मजा आएगा. यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिक को उसने finish ले लिया भाई. ये चिकन यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिक नाम चला है भाई. डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन है भाई. क्वालिफाई तो होना चाहिए वो रिसीव करके.
Quick opportunity to stim whilst the rest of the lobby are scrapping amongst each other. Rapid looting from Schweppes, needs the ammunition to fight with. They get vision.
Oh भाई क्या चला है शॉट मेपल ने.
He's going to be swung to the left right now. He's been poisoning himself nicely,
nice.
but the angle's not going to work. And Schweppes does get it done.
3 finishes.
Schweppes is the only player in
इनके पास 1 kill goal बाकी 2.
a triple
Tianba Esports Arena.
He was showing a little bit of that power of old. We'll see.
देखते हैं टियानबा यहाँ पर क्या कर पाता है. टियानबा पहल के बाद सबसे एग्रेसिव टीम है टियानबा. नाइस QZ.
They heard this one. They move on through. And Tianba want to take that 3 elim title as well. We now
नीचे वुल्फ और फ्यूरिया. यहाँ पर गोट वुल्फ. वुल्फ है ये वुल्फ. गोट नॉक डाउन नहीं. ओ भाई.
John, usually in our regular rotation, it feels like they're super good at playing it. Rotates around the outer edges. Rondo, they love a scrap.
देख पीछे डिस दे. नाइस. गोट भाई गोट.
They will have to lock in for this one.
ओ भाई. हाय भाई.
Okay, keep it 2 on the spot as well for Ulf. They do.
क्या मारा है स्कारफेस ने.
So would be fine. Well, not fine, but it would be okay if Scarface.
चलो फुड़ गया नहीं बच गया. ओ भाई देखते हैं भाई मजा आएगा वो फाइट. इसके पास ओनली बेस्ट हेलमेट नहीं है. कैसे 1 HP वो.
Still got another smoke behind him. Some more.
Nice knock bait. Nice bait बनाया.
Puts him down. So Ulf recall further up to the north with the circle throwing out that way too. We're on board with Alpha 7 now.
Yeah, A7 coming in swift.
Canva.
Good damage done. What's QZZ here trying to keep
Oh.
down. Make it uncomfortable.
Oh no.
Awkward pixel angle.
Guazo.
Can't quite thread the needle with it. Milu wrapping over to assist. The squeeze out does get aggro. Good move.
Oh!
That was swift.
Straight.
Milu. Boy.
With the shotgun shells. Alpha 7 get dismantled by Milu. What a pullout.
क्या चला रहा है शॉटगन में.
To just swing past that entire fight. Alpha 7 do have that outpost and can go for the recall. Teams are starting to outstrip each other on these elim counts, but Tianba on 6 elims. GOAT team as well, getting those 6 on board is a great start for them. Looking to start transitioning now into the mid game, get up north because the circle is quite dramatic up there. A lot of it is cut off by that river, and the crossings are not as easy as on other maps.
Yeah, that was the thing. We didn't quite catch it, right? Obviously going from that very southern sort of plane path we had into a hard northern shift on the circle. A lot of teams can have a big rotate here. We'll see if it comes back to bite some of our squads that would prefer to be set up a little bit earlier.
Furia looking to get out of Yulin towards that north side. Geek have already sent out and that away from it as well. Goodness me, everyone is still alive, and that is very lucky, Jackie. That is incredibly lucky. And if you guys want to be lucky at home, you can hit that lucky spin. Make sure you're jumping into the game for your chance to draw that exclusive 2026 PMWC tournament. It's looking nice, it's looking shiny, it's looking fresh.
It is indeed. It's like a Barney Banks outfit. You'd catch him wearing that one.
I've seen him. He definitely would. Maybe we could get it sorted for the finals. I bet we can. I bet we can.
Maybe. Would reinforce the leg seams, make sure that he's nice and comfortable out on the stage. But we'll see, John. We'll come back to that one at another time. RRQ on the move as well there. Obviously, a roster that felt like at times they had some good sort of approach to a few of the fights we saw. Maybe a little bit more paralysis by analysis in a few of the situations, though, right? We want to be slightly more cutthroat. I suppose that is the name of the game for all the squads we've got in survival stage, but I think that resonates with them as well.
Yeah, for RRQ, I mean, they do have a standout performance in terms of Lepar. Definitely point when it comes to getting in the
Bini QZ.
To an extent, he's the reason why RRQ were able to get in.
ये सब नॉन्सिंग में प्लेयर थे सब लग रहा है शायद ये रैग्नारोक नॉगन प्रिंस सीएन नॉर्मन से
fluid in those fights. Hopefully they can play off one another a little bit better here. Looks like we might see an elim that may well stick as Geek do have one of their players taken down.
Yangnong Galacticos YG
Alpha 7 and E Arena, so it could be a little bit difficult to get to one of those recall towers, even though they are still fairly available. I mean, you've got Ryan that is completely unoccupied. You've got Kunxia up on that northeast side as well. So there are accessible positions, but those will start to get more closed in as teams move in. I mean, we've got Yangon Galacticos, who are on board with right now, moving past Meiran, with GOAT team on their west and Al-Ula quite far to their south. Ahead of them, though, it's the Wolves, who have managed to get up to Heme Town, up on that northeast side, fairly slowly and without too much trouble.
Wow. Nice.
The early fights, obviously Yangon getting a far better start.
Can finish ले लिए Yangon Galacticos में.
Nice to see for the squad. Again, so much more pressure on your shoulders, right?
Yun Bin, Nongxing Red Force.
Bringing the trophy twice now. It feels like all the other squads
Alpha 7.
On you. If you can't do your organization justice and for yourself as well, those memories of last year probably
Middle zone कटेगा शायद. All Star Gaming के ऊपर कटेगा.
They need to show up here in survival.
यहाँ पर EMP जोन बना है. ओ भाई मिडिल बताइए तो भाई वेस्ट जोन कट गया.
To get into a solid spot. They're already on the north side of this river. The crossings that I said can be a little bit more treacherous than on a lot of other.
चलो ये लाइम जोन ले लेगा. गेट के इजीली जोन ले लेगा कोई इशू नहीं. अल्फा 7 इजीली जोन है. नॉक बिनी ने यंग टॉग रेस को बंदे नॉक किया नॉक कर.
I feel like they still have a little bit of time to do that.
Jarex, oh, Smiley knock and Prince knock डाल दिया.
Within the next minute or so, they will need to regroup. Yangon Galacticos,
Jarex को.
From Q1 DRX.
Jarex.
Yeah, very nice pickup there. 4 elims now for Yangon, although they did lose Say Cloud in the process, so a 1-for-1 trade. And as I said before, the recall towers are still open, but from this point on, it's going to get harder and harder to access them, Jackie, because the blue zone will start to cut off quite a lot of them, the rotates won't be there, and teams will be on top of them already.
Yeah, you lose that availability. Makes it far harder to weigh up the decision-making if it's worth attempting to go for it. So we'll see if that plays too much of a vital role for these squads as this one develops. Obviously, KRX had a bit of an unfortunate start off the drop as well, went down to the one solo that was offset for the recall. That worked out to get them back up, but only one elim point to their name at this point. They are able to safely get Say Cloud back into the action.
So
they're going to be all right with that. Is he going to be caught by the Wolves, though? dropping back in right now. They're both going to have to advance, obviously, outside of blue. Not going to be
All Star Gaming
right now, John. So maybe they can avoid each other.
I don't think that Wolves would commit to go for the player on the parachute. They should know that there is a team to their south. Sure, that would be an indication.
Carleo
Just recalled there. But given that it was only one player dropping down, you're fairly certain.
Guizao
Already on the ground.
Alpha 7
For Wolves in their position right now, I think is a little bit too much of a risk.
Roman Nokia Wolf के बंदे को Wolf
have other ideas. They have just crossed swords and taken a knock over to the Wolves.
Yeah, I guess it goes both ways. Wolves didn't want to engage, but Yangon said, you know what, if you're here, we might as well try and get some points. Put some warning shots their way. Don't necessarily need to commit onto the fight. Just get a couple and get out.
Romeo nice.
Maybe actually just scrap the whole squad. Romeo's back in for more.
Yeah, they were able to find that flush, and they're immediately across the bridges around Muhopar.
Madrid flower.
Potentially looking to guard the Wolves out here and stop them from getting to a recall tower closer to the zone. It will start to hurt a little bit too much for the Wolves' liking if they don't get through quickly. And the northern pair for Yangon Galacticos is going to send out and maybe look to control that recall tower on the north side.
This is nice, actually, with how they've been playing it. Cloud was able to safely get himself a vehicle as well, join the rest of the squad. You can see where they're repositioning to right now. Like you say, be in a good position to swarm effectively all angles towards
John middle कर जा
Wolves come up to it. They could catch them.
Okay.
middle करा चलो जेल पूरा middle पे भाई
in a very commanding position, and maybe Rondo's their map. Who knows?
All Star Gaming वाले
They haven't managed to get a huge number of elims early on, but then again, they didn't when they were in their stadium chicken dinner either. They have already got 4 as well, which, as I said, not huge, but still pretty significant. Ryan having that recall tower in.
Nice, Ulfer ने कार्लियो को नॉक करने प्लेस किया. एक्चुअली ने रिवो को नॉक किया. YG के बंदे रेव हो गए, पीछे कॉल नहीं. A7 कैसे 2 बंदे बाकी है. Wolf कैसे भी 3 बंदे बाकी है.
They are losing time,
losing
tempo to get towards the zone.
Yeah, investing a lot into this now. At a certain point, it becomes a matter of cutting your losses. In the downtime amongst that.
और फाइट होगा GL वर्सेस 7 IGS के साथ. 7-2 IGS. ओ अल्फा 7 नॉन्गसिम रेड. ओ 2 बंदे निकल गए उसको लेके. फिनिश हो गया. रिवो नॉक फिनिश हो गया. ह्यूमन बीन.
Difficult now to get to a recall tower. There is one to their northwest. They might try and break for it, but Nongshim, I think, have read into that and have moved 2 of their players out towards it as well. For Alpha 7, it feels like a 3-play on. And I don't think they're going to be able to go for it. Ulf have got 2 of their players right behind this ridge. The backstop 2 for Ulf, Ketchum Kelsey, have yet to cross by Stadium, but it seems like with Nongshim Red Force,
Wolf versus 1.
they can just get gone. Wolves do manage to move all the way over on the north side of Yangon.
रोमी ने गोट के बंदे को नॉक डाला. 3 डाल दिया. Yangon Galacticos 6 finishes.
Towards KRX's position, but they've wrapped up towards the northern side, got stuck into Yangon. Already been able to knock out 1 player from the squad, leaving them with a triple threat. Yangon actually doing pretty good work here, right? Coming out tied in first place between 3 other squads, and Tiamba and Goat, the squad they're head-to-head with here in the fight. So cleaning up on this one would be huge for them.
Oh, yo.
Looking to do a little bit more damage.
Yangon Galacticos निकल तो मारेगा तू.
They do have their backs to the blue, so need to be
careful. Support रहा है उसको.
It's going to hurt pretty significantly here, especially as stage 4 starts.
Oh, my knock. Marinette knock. लियो ने Wolf के स्लोनिक को नॉक किया. फिनिश हो गया. गोट के बंदे ने नॉक एंड फिनिश कर दिया उसको. फाइट होगा पूरा प्योर. गोट वर्सेस Yangon Galacticos. उसके सामने से पड़ रहा है 1 की तरफ. DNE की तरफ से पड़ रहा है भाई.
Yeah, Go bailed on the fight. You can see them pulling back down towards
the Wolf के ऊपर जोन मानेगा. Wolf नाइस बोला था. एजिल को जोन माना. Wolf 2 Wolf जोन के भाई. अल्फा 7 है. अल्फा 7 को एज ये अरेना भाई मिडिल पे वो बैठा है. गोट के बंदे भी जोन पे भाई. एजीएल के बंदे भी जोन पे. टियानबा को आना पड़ेगा जोन. टियानबा थोड़ा एज भी आ जाएगी, कोई इशू नहीं उसको. यहाँ जोन को कैसे जाना है उनको देखना पड़ेगा.
of teams that have already committed to the north side are going to be fighting for the hills around that
Goat versus Wolf.
position where Goat have just moved.
Tianba का eagle zone के बारे
This is
knock.
going to be the focus for so many teams. So I feel like Tianba, they're looking to play for a third place, but they have taken a knock on the back there. And this
Furia क्या he got knock 780 Alec.
is waiting for someone else to step forward.
Yangnong Galacticos.
Before they go for that spray. But Tianba, if they could find cover on that south coastline, I feel like they might have a chance of getting fairly deep into this one.
No smile. No. बच गया. Eagle knock and finish के बाद जंग के बाद. Nice. DNA nice. Dopeness भाई nice. नाइस उला के बंदे ने आरे के बंदे को नॉक डाल दिया. टीम गोट गोट that finishes टीम गोट. नाइस उला क्लोज ने आरे के बंदे को नॉक करके फिनिश हो गया. Whoa. तो फुटा नहीं उड़ा. सही हो गया पर ओ 1 HP. चलो गया. नहीं अंदर गया नहीं. नहीं. डोपनेस पीछे. ओ यो बच गया. गया नॉक. फ्लावर ने नॉक डाल दिया. फिनिश हो गया. यांग रेगुलर सिर्फ 2 बंदे बाकी है अभी. यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस. यहाँ पर डोपनेस के साथ चिल का फाइट. नाइस मैपल नॉक. ये के वाले ने एक टीम को मार दी है. ओह डोपनेस भाई. एक्सेज नाइस नॉक किया रे. नाइस स्माइल भी नॉक. रूम में अकेले बचा है. एजीएल के भाई बंदे भी नॉक एंड फिनिश हो गए भाई. एजीएल का एक बंदा बाकी है. तो बचा है. मार गया. वाजी बस एक बंदा बाकी है. डोपनेस गोट ने बड़ा अच्छा नॉक दिया. फ्यूरिया भी गए जो है एलिमिनेटेड. फ्यूरिया 4 फिनिश लेके.
We're down to 14. Those recall towers shut off, meaning no players can jump back into the fight. More deployable cover. Don't look, Wolves. Don't look. It's fine. It's not on top of you. You'll be okay.
You'll be okay.
All the way out to the west side there. They had a tricky approach and they're showing the scars of it as
nice.
well. As 2 players alive.
Correct.
This east side will be chill for about the next.
और एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश हो गया. 1-0. Oh.
Get trickier again. This has been so nasty for the teams out in the east to be able to make their way through. They have been on the brunt of these circle shifts.
Nongsim Red Forts 4 बंदे.
Down towards the road. Meanwhile, amongst all this, we've seen another play coming out from Goat. Killer Joe loves these early scraps. We've seen him be a bit of an explosive entry for the team. If he can open up a potential play onto his squad, he'll go for it every time. 4 elims just tied to him. They did lose out on Foops, man. There's a nice back and forth between Foops and Killer Joe and how they play off each other, but you've still got a ton of talent left alive on this roster. If you know anything about Go John as well, they're going to be gunning for a big victory here. If they can start it off with a nice
big victory here,
the hot hand, they play with that throughout the whole day.
I mean, it would be a great start for them. A team that was in the contest to jump up in a top 5, a direct qualification spot. They want to prove to everyone at home, to their fans, to themselves maybe even as well, that they do deserve one of those spots, and here's the place to do it. Another knock over the top from a
और क्या कैच नॉक हो गया. ये डोपने भाई हमरा क्या फाइट चल रहा है. थर्ड बड़ी हो रहा है. तो पीछे टीआर में देखना पड़ेगा इनको. क्या सोचेगा रेफ. हां एजीएल के 2 बंदे. ओ भाई मजा आएगा यहाँ पर. क्या गया फिनिश नॉक. किलर जो क्या एजीएल गेला. एजीएल गयो. Ultra Gaming Team Goat no finishes. एक बंदा बाकी है गयो. ओ नो
official
Nice.
bounces it out the window and hits that one on top.
ये एरिना साथ में नीचे 2 बंदे बचे S7 के बंदे ने गीक बंदे को नॉक यहाँ पर भी टियानवा वर्सेस वुल्फ हो रहा है टियानवा नॉक कैरेक्स क्या chaos चल रहा है बे भाई
On the southwest side of the meantime, Alpha 7 do go down to Geeke. That southwest side is clean. Spicker moving
nice
out. Spiker.
goat भाई goat
Will be able to hold him.
goodness Hyunbin knock Hyunbin ना Hyunbin finish मत हो चलो बाय बाय थैंक कौन है 10 मिनट लेके चले गए कोई इशू नहीं Hyunbin finish Wolf एक्सपर्ट ने आरे को बंदे को नॉक एंड फिनिश कर दिया अरे रुको भी लॉबी नॉन्गसिम डॉट के बस 3 बंदे बाकी है सबके 3 है कोई 4 नहीं 4 शिप उल्ला का है अलूला उनका भी नॉक है उल्फ टियानवा
Tiamba did manage to get across the river in the meantime as well, Jackie, and they're on 8 elims. They've got 3 players alive. They're not looking too shabby right now. And they have an
टियानवा भाई दिखा रहे वे ये पहल में क्या खेल रहे थे वो आज दिखा दी
They may be able to shred the backlines, but it's getting away from them. The pace of Alola just a little bit too much for them.
I think that pace is the operative term as well, right? We've seen them be quite passive.
एक बंदा बच्चा रोमियो
Advantages before back in the group stage, and that was a problem for them. So the fact here they're willing to actually take some of these encounters more headstrong.
नहीं उड़ेगा
Zone crunching in there again as well.
नहीं हुआ आगे चला गया ओ गया ओ भाई ऑलमोस्ट लगा था भाई राइट नाइस वेल प्लेड Yangon Galacticos well played
Yangon Galacticos go not quite going to stay the course. But Tiamba have a big opportunity here on that south side if they can push past Eren, get control of the hilltops. But is Alola their major competitor on that southeast side?
Tiamba जैसे उल्फ के एरन को नॉक करोगे तो हो जाएगा तुम्हारे क्या
Tiamba starting their swimtation as well inside of the water.
Okay, uल्फ के
backpack here, so you're going to know. Remember from all.
Oh nice.
Yeah, Geeke looking for the shots and
क्या दिमाग लगाया
quite going to land in time, and now the rest of Tiamba can look to suppress the position from the back lines. Allow
ओ नॉक नहीं हुआ नो भाई केविन ओलूला की तरफ से नॉक कैन बच गया भाई नाइस QZ
masterful hold.
That's really nice. Big response, made it so uncomfortable for Geeke.
Bow down, Solgard.
Get out of the water now and look to try and splash back on this. QZZ amped up today.
A linchpin position. Both of his teammates down in the drink. He needed to be able to hit those shots, and he did. Alola with the little assist to keep the players safe. But Tiamba on the south side. Once Geeke have to move, which they do, their position is going to get a lot stronger, Jackie. At the moment, it's quite timorous because of the position of Geeke, but that is going to be pushed out by the zone.
Milu responds again. That fight does continue between the two sides, taking casualties amongst each other, whilst Alula are fighting E-Arena from range. We cut back over to the POV of Tiamba. QZZ, the off angle towards the back, been doing great work. Cover flares coming in as well to try and bolster that defense for Geeke.
They're just trying to put themselves right on the edge of this zone and maybe try and wait out the bleed down. But there comes the Wolves with a cheeky thread on an angle across the zone there. Right through the valley, and Kevin now has a little bit of trouble. Geeke are low. They don't really have the sightlines. This is an opportunity for Tiamba to actually move forwards and maybe look for the res, but it's still such a risk. I don't think they're going to go for it here, Jackie.
Have all the information they need to make the call. Meanwhile, though, Alula going big on the peak. Wolves thought they were safe, thought they had an opportunity to third party, steal some elims from across the game here, but no, Alula rock up onto them. 8 elims, John, playing very differently right now.
Yeah, that's what you need to be doing here with those 8 elims, with all 4 of their players alive, the only team to have the full squad in action. This is the last chance, as we're on board with Tiamba, to get this res. I don't think it's going to happen. He will bleed out, so Tiamba playing with 2. That's pretty nasty. They did have an opportunity to move forwards, and maybe take more control here. Geek helped out by the zone again as Nongshim Red Force on the north side get cut in across the road from everything. Alula gonna have to move, as are E-Arena.
Oh, shots from the side, it's Nongshim. That's easy. Tizzy, good work done with the AUG. Saw the reposition from Tony K, setting up the vehicle, so they'll take the scrap to him. That's a three-man squad there. Like you say, not a bad position to be in as well, with a shift on the zone. And they clean up, find the follow-up onto Joker. So E-Arena down and out, not the Rondo masterclass that we've seen from them happening here.
No, but 11 points is still very respectable, Jackie. They will be able to put up a good start to proceedings. Guaranteed they're on the front page. The question is, who's going to join them? The shots ring out, continuing to put pressure on Geek. We're struggling to march forwards. Tiamba don't have vehicles to their name. They are really still just waiting on Geek to have to move, and that is the first indicator that they are going for it. They should know that there's only 2 players over there, and Tiamba can start to move forwards now, and I need them to be able to do that, right? Something that we were criticizing them for was being a little bit timid, being a little bit shy, and so now stepping forwards at the right time, that's what they need to be doing, and it looks like that's what Milu's gone for. As the rest of the teams joust across the zone, Alola have to descend on one side of the hill or the other. The question is, which do you choose?
With the zone coming in, Alula on the rocks, being peppered down from Nongshim Red Force. It's keeping them very weak, making it uncomfortable for the hard commit on the wrap, but eventually they've got to push up. Going to be somewhat exposed here as well. If they're aligned in their crosshairs, they could punish. Thankfully, the map geo providing just enough cover for them to tuck in. And Tiamba, you touched on it before. When does that change? That mindset going to come alive? Because if they don't start to get a bit of a periphery scan on the go here, you could have Alula wrap in around the back, possibly put pressure onto them, just remove them from the equation before they even try and make a move for themselves.
I mean, they really can't move until Ragnarok does either, which is the nasty thing for them. It is causing a lot of problems. They can re-distro ammo for Tiamba, and Alula not going to push too far forwards. They know that the angles from Nongshim are still going to be in action. And they can't afford to overpeak to get a little bit too bold because they have got their numbers advantage and they don't want to let it go to waste. But an opener onto Tiamba could open up their south rotate, and with the circle pushing towards them, that's going to help out nicely. But Nongshim look to strike to open the door for their crossing of the road and bring Alula back down to 3 with them.
Bated breath for a lot of our players right now, knowing how close they are to potentially kicking off the survival stage with a big point injection if they can take this chicken dinner. Add potentially a few more immolations to it as well. Milu and QZZ still scared about what could be coming out if there's angles watching their way. Nongshim have had a good understanding of the wrap that we saw from Alula as well. So the minute they pop out from behind that rock, there's not really much cover on the rundown.
Some really nice elim counts for a lot of our teams moving forwards. Tiamba getting that res could prove to be crucial. The knock sent towards Alula, allowing them a little bit more mobility. The lack of sightlines from Alula, not quite controlling. And they just lost another one. R3B on the back, really not going to be resable either. This is going to be a very difficult dash, and Nongshim will read into this. They're moving out already to try and control the ground around them and get across the road into some sense of security. But it is so few and far between. Everybody operating in inches right now, Jackie. There is no grander dimension than on these really close quarter scenarios. Step one way too far, one step either side, and it's a completely different story. But that is a big pickup on the Nongshim to bring them down to 2 to stop their third player regrouping onto the south.
Every team starting to lose a lot of the battle of attrition here as we get towards the fine margins of this game, like you say. Oh, Kike as well spotted out. Yasser with the reposition. The eyes lighting up for Tiamba, but knowing now the pressure's going to be put on them from Alula on the hillside. Never gets any easier, John.
Using those nades to create potholes moving forward, steps up for the flush. Now Alula can commit to trying to hold this high ground and try and use its position, the geometry, to maybe get a pick, but they're just not quite finding it. They're starting to wane now. There's Nongshim gonna try and bear the brunt of it, but down go Alula, and a knock already over towards Nongshim gives Tiamba a big chance here.
Timid Tiamba no more. they start to play with confidence, knowing that they can take the fight to Nonshin Red Force. The squad that we were surprised was so far down the standings back in the group stage. Let's see if they can kick it off here in survival with a big chicken dinner and assert dominance in the lobby. It's not going to be so easy for Nonshin as the nade blows them away and Tiamba take the opening game of the survival stage.
That is how you change your story. Tiamba with a huge opener. They played from that south side. They read that they couldn't get across that river nice and early. They played on the south coast, a little bit of a bet hedger, but they did manage to get across the river. They transitioned at the right time. They moved at the right time, and that is the change I wanted to see. The question will be, can they keep it going for 11 more matches and keep that pace going? Nongshim Red Force as well, really well held on that north side. The angles that they were maintaining, they knew what they were doing, and it reads into what we were saying about them before, that strategic masterclass that we desperately want to see them moving forwards. They were, again, another team in the conversation for top 5 during their group stage. They were pushed aside just about. It was very, very close, and in a very, very difficult group for them to try and make it, but nice, solid performance coming through from Nongshim. A lot of the teams that were late into that game had a lot of elims as well, which means that nobody going home empty-handed.
Yeah, we can have a bit of a listen in as well and see what they were saying for themselves here.
Lovely arc on the nade. Keeping things nice and tight with it. Didn't even need to peek through. That earlier knock from Aulula onto one of the Nongshim Red Force players as well, immediately before going out. That really was an assist in those final moments, but Tiamba, they kept their heads down when they needed to. We knew they could do that, but they also stepped up when they needed to, so I'm thrilled that they're able to take this first one.
Yeah, no, it's nice to see, right? Because we were saying before, they looked good, at least in terms of how they were approaching some of these games, but I think it was falling off in the sense that they just weren't able to commit necessarily with more of a cutthroat nature, where sometimes you've got to evaluate the risk and really just go for it. Obviously there it looks a little bit scary as well with the rotate. We lost Eagle as he went down to the zone, but they'd still recover. They get it done. It's all Tiamba in game 1, but let's see how it looks in the rest of today.
I'm here down at the stage for Day number 1 of Survival Stage with Smile, the handsome man from Yangon Galacticos, to talk about some of the stuff coming into the Survival Stage as a whole. And that is my first question, actually. Based on your group stage performance and what you were actually able to see in the group stage, now coming into the Survival Stage, has there been any kind of looks at those results and seen how you might want to change some play styles, etc.? What do you think from the group stage coming into Survival?
In the group stage, we couldn't perform well. We couldn't shoot a lot with confidence. So for the SPIDY stage, we will do our best. Yeah, we will play with a lot of confidence, more aggressive. For the strategy, at the same, we play with same strategy, and we learn other opponent, practice different situations, so we could adapt during the match. Yeah.
Okay. Perfect. And actually, I wanted to talk bigger picture here for a second, because obviously you guys are the returning champions, and it would be awesome to see you guys get like the back-to-back here in Paris, even though it's a different location. So how did that PMWC win change your life? Obviously for you guys, I remember like looking at the pictures of the parade, you guys got invited to a load of things. So what was it like from the team's perspective?
Honestly, a lot has changed since we won the award last year. It gave us a lot more confidence and recognition. But at the same time, it also brought a lot more expectation and pressure. People started looking at us differently, and we realized that staying at the top is even harder than getting there. But overall, I'm so grateful for everything that came from that victory. It motivates us to work even harder and represent our country with pride. Yeah.
That's awesome to hear. Well, thank you very much for joining me here, Smile, and good luck at the survival stage.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, James, for that interview there with Yangon Galacticos. But it's all about Tiambas. We're joined by Hot Jukes, Maxman, Neptura, and the 7WG here back with you guys for PMWC at EWC 26. Tiamba, Max, they're finally showing up.
Excuse easy, your let's go. No, I'm really happy to see Tiamba because, not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI, not gonna lie, back in their respective group, I was a little bit disappointed because back at PMMI,
showing up.
Excuse easy, your let's go. No, I'm really 6 Hinlong Garden. Hinlong Garden, the circle could not have been any further away from their loot location, and yet they still come out on top and get a win. That is an impressive rotation coming out from all of Tiamba.
Yeah, it's about damn time, baby. We see Tiamba do what we expected them to do all tournament long. Yeah, had a really rough group stage, but they come into this one, 13 eliminations, 2,300 damage, and we expected QZZ to be kind of like on top of that, but it was Milu here that was able to really clutch it up for a squad. And honestly, after a rough group stage, to start off so strong, I think it's gonna finally put them in the form we all expected.
Same with Alula as well, putting up a good amount of eliminations for that squad.
Yeah, it was really nice to see Alula come in. I mean, me and Max, we were all talking about it, be like, ooh, at the end there, you know, they had a really good position. They should have utilized it a lot more because they were having that momentum throughout the mid stage. They were looking really good. They came in, they took over the position from Ulf. They were moving in, great momentum, and then all of a sudden they kind of just were like, this is the high ground, we're going to keep it even though the zone pushes us away from it. We're just going to sit still and let everybody else not only see us and get rid of us one by one, but actually get situated and have that time to make those decisions for that endgame.
Ooh la la, a little bit too passive. No, I mean, clearly they took way too long. I think they would have been great to see Al-Ula after their push on Ulf. By the way, that push, Niptura, was fantastic. Getting rid of all of Ulf in like literally the span of 20 to 30 seconds. Very quick fight. But then they just let Tiamba coexist with them on the lower side next to the water. I think that was a little bit of a mistake from Alula. I would have loved to see them rock up on their position as they fight Geekay. That would have been a great third party. But you know what? It's still a 16-point rondo. So Alula Club, sure, it's not the chicken dinner, but it's still an amazing start in the survival stage.
Great kickstart for that team. It wasn't a 29 elimination this time out of E Arena Neptura, but they do end up getting at least 8.
They do. That was a really nice push from them as well. We saw them do some crazy things. Actually, they were on the east side of the zone, right? So there was a lot of teams over there. So for them to get as many eliminations as they did, I mean, it was just constant fighting from beginning to end for them. You know, them as well as Yangon. I really liked what we saw from Yangon in the beginning of this game. I think it was still a very strong rondo for them, even though they didn't really go very late into the game. I still liked the presence that has seemed to be making a return for them. I'm really enjoying that.
Yeah, we're seeing some changes from this squads too. It seems like they put that extra day off into work with the VOD review. One team that I think ended up doing that perfectly was Nongshim, especially with their rotations.
Finally, just committing to a play. Sure, it was not an aggressive play. I think they didn't really have to go for an aggressive play this game. But it's just they see Geekay in a really good position in the play zone next to that lake in the center of the zone. And I see Geekay actively rocking up onto Alpha's position southwest of that circle. Like, wait, that position is free. Let's not waste a single second and just capitalize on that opportunity and snatch that spot for ourselves. And that gets them so deep in that game, podium minimum, second place off the back of that Niptura. That is what I wanted to see from NSR.
It is exactly what I wanted to see as well, because we saw in their second day of their group stage, right? They lost that momentum. They lost they were finding the opportunities, but they were just being so slow to actually do anything about them. And that has definitely changed in this game. We saw them actually take those opportunities pretty instantaneously. And that is what we want to see from Nongshim Red Force. We know they can do it, and they've done it again. And it is going to be Tiamba being the match MVP, and Milu. Yeah, you were saying, Jukes, he's doing some great stuff.
Let's go, Milu. I mean, I think this is a good example of, you know what, sometimes, even if you are a top squad, you don't really come off the way you really want to sometimes, right? But you know what, a day off, I think we saw these squads refresh themselves, really start playing true to form here, and this is what we needed to see. We needed to see this. Even there towards the end, Ula had the top ground, but at the same time, Nongshim Red Force and Tianba were like, we want to win this game. Let's focus all our energy up top, take them out first, and then we'll see who ends up winning first or second place. And that is how you get it done. So good to finally see these squads make it happen. It's only been one game. Come on. Let's see some more of that in Erangel. More of that, please.
One game, but we're already getting a little bit more flashes from some of these squads of just consistent inconsistency, and I'm thinking about Alpha 7 because their squad was only able to get 2 eliminations. They need to make sure they pick it up here. One quick little shout out is GOAT team was able to perform so well in that one, being aggressive, exactly what we expect out of GOAT. But let's see what teams are going to be bringing it in game 2.
Thanks for setting us up there, Seven. Great desk as always. Very exciting to get the insight, the narratives, and build ourselves back in before another game here. Obviously, survival stage tension much higher. Changing over now from Rondo to something a little bit more consistent, John. Excited to see what really is going to be, hopefully, a stepping stone for our teams throughout the remainder of the day.
Absolutely. I was excited to see WatchParty's boots. Those
they look good, right?
Looking pretty fresh, man. You know, representing Texas.
You know what they say, everything outside of Texas is smaller in size.
Absolutely, they definitely do. That's what I've heard anyway. The plane path looking pretty big though, from the middle of the map on the south side. Looking to lean a little bit westward, but nice and kind. Opens up most of the map for access, and no one should be getting into any hot drop trouble. But it is a slightly reshuffled lobby, remember? We didn't really talk about drop spots on Rondo because it tends to just be let's all hot drop and then see what happens. But here on Erangel, it's a little bit more prescribed, it's a little bit more thought out and measured. So hopefully our teams have figured out where they want to go, and there won't be too much conflict over zones. But already 3 teams out over Millie, as well as, well, maybe 4 teams out over military as RRQ jump out a little bit later on. Everybody else, I think, is looking to head further north and get to the mainland. RRQ may be looking for that bridge split on the west, bridge split on the west side.
Yeah, it's more standard, obviously, what we'd expect there from Yangon. They've gone for this quite a few times in Erangel, very comfortable to have those military starts. Similar sort of opening as well for GOAT, so no surprises there. You imagine they can split off and wrap away. Like you touched on, rest of the squad's trying to get distance with those parachutes. They've done their training, John. They're A5 guaranteed gliders, so they can get to the mainland.
They've got the distance, they got the legs needed to get on their way. Yeah, GOAT team also dropping out. They will have diverted away from that. You don't really want to get stuck in, as I said, into those hot drops. Not a good idea, but that is a nasty circle. Goodness me. We were having some pretty nasty circles, very gnarly stuff coming through over in the group stages. Looks like we're going to continue that trend all the way out on the southwest side. Keeping a lot of Gatka, Quarry, that sort of area in, but this is not what you want to see to open things up for a survival stage.
No, we've been here before, you're right, man. Those group stages, very aggro with some of the circles we were getting, and similar scenario there. A lot of landmass going to be cut off, potential for the bridge to be in play as well. We'll see if that's a blessing for some teams or a haunting prospect for others. Obviously, we're dropping far further up towards the north side. We joined the POV of Dopeness early on towards Pachinki. Couple shots out of the window from Nikita, getting a read over onto Gike. Pretty nice game 1 from them. So obviously, if you can punish early and slow down Gike from actually accumulating point after point, would be the dream scenario.
And hopefully add those points to your tally in response as well. But right now, they are north and south split on Pachinki. So not super close to danger. Definitely it's disengageable here, depending on the vehicle counts that each team has. And I feel like in Pachinki, you cannot get stuck in too far here, especially with a circle like this. You have to look to disengage in these scenarios. The thing that sort of plays on the reverse side of that is that you are competing for the drop spot in the future matches, and a lot of teams find value in saying, you know what, we're not giving up our drop spot. We're just gonna we're telling you we'll sacrifice our game in order to maintain this top spot, this drop spot for the next. Well, they've still got 5 Erringels after this to play. I could call that into question. I'm not a professional coach, so maybe there's some reads in there, maybe there's some maths to do, but I feel like it's still very, very dangerous, especially on Pochinki, and especially on a plane path like this, where a lot of the map was just super accessible.
Yeah, I suppose it goes down to that individual decision making if they want to fight or not, or really what they're aiming for. I imagine for the viewers at home, you're going to be aiming to get yourself some beautiful skins as well. John, we've got a great event going on right now in game. I know you've been hyped for this one.
Absolutely, the Uzumaki Naruto event. Make sure you're grabbing those character sets, looking fresh with the skins, as well as that Ninetales org, looking pretty. Doesn't look like any of our players have the org though, which is unfortunate. And neither team really going to be able to take on the supply truck either, given that they're in a bit of a standoff. Makes things a little bit nastier to play from Pochinki.
Let the tension just settle here. Oh, nade line up through the window.
Oh,
it's a nice chip, John. Could have been beautiful.
Does manage to catch a little spray on the step across there, but
Let's go भाई, let's go, let's go. ये मैच को निकले बता भाई. ले sound बढ़ा दे, एक्सियो देख तेरा sound बढ़ा दे मैं really.
Being a little bit safe, like you said, deck of cards type play, reshuffle yourselves somewhat, but that is a nice little sidelines, able to get the side swipe, and GK have got their opener now.
GK
Try and take this one fast, or are they going to slow themselves down again? Looks like they want to try and capitalize.
Looks like.
And there is no way that they're getting those 2 players back up. Surely not, as GK
back up slowly.
Angles. One is cut across, but it's not going to be the same story for the others.
No, it's really
yes.
Kevin. Beautiful predict with the nade.
Come on, no डाले भाई.
Reply back over, easy for Bad Boy cleaning up. So 1-by-1, Dopeness suffering heavy losses on this.
Dopeness
that took a few pot shots over to the GK roster to start off, and they went, you know what, you want to fight, let's take
कुछ बोला रे दल्ले.
Let's get it done. 2 players now left for Dopeness. Ulf did manage.
क्या लग रहा है चिकन कोने का ले बता ये मैच. जो भी आ रहा है स्ट्रीम में सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई, सब कुछ कर लो भाई.
Teams in Pochinki, or if there had only been one, the team in Pochinki has not moved out to the west.
Nangsim Red Force.
This is pretty good news because it means they have
by Tianba top. Oi, Eren.
As well as a third
Ulf.
angle, leaving Eren up on the top of the hill. They could start to slow it down even more.
क्या हो रहा पता नहीं. ये मेरा समझ.
They got what has been going on in this area. What has been going on in this area. Eren doesn't even want to stick around for the flush.
Yeah.
He gives up his position.
Yeah.
And Ulf are going to
nice.
To take down the supply truck from Pochinki.
Bedrock.
This is huge for Ulf.
Yeah, this is
really loot मिल गया इनको भी.
That mid-game looting time, getting themselves hopefully some high-tier loot to play with off the back of it.
जो लबी फाड़ देंगे. कितना को लूट मिल गया भाई.
Into the truck and grab your benefits from it.
GK.
Alongside possibly forcing the hand of these
GK versus Dopeness.
more as well with the damage done from that high rise.
Dopeness सिर्फ 2 बंदे बाकी है. Nice scan. ओयो पिछड़ी दे दिया. चलो मिटिका. मिटिका. लेफ्ट में बंदे. Nice.
But it's going to work out. Holding the ground floor now, and GK get a little bit too bold with it.
मस्त हो रहा है. 2 fight. नहीं उठेगा, नहीं उठेगा, नहीं उठेगा. चला गया. ओए! क्यों रुका वहाँ पर पता नहीं. 1v2 करना पड़ेगा इसको. केन को. चलो. Well played. Oh my God, डाल देते हैं. NT नेट से मर गया वो.
Blows him away, and Dopeness off the drop. Exit stage left with 2 elims, but that is a detriment to GK, John. Even if they reset, it's only a duo.
Yeah, they do win the fight, sure. There was that third party coming
Yangnam Galacticos.
They wrapped around on that northern side. Tiamba now going to take up that mantle, but this is what you have to be afraid of on these hot drops. They no longer have prio when it comes to getting out to the west. And on a hard shift like this, they have lost too much time for me to really be considering them deeply into the rest of this match. Everybody else much faster, and we are going to focus our attention now on teams making that break out west. A lot of teams coating the west side coast and the south edge as well, near Ferry Pier, around Quarry. Yangon Galacticos.
Yangon Galacticos.
The back of the queue.
See if Yangon can keep some good energy rolling for that roster over the course of today's playdate. A lot of eyes on them. Now, two reigning champions in the lobby, of course, being Yangon Galacticos, and then behind that, Alpha 7 from the year prior, back in 2024's EWC.
Circle. Oh, no way!
John, what are we doing?
What is going on? Goodness me, a massive western shift on this zone. It is brutal. Quarry is so impactful here as well. It's such a quagmire of a position. It just sticks you down. You can't really move freely around it. So for Ulf, they may be able to take the ridgeline, but getting down future may be difficult. I don't think too many teams are going to be able to play around Quarry, and this is going to get nasty. The positions out on the west are difficult to hold, and for Arena, they need to regroup. For Wolves, they need to try and stay alive, and 7-2-1 are going to try and crash on in. Everybody on the south edge being funneled around that Quarry location. Oh, Jackie, this is going to get very, very dirty.
There's something in the air at this event. I don't know what happened this year, John, but the circles we've had have resulted in some ridiculous games the whole way through, from start to finish. It's never easy. Feels like we're playing with 50% land in every single game. Half of it's always taken up by the water. Hey-ho, we go again. Teams instantly crunching down, knowing it's only going to get harder to get into a safe location in the zone the longer they leave this one.
Yangon Galacticos just about making it past Quarry. Ulf actually went straight past Quarry, and they're now very central on this zone, Jackie. They're looking to play out to the west side of the road, towards that coastline, nestling themselves in and looking to maybe play a 2-2 split. Yangon Galacticos happy to post up around those Quarry warehouses for the time being, maybe move on a little bit further because you've got AGAL moving in behind them. Furia, in the meantime, trying to get out of Primos, playing in from that south edge. I like this this move coming through from Igor. Moving one of their players around the headland gives them a little bit more latitude when it comes to having to move later on, and that really is the plan out on the west.
Thing is, for some of our teams as well, this accelerates the way you have to play this one. I think a Go team, they usually like those very long, safe rotates where they want to be inside of the blue, taking their opportunity to build into a great late game finish. Here, you can't really play that style. Have to take a few shots onto Fury as they catch line of sight on the road. This is going to be both teams' POV. Elevated angle, Killer Joe getting swarmed on as well. The AGAL Killer Bees on the move as they head down towards the road, looking to cut round Goat and get themselves into a better position. Doesn't get any easier though. The Wolves just up ahead.
Yeah, and Ulf as well, looking to try and stymie that approach from the south side. AGAL on the side of a road, looking to maybe control the shack, but Aaron's already in occupation. Ketch needs to line him up, and Aaron takes a lot of damage there. Far too much for my liking. Has to fold back, and that gives AGAL a chance. Ketch now in danger as AGAL continue their pursuit to move.
Let's go!
Somehow they're making this march, and I'm surprised that they've been able to get this far, Jackie.
AGL All-Star Gaming. Mr. Mool. Zone का कटा रहे.
So it's nasty.
Still punishing stuff.
क्या zone बना रहा है third stage में?
Teams standing on each other, shoulder to shoulder in the zone.
तनक zone बोला बना zone बना.
Barely tucked in behind the ticket booth.
Tianba.
A few moments of brief respite to catch their breath.
QZ.
Tianba as well. They're here, they're catching line of sight of this. Few pod shots being fired towards their general direction.
All-Star Gaming.
Only really 3 squads that are even outside of the zone right now. And Nongxin Red Force down to Primos with wrap up from Furia close by.
Chicken निकाल Nongxin Red Force. NS ने तो Yangon Galacticos.
This RRQ position really important. The hill that sits towards the coastline, you can see the high ground that they're able to.
डाल. उड़ा. Oh, nice flower. क्या डाला net?
Apparently Aaron is in nade range there. That's a long arm on that one.
एक्सी नॉक कैरेक्स का फिनिश गोड की तरफ से फुल फेरन भी नॉक फिनिश हो गया इनकी तरफ से। यहाँ पर फाइट नंगसिम रेड फोर्स पीजी एक बंदा ओ फ्यूरिया।
Yeah, this is rough, man. No one's getting out of this with a smile on their face unless they can completely recover now. Thankfully, the last shot goes through pretty heavy-handedly to punish one more man from Nonshin, leaving it down to a solo. Fury are going to be attempting to get the recovery on the go.
Nice.
White did bail out. Surprised he's still standing. Bullet after bullet being injected towards the vehicle. He just keeps driving.
Cheeky little seat swap there.
त्यानबा का बंदे ने मेपल को नॉक डाला।
He might as well have pulled up on that shackle. Maybe he's going to pull up.
Oh yo oh. Go finishes.
A little bit wild, but not really too many options left for him. If he'd have stopped maybe a touch earlier, he could have had the hop out, grab some of those shots, but wasn't quite there with it. Not quite slick enough. And AGL. A bit of a danger approaching them, able to hold their nerve.
Elimination delivery on that one.
Nice. Yang nong get to knock no मत डालना बड़ा चिकन निकाल हुआ तो
Hillside peek over. Trey trying to get a read on things. Alula back into the fight as well. Geek taking the head-on approach towards Yangon with Alula amongst them, sandwiching them there. So they do go down. That's our third and fourth position team off the back of our opening game of Rondo already out of the running. So opportunities for some lapping to occur.
Geek obviously the team that won Pachinki but kind of lost as well in that first hot drop. We'll be keeping an eye on if that continues to happen for those two teams. And if Geek continue to win it, if it does. But either way, they will slow themselves down, something awful. A lot of casualties in the middle of this zone, and rightly so. It keeps the coastline in here, and again, RRQ's position on that western side, on that hill, gets stronger and stronger, as well as the compound for E-Arena on that west side too. Those buildings, I'm imagining Fury is going to be crashing into them. Either that, or they try and sweep around behind RRQ's hill and take control of that area of the map.
Could be a game-changing play. Establish a nice area of control for yourselves, force them out. Starting to get a bit excited in the crowd now as well. Energy building up here in Paris going into game 2. Foobs man with the quick repairs. He's certified for this one. Let's go team with all 4 players still alive right now. Another wraparound potentially for KRX as well. Bit of a split there between Trey and Binny as they've broken off from one another.
Alpha 7 on the northwest side with 3 players alive on the beachhead. Binny, he's going to start to tick away from the blue, from the water. You need breath, you need health bar, and neither's going to go your way. Down he goes, leaving only the 1 player now left standing for them. Over on the northeast side near the backstop for GOAT. Furia, instead of going towards the zone, looks like maybe they want to try and take care of GOAT team first, or at least scout it out. They're wrapped back around fairly quickly, though, as the last player from Kiwoon DRX goes down.
Yeah, Foobsman finds that one. We saw the other player, of course, denying it out to the blue, not wanting to give the points over to Furia, so that is where their story ends in game 2. Killer Joe, off-angle peek from the sideline. The attention of Furia was all on Moxie. Joe was able to take the first bit of damage with ease. Silence replies, though. Shuts down Foobs, leaves him on his last legs. Good name play from Moxie. Shushes Silence. If this is on target, could be very lethal. Trying to get it over the hillside onto the close grouping. A trio of Furia players with 1 man in the vehicle scouting. Chief on the push back over. Ayala really looking rough here, John.
Yeah, the off angle from E-Arena is chiming in as well, and another nade sent over the top. It's big boom after big boom coming through from GOAT team. And now it's just Ayala on the forefront. On the back line, it's Igor who needs to come up big here against GOAT team, but they can't push forward.
Nice, very nice.
Which is slowing this fight down really annoyingly for GOAT team. The advantage, though, is that they can start to use this time to maybe find a foothold into the zone, because the blue zone is upon them, and you can't res in stage 4. You need to get this one done as fast as you can. Silence may not be able to get back up here.
They knew there was the rock up from the back line when Elementrix got the takedown on Go Team, so they've read that, reassessed and wrapped off, like you say, and they've gone straight into the awaiting arms of Tianba. Terrifying Tianba today, they've changed their fate. A few more elims racked up, that puts them on 2 so far.
Now they're encroaching towards AGAL. Both from the same region, and there's the crash from Eagle on the shack. They know there's a player in here. They need to try and keep safe, but it's not going super.
कोई ना तेजस अभी नहीं छोड़ कोई इशू नहीं भाई. Nice.
In the center of the circle as it shrinks right
Liu.
holding this position would be great, but
Ula R3. Nice Geo.
Good as well. Primes that one, gets it right on
All Star Gaming Geo. Ula Tianba भी बचा है. 27 points Tianba का. Alula इसका एक बंदा बाकी है. ओ भाई एक बंदा पीछे बाकी है. ये वुल्फ यहाँ पर थर्ड पार्टी करने आ गई. भाई का चकले लग गए. ओ भाई स्माइलर मस्त नब डाला स्माइल. यहाँ नो ग्रेड उसको गया. थर्ड पार्टी क्या भाई अलूला भी बचा है. अलूला को मारो रे अलूला को मारो. अलार्म बंद करके फिर हो गया था. कोई इशू नहीं भाई. तो दल्ला है मेरा अलार्म भाई. नाइस गोट वुल्फ. नाइस गुफो भाई. नाइस वुल्फ. नाइस नो किलर जो
to survive this one. Has another opportunity for the fight, but Elementrix is looking clean with it. Takes too much damage though and has to dip back.
भाई यो एंटी गोड ने 5 फिनिश ले लिया. पिछले को टीम आएगा मारने के लिए. हाँ ये एरिना आ गया मारने के लिए इनको. चलो गोड गयो.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the peak fully there though. He's a little bit too timid, and that's going to allow the rest to come through from.
वो ऐसे बैठा है किल लेने के लिए.
Play spoiler to it. He sees them too on the broadside now. He's going to know exactly where they are, and he can step forwards for it. Force, I think, might know as well. Killer Joe into the boat.
जोन बजा.
Rolling forwards. They're going to have to play against this, but Tony K.
क्या खेला पता नहीं टर्नी के.
Don't want to overcommit.
Jumps back in the vehicle.
अलूला के दो बंदे बाकी है. क्विक नॉक गोड की तरफ से. नाइस गोड फिर उठा रखा है ओनली. 6 मिनट ले. वुल्फ के पास जा रहे किल देने के लिए. अलूला चलो एंटी. अरे क्यों यहाँ पर फिनिश कर लिया. अरे क्यों कितने बंदे बाकी. 4 बंदे बाकी. 2 फिनिश. अरे क्यों मिल गया. कीड़ा मिल गया.
Of this hill, it was under pressure, but I feel like you do need to start to think about stepping forwards now. The difficulty with that is Furia's position on the south edge. They do need to keep control of that, which is why they've invested so much in terms of moving there. But that opens opportunities for Alpha 7 on the north side to start to be a major player in this circle, because they've been quite quiet up until now. Moving down south, they get a lot more control, and maybe
Furia versus RRQ,
or rather in front of them now.
ऐसे उनके 3 बंदे बाकी है. Furia Chief.
It's not been easy for them for the positions they've been forced into. Still standing as a trio after losing silence quite some time ago.
चला रहे क्यों को मार.
Was Foops that took him out.
Oh नहीं रे टू है.
Not overcommitting for this, wrapping off with his own.
Stage 6 भाई जोन के अंदर. Nice.
I mean that's where I wanted RRQ.
फुल के 2 बंदे बचे हैं जोन के अंदर. टीआर के बंदे हैं. अरे के बंदे जोन के अंदर है. क्या लगता है आज कौन सी टीम से होगी क्वालीफाई. 2 दिन है. 2 दिन है भाई. तो 2 दिन से टॉप 6 क्वालीफाई. पता नहीं भाई. जैसे मैं चले पता नहीं. 93 हो सकती है. नंगसिंग रेड फोर्स कोड पे रखा हूँ अपने और यांगडोंग गिल्ड को
into this west side
ये
engagement.
तीनों को मैं रखा हूँ क्वालिफाई होने के लिए.
To push up towards Tiamba and towards Go as RRQ look to regroup further north and fence off the area from Alpha 7.
कर लियो Alpha 7.
And he's on the vehicle spot. Look at a control.
Yo.
Doesn't quite tag with the first shotgun. But
Nice.
top of the hill coming on to play.
कर लियो.
Focus all their fire on him. He's able to withstand the pressure and get back up from the rest of the boys as Alpha 7 start to thrive off the noise being made by
Eagle knock डाला, Nuts knock, RR की बंदे की तरफ से.
to shut down the super sub for the side. What can the rest of the roster get up to here? Bullets being peppered towards them. Amongst all this, 721 GRS struck upon by Ulf as they go in heavy with the shotguns. Ravo just drives into the middle of it all.
Rabo, गयो. S7 गयो. ओ भाई काट लियो. एंटी.
Ball at the final hurdle. Ravo looked immaterial.
S7 गयो.
But it was not to be. And now
RRQ.
Furia can roll on in. Happy as Larry to go for the fight. E-Arena wants to try.
Furia knock डालेगा यहाँ पर. हाँ गयो. चकले लग गए. लग गए चकले का. चलो. मारना 1 HP. चलो लग गए चकले. Furia ने चकले लगा दिया. Tianba.
Down they go. Furia looking to piece themselves back together.
Tianba फिर से top 5 top 3 के अंदर आ जाएगी.
On the back lines for Furia as they establish themselves.
भाई जो पेल के बाद एग्रेसिव टीम में पता चल गया आज. Tianba. आज अलग लेवल का Tianba वाले खेल रहे हैं. पेल. ये अरीना. ये 2v1 का है. Tianba मिडिल पे.
They've got a lot of what they need, and Furia is
Murman
committing towards the north side.
Energy building up. A lot of fans in the house today. You can see all the Yangon Galacticos signs, John. The Alpha 7 fans bringing the heat once again as well. But they've got one thing in common right now. Neither squad remains alive currently in game 2. Out of.
मिले बहुत तगड़ा प्लेयर है.
A lot of different sides that are looking to really squeeze a good injection to point out of this for Tianba as well. Thinking about the potential of a ludicrous start to the day if they can do the unfair.
Milo quiz deadly duo.
I mean, they've
पहले मैं जैसे चिकन निकाला ना.
gotten up to a 5th place. This is a good game regardless for Tianba. They are going to be happy with this performance. Next zone coming on through.
चलो Tianba का वजन बना. Nice.
Pretty dead center. Don't think there's too much to worry about for the arena for Tianba and for Furia. But for Goat team, I think this is
ये चिकन है. भाई ये चिकन ऐसे Tianba top 2 आ जाएगी कोई इसमें. Tianba top 2. गोट का खेल Tianba को मिलेगा. यहाँ पे ढाल लगाओ. Wolf versus Furia.
You need a pick. You need an opening. I just don't see Goat team moving forwards.
Wolf के 2 बंदे हैं बस 3 बंदे. चलो Wolf का चकले लग गए. भाई यहाँ पर Tianba. Oh my nice grenade. He go. Furia.
Well, Kelsey trapped by the rocks there after eating the nade. No real easy pathway for Scar.
गोड वाले आ रहे हैं. देखते हैं गोड वाले चलो. मोर गाड़ी नहीं है उसके पास. गोड के पास गाड़ी नहीं है. चलो ये जोन को फिनिश देंगे. किल देंगे. किल ले लिया रे ये रहने के बाद मिलो ने ले लिया. फ्लैश बंदा है. चलो भाई Tianba क्यूज ने किल ले लिया. वुल्फ के बंदे ने नॉक कर दिया Furia के बंदे को. चलो फुटा चकले. और भी 3v3 फाइट है. ईयर ने यहाँ पर फाइट नहीं कर आएगी. Tianba यहाँ पर किल का उठाएगी हड़बड़ी करके.
Yeah, this is great decision making. Instantly aggressing when they think they've got a moment upon them. Furia down to 3 players of Ayala.
यहाँ पर ईयर का वहाँ पर फाइट लेंगे. यहाँ पर फाइट लेंगे. ईयर ने भी दोनों जगह फंस गए. उनको फाइट लेना ही पड़ेगा.
We'll have a few seconds here to top his HP up. Thankfully he's done so. But they've crunched so much space, so much map control away. Nowhere near as easy now, John.
They know Milu's position. With the nades, they've been able to push forwards. Ayala creeping up to the ridgeline as well. And the arena actually going to regress on their hold, not wanting to stay overextended or maybe move those vehicles in different ways, swap them out, something like that. But just like giving that ground there was an interesting decision, but they get it back very, very quickly. Furia don't try and push over the top on it. Still waiting for this one to get forced by the circle. You can see Chief will get moved. Igor as well has to leave his little ridge and step up.
Furia और टीएरएन का फाइट होगा. बोलते फाइट जब हो जाएगा देखना.
Cannot find an angle.
For love nor money right now. No chance to get a raw free peek onto them. Just looking to
टीएरएन का चक्कर लग जाएगा लग रहा है ऐसे.
The first domino falling right.
उनको सिर्फ यहाँ पर डिफेंड करना है.
Detrimental obviously for E-Arena, that big benefit you have as well in the trade game. They've got one extra man in the squad. Takes a little bit more pressure off.
कुछ वही तो बोल रहा कुछ भी हो सकता है. टियान भाई यहाँ पर बैठी है भाई, ओनली फिनिश लेने की, किल लेने के लिए बैठी है. हड़बड़ी करने के लिए.
Next stage closes dead central on this and
यहाँ पर एक नॉक होगा, टियान ऊपर से चढ़ेगी. लग रहा है मेरे को.
If Furia go down, Tiamba can start to move up the hill. That might give them a little opening door. Furia now moving much closer towards the arena, and the nades are going to start to cause problems for Mormon.
Nice nade.
The Molotov's there as well, but he has the smoke to cover his vision and hits the deck. Looks to get some healing. No knock found.
Shocked. I'm absolutely shocked he's still standing there. Stereo nades go out either side. It felt like one bullet away from him falling. Topped himself back up, like you say. He's quick with the meds. Fury are debating where they really need to engage on this. Is it easy?
मजा आ रहा है फाइट में. 4v3 फाइट. बाय 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 बाय. Fuck. क्या नेट डाला था?
Closer than they are. Had the DBS primed. Scouting play as well.
Nah.
They're losing a lot of space from this peak up from E-Arena, starting to force them further back. It's getting scary out there.
Top 2 to TN va 100%.
Closing as well now, Jackie. It's straight into the middle.
अब भाई जैसे कि इनको फाइट लेना ही पड़ेगा.
So they will have to try and sweep a couple of these up. Over the top of the hill, they're looking to put a pressure on.
Very nice. चलो. TN va भी नीचे जा रही है. चलो.
But where are Tiamba? Can they make a pass at this? Try and move in behind Fury. I think they might be going for it. They've heard this fight break out. They've seen the knocks come through, and the backlines from E-Arena getting a little bit false-footed.
Nice.
Tiamba make their play. Tiamba, triple threat of nades thrown over the top. Erupting explosions towards Furia's angle after knowing they're weak. They're still not over.
चलो गए लगा चकले. लगा चकले. ये रहने का चिकन नहीं है. लॉल. Tian ba ka chicken भाई. Nice. अब गुजर Tian ba. Bye.
The last hurdle for Tiamba's back to back. 3 players versus 2. Joker off in the distance, but there's one in the smoke dealt with immediately. QZ relies on his teammates. He turns for a moment, but he knows they've
Tian ba chicken. क्या बोला था भाई Tian ba? Tian ba chicken.
Will fall in the face.
Prediction.
Back-to-back chicken dinner. This is brilliant.
Talks of Tiamba looking timid in their group stage, but that's all changed now as they terrify the lobby and turn up massively with not only one chicken dinner locked in, but a second following that. Back-to-back. Incredible start to the survival stage here.
Really brilliant opener coming through for a team that, as we were saying, there were a lot of criticisms levied at their play style. They only just about managed to get into the survival stage with a late in the day chicken dinner. But they did look much better during that chicken dinner, during those group stages. And this is exactly the sort of development you want to see. Able to go, I think it was 11 eliminations as well there. It is a mental start for them. Getting towards the top 6 just got a whole lot easier.
चलो Tiamba.
That's what we're saying, right? We were looking at it even kind of early into that one, thinking, oh, they've done pretty well with the elims. It looks like they've got a good set of heads on their shoulders today. Way better for you when you not only get 1 chicken dinner, but 2 already locked in. Playing it smart, I was a little bit worried we're going to see some of those signs of them not willing to really engage even when they have a bit of an advantage. We saw that a few times in groups. Looks like they've recovered that.
Yeah, I mean,
Tianba
at the end there, where they saw
10 नेट थे
they said,
वही तो मैंने बोला था ना यहाँ पर ये एरिना का बंदा नॉक होगा तो टियान ऊपर चढ़ेगी फाइट लेने के लिए
I think it's safe to say they didn't have
पूरा
a
चढ़ी
full read on the position of Furia, so overexpending a little bit of utility there. So still,
40 स्कोर पॉइंट निकाल दे टियानबा.
I think I can forgive them that. They were still able to crunch it behind, be the pneumatic press that crunched Furia and followed through straight on towards E-Arena, who, given the solid position that they had on that south side for so long, surprising that they weren't able to get many elims at all. A very minimal point scoring game.
Oh, gee!
Yeah, it is surprising. It is surprising. I think for E-Arena it's a bit scary as well, because obviously, we historically had that one massive game in the group stage where we were thinking, damn, okay, they're looking absolutely sick. They're really playing confidently in the head-to-heads as well. The longer it's gone on, there's moments where you're thinking, when are they going to get that second wind again? Not necessarily from the tactical side, but more from just the willingness to actually show how good they are as individuals.
What can I do, buddy?
We know it's there, John. It's just got to rear its head once again. But today, so far, it's all about Tianba.
Yeah, I mean, for the players on side, they do need to start to step up, be a little bit more like Tianba. I think it's safe to say we're going to head down to the stage and we're going to catch up with some of the players.
Yes, we are. And who are we going to talk to other than Tianba and QZZ here? Back-to-back wins to start off the survival stage. What a result. And let's ask about that, right? Back-to-back wins. Obviously, in the group stage, you didn't have the easiest of times. So what was the focus for the team between the group stage coming into now this survival stage?
QZ 首先恭喜你们已经2连世纪了，非常优秀的一个发挥。当时你们小组赛的时候可能打得不算那么好，然后现在进了生存赛之后，明显就是状态跳。
चल आया मार्केट से हाँ भाई जा मेरे लिए कुछ लेके आ मेरे लिए कुछ लेके आ भाई.
其实我们没有做太多的调整，其实前2天其实大致上没什么问题，但是。每个人的状态可能不是很好。
Prediction on top बोलते.
今天调整了一些东西，然后大家状态都变好了一些。然后我的调整就是。
ये मैच Alpha 7 का गेम.
因为我用那个手机老。
Alpha 7 ने तो नॉनसिम रेड फोर्स इन दोनों से.
少很多。
I'll say that we didn't really make a lot of adjustments. I think that we were in terms of strategy. I think we were absolutely fine. It's just that in the group stages, I think everyone's form was just a little lackluster. And then coming to the survival stage, I think we are now performing a lot better. I think everyone's form is just peaking right now. And in terms of adjustments, for me personally, what I adjusted was I added a case to my phone, and I think that really helped to reduce some of the kind of like. Not registering some of my key inputs, my touches. So I think that really helped as well.
नॉनवेज खाता हाँ भाई मैं नॉनवेज खाता हूँ कोई सुने मैं तो नॉनवेज खाता हूँ भाई तेरे को लगा नॉनवेज नहीं खाता तो दल्ला इंसान.
What were the biggest threats to you guys for that first win?
当时你们第一张图的时候，你们相当于就是从那条河的南边，就是进圈的，然后而且你们相当于是我唯一是最。
नॉनवेज में क्या लेके आएगा बता मेरे को.
是沿着那条河的南边在那边打了一整场，当时一整场下来，你能不能跟我说一下最主要的一些威胁会是什么呢？
其实最主要的威胁是我们准备反清山上的一波，然后我们差点被右边的 KR 叉给溜了，然后但是我们当时顶住了那一波，然后那波可能是最具威胁的一波。
Well, I'll say the most dangerous point was when we were trying to clear a hill, and then I think KRX actually had the slip on us, and it was a very tough battle. I think it was a really dangerous moment for us, but we managed to hold on and we managed to fight back, and we managed to.
Oh yeah, आजा फिर बकरे नहीं वो मटन में नहीं खाता मटन नहीं खाता भाई.
Once again, thank you very much. Thank you for the translations. That does it for us down here on the stage. Will Tianba get another win on the day? Looking like it. It's crazy.
भाई मजा आएगा भाई. पर से शेरवान पर से 2 दिन खा सकते हैं. अबे सावन तो अभी खत्म हो गया ना तेरे को कहाँ से फिर सावन आ रहा है फिर से. गल्ला गिरिंग करता रहे हट। साबन में खाता हूँ भाई, मेरा कोई इशू नहीं। तो मेरे को 100 रुपये भेज दे, मैं उसमें खा लूंगा जगह। जा पेटीएम कर ले जा, तेरे लिए देख क्यूआर कोड डाल दिया, देख लगा रहा हूँ, देख ले तो खोल। क्यूआर कोड नहीं है यहाँ पर, होगा शायद, आई डोंट नो। तेरे लिए क्यूआर डालता, रुको होल्ड ऑन, रुक। आता क्यूआर कोड डाल दिया, देख देख देखो क्यूआर कोड डाल दिया बस। नाइस 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 नाइस।
On this opening day of survival stage, loving the synergy of those two guys in particular.
Loving that synergy, loving the action that they're currently putting on. 12 eliminations there for Tiamba, being able to come off with the win. Furia, this is a team that we've been wondering where have they been.
फिर से एक और चिकन 40 पॉइंट पार्टी 50 पॉइंट गैस पहुंच गई। 45
Really, what a hold on Primorsk in particular.
What a point,
Of course, I know Blank was very excited about their hold on to GOAT in particular, making a massive statement that hilltop is their hilltop for the rest of that game. So Furia, you know, a little bit topsy-turvy back in the group stage, but Niptra this time around.
जो भी सपोर्ट करना चाहता हूँ भाई, मेरे क्यूआर है भाई, वहाँ पर भाई पेमेंट करके मेरे को सपोर्ट कर सकते हो भाई।
Right? Very strong, very proactive. I really enjoyed that. I was like, okay, yes, Furia, they're coming in strong. We also saw them move on to the RRQ and A7 fight really quickly with so much force. There was no backing, there was no coming back from that for RRQ. So very, very well done. But they kind of slowed down. They waited to that stage 9. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more proactive with EA. I know that they were, you know, intimidated by Tiamba there, that other third team rather being there, but I would have liked just a little bit more momentum coming through from them. Side note onto Tiamba, actually, speaking of momentum, Tiamba went from 0 to 100. Did you see that? When they realized that that fight was finally happening, they went from sitting behind a tree to full on pushing like that. 10 out of 10, no notes.
It was very good, but I want to go back real quick to what you were saying about Furia in particular, slowing down a bit at the end. I don't want to criticize that too much. I think it was actually a good play for them to slow it down. The reason why, we knew that whichever team fights last, chances are they're going to get the win at the very end. Furia fighting E-Arena, they're like, we want to try and get rid of E-Arena, but if we fully commit to the fight and take even more knocks, eventually Tiamba's going to rock up on us, which is actually what happened, right? So I do get your point, but at that moment when all the three teams are just ready to go at a moment's notice, Furia, I think, made the most out of it, and this is a team that I did not expect to make on the podium, but you know what? A strong podium finish from Furia on a very hard circle for that squad, by the way. I think that's still a win.
Yeah, and on the opposite side for the Brazilian squads, you have Alpha 7 still not being able to do that well. Only putting points via placement in this last one because the eliminations just weren't there.
Yeah, elimination. I think it's a hard zone, though. It's a hard circle to really get eliminations. You've got so many.
Tiamba was able to do it.
Tiamba was able to do it. I think it's
and they don't land even close to that.
True. I think it's probably one of those things where it's like you get in there early, you're able to do something. If you avoid teams, then you know that eastern side was very, very busy. So yeah, you can get a lot of elims if you're there. But I think there's just so many angles. What it's actually doing is intimidating teams into not taking those fights because there's so many angles. Those angles are completely covered, and so you're like, I can't make a move in this.
By the way, going back in this game, there was a very interesting moment for Tiamba, which really enabled them in the first place to be a contender for that chicken dinner. Is they had
Tiamba 45. One-sided domination. One-sided domination by one-sided domination. Tiamba.
But you know what? Chicken dinners are definitely worth taking. 2 chicken dinners, 35 points. Tiamba making it happen on Rondo, and the first Orangle. And you know what? With only 12 games to play here, if they don't pull an E-Arena, Neptura, top 6 is looking pretty good.
I mean, top 6 is looking very, very nice. The thing, though, we have to watch out for is it's a
Let's go Tiamba.
It is because you've got that point sponge at the top. You got everybody could still be top 6. Probably gonna still go that way by the end of today. We're probably gonna see the same sort of gaps being in that leaderboard, and so yeah, we're looking at a very spicy survival stage if this keeps going from Tiamba.
At the beginning of the day, we're talking about Sony story of the day, no sponge points against what? Now Tiamba is like, we are here, we're gonna be sponging up all those points. We still have a lot more survival stage coming up, but before we go into the next game, we're gonna be sending it over to Kalaris in blank.
Yeah, you know, I'd really like to talk about all the other teams here in the survival stage. I'd really not like to overlap with what you guys are saying. But it's all about Tiamba. How are we supposed to ignore what they've been able to do? I think, though, if we really kind of step back and look at those
Tiamba.
they got, though, here, Blank, winning in the face of adversity is what has made Tiamba a world-class team. On Rondo, on the Riverside, being able to hold that down as long as they did, and then on Erangel, sending it from the swamp location, and the perfect timing, very, very important as well.
You are a stage heavy hitter, aren't you, really? You're coming out here swinging with some hard facts, some hard knowledge. I like it. But it is correct. The adversity has been a big thing for them, but they've been decisive, clean on a lot of their pushes. I think even just not last game alone, it's nice to see QZ with a bit of teamwork going on. Milu was bouncing off him so well. It's also crazy. I think that one of the things that I like about PL teams is they will use the DBS at mega distance.
Yes.
And it works.
I will say as well, I can pull the curtain back a little bit as I've just interviewed QZZ. Just before the interview, actually just after that win, you saw as they got up and they were elated, high-fiving and everything like that. He showed me that he hurt his hand. He hurt his hand from the high-five alone. So, yes, they were very, very happy.
It's a strong high-five right there.
That's a very strong high-five.
I bet he whacks that fire button really hard, to be honest with you. But yeah, it's nice to see, again, for QZZ, came from PMI, FMVP there as well with 39 eliminations, over 7,000 damage. Crazy result from him. It's good to see the rest of Tiamba stepping up, though, because there is so much conversation around QZ and how good he is as a player, but I think it's mainly what we're looking at right now with the rest of the team, who are all rallying around him. It's easy enough to be that front man, but you have to have people who are following you into that battle.
Well, as Max mentioned on the desk as well, Milu was kind of the determining factor in that first game. Likewise, when you look at the damage output and the damage numbers for that second game, it was, of course, QZZ that was able to kind of take the reins and really run with it. But it wasn't just the timings at which they were able to move. Again, it's the opportunistic gameplay, right? If you take that position away from AGAL in this Erangel game and find yourself bogged down in a fight, if Ulf wants to kind of continue on a little bit of that aggression, you're suddenly going to be taken out. But they were able to show up their defenses so well after taking out AGAL. I am super impressed by what we've just seen in these first 2 games.
It's definitely astonishing, and I think Fury is almost a little bit of a other side of the card, right, for that. They were very, very resilient all the way through, even from early on in the game to where they faced off against GOAT team. There they were able to almost dominate just by LOS control, keeping themselves on the left towards the coast, where GOAT was struggling because of
let's go.
Being spotted out by teams off in the distance, which did phenomenally well all the way up to the end. But Tiamba, just going for that instantaneous push. Now, I really do feel We had another weird
टॉप 5 के अंदर यांगडोंग गैलेक्टिक में सेंटर में चढ़ाएगा.
on that south side. I think there was just a bit of a stop-starting maneuver from them there, and they weren't able to fully control it. It felt like the fight actually came down to Furia and Tiamba to really close it out.
I have my concerns
Yes,
with the arena.
yes, so do I.
Because the thing is you were coming into that late game scenario and you've got 0 real limbs. And then I'm thinking to myself, actually, okay, from this position they could win, even though they've got 0 limbs.
Yeah.
But then kind of flub it in some of these moments. Yes, we have the record-breaking game from the group stage by them, but outside of that, it has not looked fantastic. So they need to really kind of change some things up here throughout the survival stage. Thank you very much, Blank, for joining us. It is time to head over to the casters once again for another game on the grassy pastures of Erangel.
Oh, absolutely, it's time. Let's head on in. Are we going to get another hot drop in Pachinki? Is it going to be a circle that, you know, keeps at least 60% of its area inside of the mainland?
Yeah.
Yes, well, only time will tell. We'll have to wait and see who's going to be able to come out on top of this one, because Tiamba has taken the first 2. Those are scratched off the card, and we have to get into the rest of it as fast as possible. He's locked and loaded, inches from his screen, focused as anything.
Yeah, assessing the situation early, getting themselves nice and ready for another one, another outing. We have these little establishing shots to some of our squads here, AGAL, Tiamba. A few teams have been bringing the heat. Non-Ship Red Force as well, looking pretty good out there in some of the moments of play. Alpha 7, it's been a bumpy ride. Topsy-turvy with some of the results we've seen. Looks really good for Fury as well, John, right? Obviously, that's kind of the keynote we were hitting down there on the stage. Some of the conversations we've had, they've been pulling out the stops. Getting fired up for Alula. Nice, good celebration.
Uh-oh, he's knocked his headrest off. That's going to be...
Doesn't need it.
A comfort issue. Yeah, to be fair, if you land forward, you're fine. It's only when you're out of the game that you're leaning back in your chair. Or at least I hope it is. We'll have to wait and see. Everyone just getting ready. Tapping around, playing on that spawn island, waiting for the plane to take to the skies. But I think it's coming through fairly soon. As the lights start to change, the music gains some tempo.
Alright, let's go.
We are gunning for another game here on Erangel. The plane path last time was fairly kind. It was fairly chilled out, a lot of area accessible, no real impetus to go for vehicle hot drops to try and challenge on. This time around, Jackie, the plane path is a little bit more west leaning, so maybe there is some more pressure on things, but are we going to see the hot drop in Pachinki? I mean, I just really don't like hot drops in general. I'm generally kind of against them. Maybe you can excuse it for the first game, maybe even the first 2 within a new lobby, but on a 12-match set, I think you just got to cut your losses. If you're not able to win it out cleanly, either team should be stepping away from this one.
Yeah, I think there's a right time, right place for it, and honestly, in my mind right now, this could be one of the opportunities for it. If we start doing it towards the end of the day and we get to the next set of 3 games on, it might be too far gone. You make a mistake there, it could be cooked instantly. You leave yourself in a sort of safety net to try to build back in. If I was going to run that risk, this is the lobby I'd do it in. Right here, right now, come out, pull out some stops. If you could potentially target one of our top teams, especially looking at Tiamba, right, with how they're building themselves, such an early narrative, shut them down, stop them from accumulating point after point, at least for one game. Could be a door open for you and one closed for them. We'll see. Maybe it's more respectful than I'm thinking.
I feel like targeting the top team themselves, maybe not super useful here in the survival stage. That's much more a final strategy because you're aiming for top 6, right?
Doesn't matter, John. You've got to come for the king. You find the biggest man. You shut him down. You get respect for everyone else in the lobby.
Well, we did just see an elimination go through. I believe that was Tiamba actually over towards E-Arena, who have lost one. We've also got the Zaki drop coming through from Dopeness, which is going to leave Geeke alone in Pachinki. So we don't get that hot drop. Over on the east side is where our circle will go, and I'm happy to say it's quite a lot of land in this one.
Yeah, more reasonable, far more reasonable here, what we've got out of this. Some of the games we've had, it's been a super bumpy ride for our teams, and we've seen some great PUBG Mobile mechanically off the back of rotation, at least map geometry-wise, how they understand it. It gets a lot more out of these teams. The brains have to be switched off. This, though, should be better for the lobby in general.
Slightly worried about down on the south side near Novo with Yangon Galacticos and AGAL.
Yangon Galacticos.
AGAL trying to grab the vehicles. imagine trying to get across the bridge as fast as possible. The question is, what sort of ammunition does Smile have to play with? Can he catch someone on the cross? Looks for the iron sight spray down with the AKM. There is still more on the menu. There's two players in the monster truck try and find their way through. Will they sneak on in? It looks like it's
nice, smile, Mark, smile.
the ammo's starting to draw low, and they don't have the scopes to really get the distance on this one. Jackie, I think AGAL just make out like bandits on this.
Yeah, get out of there, get away. Only the iron sight, no scope attached for max precision, so he can't get it done even when he throws the clip in the AK. Just a spray from far away, John. No one from AGAL hitting the DCK. It's not even how you spell deck at this point. It's one of those days, John.
No, well, just got to throw an E in there.
That would help.
And it would help, but hasn't helped E-Arena on this drop, unfortunately, throwing an E on the front of Arena. Tiamba were able to get that. They were the team to take them down. Tiamba dropping around that sort of cube compound area, east side of crates, and, well, closer towards the bridges out to the east of South George, and they've rotated now all the way over the north towards Yasnaya, given the circle. Smart, I like it, no notes. Furia out on the west side, fairly uncontested, and we're firmly into the looting phase now.
Been getting louder and louder game after game as well. Looks like that's Yangon Galacticus' fans and Alpha 7 in unison. They've been stationed in a similar area of the stage. There's a lot of excitement coming from over there, getting fired up. The drums being played. Any good at the drums, John?
I have grade 4 drums, which is a qualification in the United Kingdom for our international viewers.
Bloody hell.
It's mediocre at best.
Ah, I see.
You know, Kalaris is a phenomenal drummer.
Is he?
Yeah, he's really good.
Okay,
that's not even a joke. He's very good at drumming.
We'll get him in. We'll send him over to Alpha 7. We'll see if he can do some drumming.
Absolutely. Get him on the paradiddle.
Yeah, we'll patch that one through. We'll get James on the move during the game, don't worry.
Alula looking to drum themselves up a chance in towards those finals. In second place,
let's go.
They've been doing a fine job of it so far with the points they've been able to accrue. Obviously a deep run into that first match. Really notable performance coming through from them. Maybe a little bit too slow in terms of dealing with Tiamba down on that south side of them, but they're still up on 19 points. They're still in the top 6 for the time being, as close as it is. However, in Primorsk right now, there's a long road ahead of them to try and make their way in.
Yeah, quicker early moves for some. Others using the availability of a longer, safer rotate. Obviously, this is more the consistent sort of play that we prefer to see from squads like Goat and Yangon with how they want to approach it. Something you'll all want to see, though, of course, are the amazing weapon skins that we've got going on here with the event that's currently occurring. That Ninetales Fury Org, a beautiful bit of kit, John. You get those variants as it evolves when you use it. Really cool stuff.
A powerful beast, and you want to lock it inside you. You want to keep it and elevate yourselves to find those various...
Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Moving on into your games on PUBG Mobile. Furia looking to add another tale to their story in these survival stages. 5 teams, well, 5th place rather, on the tables right now.
Let's go, Team 7, yeah.
In the thick of it, as we said, with the points being fairly level when you exclude Tiamba from the top side. Furia looked fairly dynamic in that last match. And they took agency into their own hands, which I like to see, I really do. So for them on the southwest side, hopefully they can break through, play towards this mansion open area west of prison, this shelter positions as well. A lot of open ground, a lot of rolling hills in this zone. So you need to make sure you get your little patch under control.
Furia roaming. RRQ potentially going to be in front of their path as well, so could be a chance for a couple pot shots. Doesn't overextend on the scout, pulls back quickly enough to get behind them. Do they clash though?
They're being fairly civil right now, Jackie, but getting across this road is when they're going to be completely open to each other. But it looks like, given that most of the players here are in their own vehicles, unlikely you're going to see that second seat spray down. But Genforce, he's on their tail. I mean, fair enough, you follow them a little bit. Try and get some information. In the meantime, Geeky run into Ulf. This is on the route out from Pachinki from that southwest side, and Geeky have lost one. Aaron on the upstairs looks for more, swaps to the weapon.
Nice. Mar.
Ringing in his ears.
Whoa.
The M4's not quite enough, but Ulf have lost
Geeky भाई क्या माइला रे कौन क्या माइला क्या मारा है उसने भाई.
And Geeky are giving at least as good as they get, if not better.
Yeah, it would have been hellish for them as well, right? Great game one, at least keeping themselves in an elevated position. The points and the placements going into game two nowhere near as clean. If they had an uncomfortable start here, lost their players, limped away, would have been brutal. Instead, the egg is on the face of Ulf, as it will only be a duo that remains.
They're going to have to play in positions that generally are going to need a lot more firepower to hold down those more open areas, the dips around that zone, maybe some of the compounds, the buildings in that area. So you have to try and find something, keep this one going.
Coming
on through.
One side domination. TN record check करने के लिए तो qualify 100%.
For the next pot for our stage 2 zone. Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be difficult? It's very firmly on the south edge there, Jackie, but it keeps a lot of land in. We're moving away from Yasnaya Fields. We're moving down towards the farm area, the positions east of Potato Hill, and those shelter positions out on the east side, I think are going to cause a lot of problems here because we've got so many teams on the northeast edge. RRQ are already posted up around that area. It looks like they are retreating a bit though, but a lot of teams are going to be trying to move in from this northeast side, and it's going to get messy. It's going to.
That's a John Allen guarantee.
I don't joke about mess.
You can trust those. It's been a bit bumpy as well for a squad like 721 GS, right? You see their POV here. They had a few games back during the group stage where they were able to sort of harass other teams, still good elims, and have their head on a swivel. I was thinking maybe they'd be able to elevate themselves in a bit of a generally considered weaker lobby where there's opportunities to rise to the occasion. Our top team certainly have. For them, still down towards the bottom side of the pack in 12th place right now. Got to give us a little bit more if they want to keep themselves in it. Wrap over from Tianba as well. They're going to be on the move down. Can it be the free Pete's already eating good today? 47 points in this game. So far ahead compared to the next close squad, which is that tied second podium position between Alula and Goat. So they're really coming out to play.
It was 108 points was the record set by Vitality in a single day.
Yep.
And I feel like I brought that up maybe slightly too early in the day, but if you're on 45 points in 2 matches, simple multiplication will tell you that you're going to get there, right? You would need a little bit more on this game. It's safe to say, but still, like you said, in the position in the northeast side, they're fairly isolated. They can maybe chill out a little bit. I thought it was going to be the northeast side. It was going to be a little bit messy, but that seems to have rotated down and split around the prison. Instead, the positions to the north of Milta are going to be much more chock-a-block with our players moving out the wolves from Milta past Kiwum DRX, who did actually rotate over the water into Milta, which was quite interesting. They were able to jump on in and force the teams in the area out wide. AGAL, who went across that bridge early on, of course, going to that Milta Power area. They went out all the way to the east, and they have now slung into a pretty solid position. But it was Kiwum DRX who were the team to sort of divert them on that path.
I think for KRX as well, right? This is sort of the middle portion of the day where you're thinking, okay, guys, got to lock in a little bit here, get a bit more energy, some wind back under the sails. If they want to push for more. Locked in last place right now in the overall standings. Not the dream whatsoever. We'll see as the zone comes in as well if there's going to be any benefit here, if it pulls up more so towards that north side. No. All right, not too bad in terms of the positioning for some of our more central squads as well. Nonshin Red Force once again got themselves set up early. There's only Dopeness that were in amongst the set of 2 players from either side. Ulf near there, Fury instantly rotating off the confirmation of the zone, and Tiamba pushing down as well.
From that east side, look how many teams are moving around that Ulf position. Dopeness just about snaking their way over the top of this one. Remember, Ulf only on 2 players, so really can't do too much to stop this. They're just going to have to hope that they can win a fight.
Nice.
In the meantime, on the south
Alpha 7, Alpha 7, Alpha 7, Alpha 7.
Kiwum DRX having a tough time of things against Alpha 7, as 2 of them have already gone down.
Alpha 7.
There's really not much more for them to do here. Hoxie wants to try and hold his nerve in the face of Alpha 7, but they haven't lost a player yet, and they're not about to start now. Carrillo able to find the final shot, and there's a burn down on the last player for the South Korean side.
I think that's by far the cleanest take we've seen of a compound from Alpha 7 today. They get that one done, John, but it doesn't end. They've effectively rung that proverbial dinner bell that's baited over RRQ. So for Alpha 7, they'll have to keep on fighting. Furia pushing over as well with AGAL in their line of sight. Height to play with, so at least advantage from that. Liu has limited meds as well. He's going to be able to top himself back up.
Nice.
Fein wall of smoke between them. Good bit of open distance. So if that peels off, Ayala's usually clean for these. Going to somewhat peek out towards the road. Just assess the situation, see if there's room for a couple quick shots.
I feel like they're going to be okay for the time being, but with Wolves moving in from the east side, that could potentially force Furia to crunch in and lose influence. But are the Wolves going to stop there, or are they going to try and keep going a little bit deeper into the zone? I feel like they're going to be more of a problem for AGAL on this situation. And indeed, they do head further and further west, getting out of dodge. So Furia can continue their presence. And the Wolves actually managed to get through fairly securely. They are only playing as 3, but
नहीं भाई नहीं सो रहा है
okay, I think it's safe to say.
पता है
On top of the final player from Dopeness as well.
काम कर रहे थे थोड़ा एक
To try and make your way into the
Tyson.
I'm surprised that the Wolves have gotten as far as they have here, Jackie, because it was a kind of crazy threat.
चल मार 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 भाई मार बड़े
AGAL and Furia were both looking at each other. Were a little bit isolated away on that fight, so they just moved over the north side of the ridges that sat there to get into the spot. Good read.
It could be a good reposition for Alpha 7 as well.
Nice Yanon Galacticos.
Of course, they have that great injection back over towards KRX, cleaned up on the compound. Then they were briefly met by IRQ that bailed out on that one. Alpha 7 chasing down Yangon, at least one of their players. They're going to get away. Zone crunching further in again as well. Dead center setup right now from Nonshin.
All-Star Gaming का flower knock.
For anything in quite some time.
And they got 4 of their players alive as well. This is pretty decent news for Tiambo, although
Tiambo का बंदा knock.
they have taken a knock onto QZZ on that eastern side with RRQ bearing down upon them. In the meantime, Furia and AGAL starting to come to the forefront of the fighting. As there's 1, there's 2 knocks as well. A flush coming through from Igors.
यार बंदा knock करके finish हो गया
Repel them, can't quite rebuff them in time. And Maple trying to stand.
डल 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 डल
Furia.
Maple clutch मार
Also feeling the brunt of pressure. I think that might be an off angle coming through from
Maple तेरे को clutch मारना पड़ेगा यहाँ पर चलो फुटा अंटी भाई बच गया
Doesn't quite get a flush or another knock.
Yeah, just a bit of chip damage. Not enough to punish him with.
गयो चलो जीजी ये बंदा बच्चा है जीजी फ्यूरिया वाला अच्छे नीचे टॉप 2 पे आ गए
removed from the equation here as Furia are still standing.
Yes, still standing, bro.
On that south side, lining the roadside now. Well, more of a path, really, if we're honest. But
A7
able to use that ridge line that was protecting the Wolves on their rotate, potentially to
A7 आ गए
themselves forwards. But I don't think they can do it fully just yet. Instead,
4 फिनिश लेके एक टीम को खा के पूरे आ गए KRX को फ्यूरिया वर्सेस अल्फा 7 हो रहा है चलो पीछे जा रहा है क्यों आ रही रे
We're not quite getting fully stuck in just yet, Jackie. They're calming things down. And hit the deck, belt buckle.
बोर्ड का बंदा नक Mox Yangon Galacticos.
A lot of noise in the arena right now. Here at the Qiddiya City grid, it's been getting pretty fiery with the energy coming out in support of Alpha 7.
Smile nice.
Meanwhile, Goat team
Oh.
taking some shots. That's a pop off from the fans over in Yangon's corner. And rightly so. First elim on the board there for Smile.
They want to hunt for more. There are
Oh भाई अलूला वर्सेस ई एरिना चलो चकले लगा नहीं लगा बच गया ओ यो चलो 3v4 करना पड़ेगा इनको ओ नाइस भाई इमीडिएट नॉक एंड फिनिश दोनों को भाई
Two now players for Alula on the back side of this fight, but there is a third party from Go Up the Hill, R3B. Now the last for Alula and E-Arena hold their nerve with a beautiful 1-2 punch to kick things off. Lovely shutdown.
Easy finish.
For the final Elim there was no way to get into that compound.
Goat. बस भी एक बंदा बचा गोट का बंदा यहाँ पर फाइट ले रहा है और देखा नहीं फुटा रे वन यो मोली से नॉक देखते हैं क्लच क्लच मार पर एक देखना पड़ेगा चलो 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 नॉक नॉक नॉक
keeping them guessing. 3 nades in the back pocket as well to cycle those over. E-Arena sat, just hoping this shrapnel won't end them as they cower in the
middle.
More nades being laid from Force. In the meantime, players around them looking to move away from this fight because the circle's gone southeast and you do need to get out. A bounce on the final nade and in he goes. The DBS in hand. Looks on, but he can't even get on the first. And E-Arena stay alive as 3. They have to get a move on though, Jackie. They've got 30 seconds, or well, a little bit less now to move.
YG.
Decent distance to try and conquer as well to get over there, so it's not an easy pathway for them. The solo representative of Go Team there having it all blow up in his face. Ironic after how many nades he throws. But it is what it is. And E-Arena, if you thought you'd find zip half, no chance to egress yet as DK come back in for even more.
DK versus
5 nades in the back.
E-Arena.
Let's see if he can do better than Goat on these. Chuck in one straight through the doorway. Smoke out as well to provide some semblance of cover for
right mid thoda
boy trying his luck. They're low, they're trapped. I mean, they're going to be ushered out by the zone. You've got Cyclone on the top as well for Yangon with potential chance on the periphery. Are they even going to get out here, John? They try and jump in the vehicle.
They got a lot of
ये दो बंदे निकल लिए भाई क्या दिमाग लगा ली गाड़ी उठा लो भाई ये के बंदे नॉक Nangsim Red Fort se.
I mean, GK are spending a lot of time outside of the zone to try and make this
happen.
The fact that they've let 2 players get away and they're taking shots from a third party is quite nasty.
Sudarshan bhai, welcome to my stream, bhai.
Get into this one depending on what sort of stim condition he's in and if he's taken too much damage.
Easy.
Yeah, for E-Arena, I feel like GK.
E-Arena. So GK के बंदे लास्ट बंदा बचा है. Alva 7 इनके चेक ले लगा दी. E-Arena. No, Mormon. दो बंदे बचे सिर्फ. थोड़ा लेफ्ट मार थोड़ा. E-Arena का किल मिलेगा इजीली. चलो नॉक. मिस मिल गया किल मिल गया भाई वही Yangon गिल्टी इसको. Tianbag नॉक किया. Tianbag मिली नॉक. ओ भाई गया. ये गया डोपनेसिस ईगल सिर्फ एक बंदा बचा है Tianbag का. ओ Yangon Galacticos नाइस. Yangon Galacticos फॉर्म में आ रही है भाई.
And could our top team finally take a tumble? With 3 elims, they'd be going down with just the 1 placement point. He's out in the blue behind the shack.
Investigate.
And the smokes are there. Might be able to dop.
NT.
He's already taking a lot of damage in the blue zone.
Oh my!
Jackie, it's gonna tick.
NT.
And Malik gets the final.
Nangsim Red Force.
He's able to take
finish हो गया zone के बाद.
Play zone. So it was the play zone tick to take down Tianbag. 3 elims.
कोई ना भाई. 3 kill लेके गए भाई. एक placement point 4 point हो गया. Because वे average game खेलेंगे ना वो qualify.
But does open the door for other squads to raise themselves higher up in the standings now. Potentially a game where Furia could keep some of this good trend we've seen going.
भाई जोन बना नेनेस के पास.
This one haven't realistically had to vie too much for control. Still got good compound setup as well.
और 7 to IJ भी बना.
I feel like this north side could potentially be.
आज जो भी आ रहे हो भाई चैनल को भाई थोड़ा चैनल पर ठोक के जाओ चैनल को. सब्सक्राइब ठोको भाई सब कुछ. टारगेट है आज का भाई 110 कर पाएंगे नहीं देखना पड़ेगा भाई. और लाइक कर दो भाई. एंड चैट में भाई स्पैम होना चाहिए. और भाई मेरा ये क्यूआर कोड है भाई कुछ सपोर्ट कर सकते हो भाई. ये क्यूआर कोड से थोड़ा सपोर्ट कर सकते हो भाई. कुछ सपोर्ट कर सकते हो ये क्यूआर के थ्रू कर सकते हो भाई. सपोर्ट.
Sight for sore eyes for the Alpha 7 fans, you'd imagine.
Yangnong Galacticos.
Still alive in this game right now. They have the 5 elims to their name.
Bernard. Nice revoke.
That's the hovercraft gone and
Alpha 7. Pick on. Yangnong Galacticos थोड़ा एज में फंस गई वीडियो हो गया उनका पोजीशन.
Landing
Yo.
right on top, goes a little bit too far there. Igors wants to try and connect, but I mean the damage is pouring in from Furia.
नहीं होगा लेफ्ट लगे वो.
Galacticos are trapped.
देखते हैं ये बंदा कितने टाइम बच सकता है एक बंदा. ये एरिना गए हो. 3 बंदे बचे यांगनों Galacticos को देखते.
Up in second place on the overall standings, but Furia I think now guaranteed to be surpassing them. Yangon Galacticos want to try and stop them though.
पूरा कपड़ा डाल दिया यांगनों Galacticos पूरा. ओह नॉक खतरनाक नॉक. नाइस. चलो टॉप 6 में गए. Furia no finishes.
Damn good whilst doing it too, but you've got to get your man back up. He's been a huge part of the roster, but taking shots from RRQ might cut that storyline short for them.
Furia achieve. Dal.
It's good damage.
Nice.
Here's the push up though.
Nice Furia ने क्या खतरनाक ने डाला. Alpha 7 आ गई चक्ले लगाने के लिए. Red मारा RQ.
Finding that flush as well. There is a knock over onto Igors. Oh, sorry, the flush coming through, and Ayala does go down.
NS बैठी है पूरा चुपचाप.
Out wide, can't quite connect with the front bumper, but draws some fire, gives some protection, makes a little distraction.
RQ Furia चक्ले लगी है. Furia NT. Alpha 7 Nongshim Red Force. चलो Furia गया. RR के थ्रू. गन शुरू लगे 10 मिनट. चलो 13 पॉइंट लेके चले. कोई इशू नहीं. भाई A7 वर्सेस NS हो रहा है भाई निंग सिंह. जिसको प्रेडिक्ट किया था उनका फाइट हो रहा है. RR के अंदर घुसने ट्राई करी. चलो टीम अल्फा 7 भाई किल क्या ले रहा है. RRQ Carrillo
Carrillo all that remains. Oh, barely missing on the drive up. Trying to bonnet in with a vehicle. Firing all the shots, but that's all they are, just warnings.
नंगसिम रेड फोर्ट जोन के अंदर आराम से लेगी. 4 बंदे उनके बच्चे अभी.
Leaving our top 3 squads remaining.
और भी 3v3 है.
Just Red Force as well. That flex out down to the south, really instrumental. It gets rid of Alpha 7, and it felt like maybe they were going to lose 1 or 2 players there, but the RRQ peak over the ridgeline kept Nongshim safe, and they have managed to get that res, get back to their
Nongshim Red Force.
More crucially, to the circle as it shifts all the way up north, and RRQ are going to have to make a mad dash here.
Yeah, Nongshim licking their lips right now with how they played this one. Early game was good for them. Weren't really contested too much. RRQ getting hit by the zone as well, so it's just getting messy out there.
ये शेक के ऊपर नहीं डालो भाई. नीचे वाला डाल दो हो जाएगा. अरे क्यों डाल किधर क्या के लिए भाई सब. विन ले लिया. मार विन. रेहान. ओ क्या मारा था उसने. चलो 4v3 फाइट.
Clip those nails, and that's going to leave RRQ out now. A 4 versus 3 from the position that Tiamba were holding against Nongshim.
इसको नॉक डाल दो हो जाएगा तुम्हारा गेम.
For the longest time.
721 GS had some moments of greatness in the
group
stage. If they want to try and revitalize themselves and prove that they can go far and fight for an opportunity into finals, this is a game they need to win to get themselves in that headspace. For Nongshim, it's more of that consistent force. A team that we know can go above and beyond in a position to do just that, with the advantage of not only their position, but the numbers as well. Battle of attrition on their side, John.
This is a jump up to second place on the cards for Nongshim Red Force. And for 721 GS, it's a chance to try and join closer towards the top 6.
कोना जोन मिला है इनको. एडवांटेज है उनका.
On the tournament does mean there is incredible amounts of volatility.
तो इसके 2 बंदे को जोन में आना पड़ता जैसे भी करके.
And Nongshim would love to try and rise above that. That's exactly
ये
what
TZ
we're
बैठा
going
है
to do here. TZ with the flex out,
बस
even though the monster
प्लान करके बैठा है
smoke is
नॉक होगा
brilliant
पुश होगा
because there's
चिकन
still two players who have to
नंगसिम रेड फोर्स का
who have to get across the road for 721 GS. And when they do, it's open season. Nongshim are going to be on the hunt.
There's been some great reactions out of them as well. So if it comes to a fair fight, I feel like I've got to back them from some of the angles we've seen, man. A lot of talent. Gunplay through the roof right now for this team.
2 1
Coaching staff
0 जोन चालू
Fingers crossed and hoping for the best
कोई
result.
50 सेकंड के जैसे भी उनको एक डिसीजन लेना पड़ेगा भाई
Still a decent amount of utility left in the back pockets there for 721. It's going to be the smokes over, create a pathway, smoke wall up on the roadside. Vehicle to play with for the rotate.
बहुत रिस्की कॉल है
Can they get there safely?
नाइस शॉट पुड़ा
Are pouring in from TZ on that off angle. They know that he is a vulnerable position.
क्या रोटेशन दे इजी नॉक होगा तो इनका चकले लग जाएगा नंगसिम रेड फोर्स का इसका एक नेड एक नेड डाल दे नाइस उसको नेड डाल हां नहीं उड़ेगा और स्प्लैश डैमेज नहीं उड़ेगा रे वहां पर कोई नहीं है
They're thinking Tizzy's the vulnerability. I think in
That's
reality
what
it
I
might
need.
be the volatility they need to open this one up. You expose yourself for even a second. That off angle, he's so damn crisp with it. He's going to be punishing you towards the side. These nades as well. Every time just eating away at them, draining out some
एक नेड खत्म
additional medical utility.
स्मोक डाल नेड डाल
Circle's going to start to crunch in.
नेड डाल ले बच्चे
Really
नहीं
going down to the wire on this one.
Nongshim do have the more
Twin
central
bin.
position with their forward spots here. Not too sure how many nades are in the back pocket for 721 GS, but XZY launches one forwards. Doesn't quite go the distance. TZ
चलो नहीं
on
नहीं
in. The volley starts to come on through. Remember, the numbers are still in the advantage.
Oh, splash damage. Nice.
That was from Hyunbin on the back lines. TZ
Nice.
clips him.
3-3 फुटा गए फुटा
Good opener, but there's a nade in response, and Hyunbin connects
गया
again. Up into the sky.
गया चेक ले लगा
Alico's going to be forced out wide, but no one's looking. No one's
नाइस
ready for it.
ट्विन विन नाइस
Comes through to Malik, and it's a 2.
लेजेंड है ट्विन विन लेजेंड
Scary scenes off the back of that. Panic stations.
भाई नंगसिम रेड फोर्स चिकन निकालेगा तब भाई मेरे को थोड़ा सा सब्सक्राइब प्लस थोड़ा सपोर्ट कर लो भाई थोड़ा अरे क्यों आ रहे थोड़ा सपोर्ट करने के लिए नाइस रे हो जाएगा कोई नहीं ओके नाइस एक बंदा बाकी है चिकन चलो चिकन प्रेडिक्शन नंगसिम रेड फोर्स प्रेडिक्शन
Taking the chicken dinner and getting free.
Some really timely maneuvers coming through from Nongshim Red Force. That flex out to the south with the duo.
I will predict them भाई NS chicken निकाल ले
7 was so important. RRQ as well were forced to stay on that south side. The subsequent
थोड़ा सपोर्ट कर दो भाई थोड़ा टूर कोड राइट में लगा हुआ है थोड़ा
Even if it had gone south, they had that outpost. They had that opportunity to move forward. They chose their timing perfectly. And every single step, it felt like they were in control. It felt like they knew what they were doing, and they had a backup plan in case it didn't go to it.
Good signs of life there. A team that, again, we know can rise to the occasion. Inside of that game, they rolled the dice perfectly.
Let's go भाई
Really love that one split where they pushed out as well, right? That was kind of a pivotal play where you saw not
nice,
only are they happy to just play with their cards, but if they need to split off, take aggression to a team that if got far into that game like Alpha 7, we know they're very volatile. They can make big plays. You've silenced that early. You've not left it in their hands, John, which makes a big difference for them.
Absolutely. I mean, you take away agency from other teams, you're going to be in a much more predictable scenario. You're going to be able to find those paths to victory much, much easier, even if you have a little bit more of a branching diagram, right? You are aware of exactly where you need to be going. Triple thumbs up. Not going to get the fourth, Jackie. That would be silly. It's only match 3.
That was on point, on brand. Third game, third chicken dinner, 3 thumbs. It's basic maths, John.
The numbers are great. They have been crunched, just like every other team under the boot of Nongshim Red Force during that last game. Really, really nice stuff. They were obviously in that compound for a very long time. They didn't need to make a lot of decisions during the mid-game, which was really quite safe for them. It was very homely, I'm sure. So good news on that front. But it does take a really strong team to not get super comfortable in that, and that's kind of why I'm focusing so much on that flex out to the south, right? Because it means that they were permanently, constantly, unrelentingly thinking, when do we go? Where do we go? Who are we targeting? What are we going to achieve with a flex out? That sort of thought line is exactly what we want to see from a team looking to make their bid to get in the finals and a chance to win that oh so special trophy.
It's a beautiful bit of kit.
BC.
Amazing trophy, obviously the pride of it as well. Taking the event, putting your envelope inside the middle portion there that you can see is currently open for any of our teams. Still the potential of a previous champion doing it again. But come the end of tomorrow, John, that chance could end for not one of our previous champions. Both fighting in the survival stage. Will they make it out? Time will tell. We'll find out later.
अरे मैं तो कभी ब्लॉक मारा था पता है हेलो अरे मैं तो को मैसेज किया था ना हेलो अरे मैं तेरे को मैसेज किया था ना वो सब तो उनने मेरा फोन लिया था तो मैं जल्दी में सब कुछ डिलीट करके तो तू मैसेज ना कर दे मैंने तो ब्लॉक करके फिर उनको फोन चेक करने के लिए था मैंने किसको कॉल किया है तो कॉल ही देखा बस व्हाट्सएप खोल के नहीं देखा वैसे
क्या हुआ रे क्या किस चूते ने ब्लॉक दिया मुझे मेरे पास पावर क्यों नहीं मैं तो ओनर था
गेम से बढ़कर ये है शान दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान one team, one nation, team and gang. India, 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 team, India team. Let's go! लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम हर क्लच में जान हर फाइट में फायर हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई ब्रो तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ टीम इंडिया आ गई मेक द नेशन प्राउड झुकना ना झुकना हर मैच में बस कितना एक तिरंगा के जुनून इंडिया कमिंग सून तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास उसी में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर स्ट्रांग हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया हर आवाज बोले इंडिया एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान never gonna drop. Aim, lock, mindset cold. India players made of gold. हर lobby में सिर्फ एक ही vibe. India's coming, feel the hype. Crown हमारा, time हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा. तिरंगा उठा दो, सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो. गेम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान.
आ जाएगा, थोड़ा साउंड आ जाएगा, थोड़ा वेट कर तेजस। डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ जा तेजस, थोड़ा डिस्कॉर्ड पे आ जा। I am back, buddy.
तेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्पाइडी का स्ट्रीम खोल, तेरे स्ट्रीम पे स्पाइडी का स्ट्रीम खोल।
फाइनल्स कितने दिन का है?
सही से
फाइनल
बात
3 दिन का है।
रुक जा।
3 दिन से भाई 2 दिन होगा, मतलब सेकंड डे से स्मैश रूल चालू हो जाएगा। समझ लो क्या बोलते हैं, कोई भी 120 130 का भाई पॉइंट निकालेगा तो भाई कसिंग 14 से। लेट्स गो टियानवा नंगसिम रेड फोर्ट।
अबे किया हूँ मैं पागल है क्या ये
We had these.
ये
I
देख
was able to revise.
किया हो तो मैंने
Good to
बता
go.
स्पाइडी का
Both
ये
teams are ready
गलत बात
to
मत कर मत कर
here. A lot of
ये
teams
देखो
trying to avoid Pachinki.
नहीं भाई प्रूफ देना पड़ेगा भाई सीओ भाई
On that northeast side, just because no one really wants to send towards
हाँ
Pachinki too early on.
ये देखो ना भाई ये देखना मेरा स्क्रीन शेयर देखना भाई
देख रहे
The rooftops potentially now.
तेरा चल नहीं रहा स्ट्रीम
But I think most squads are realizing that this is not the play to go for. KRX down towards the south side, not a terrible spot. They're on the cusp of the field.
Yes, buddy.
This is a decent area to work with. It does sit underneath the high ground that a lot of teams aren't really heading over towards.
नहीं 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 नहीं
लगा स्ट्राइक तो नहीं देगा स्पाइडी ये देख
मैं तो दूंगा भाई
ये देख
position to play. You don't want to be in the
मैं तो तेरे को करके रखा हूँ भाई
might just end up starting to crash you at that point in time. Goat team also will find a little bit of a tricky rotation from that south side because they've
नहीं देखता ना
been the fields.
भाई जो भी स्ट्रीम में आ रहा है थोड़ा लाइक ठोको भाई यूपीआई में थोड़ा सपोर्ट कर लो भाई थोड़ा तो 1000 रुपए 1 लाख 2 लाख डाल दो भाई थोड़ा सीओ को फेस कैम करे सीओ फेस कैम ऑन कर
I'm finally seeing a little bit more traditional kind of circle rotations from Alpha 7.
Yes, traditional.
All the way up to the top, so they're going to be taking the blues up here.
वड़ा पाव स्पॉन्सर करो
Yeah.
तेजस लेट्स गो मेरे को भाई कोई तो भाई स्पॉन्सर को 100 रुपए स्पॉन्सर कर दो भाई आज के लिए क्यूआर है बस
They can get into some decent fights, but
तो नहीं तो 1000 रुपए हाँ क्यूआर लगा के बैठे नीचे
साउंड बॉक्स निकाल के ले आऊं बाजी बाजी दुकान से आवाज आएगा
आरआरक्यू टीम अलूला स्पोर्ट्स अलूला क्लब स्पोर्ट्स जोन है ये चिकन निकालेगा भाई बता रहा चिकन को निकालेगा यंगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस चिकन
मारेगा 100 रुपए बेटी है. Do get a northern shift on this one, which means that Alpha 7 is not in a terrible spot. They do
एक मिनट जा रहा हूं स्ट्रीम चालू है मैं जाके आ रहा हूं एक मिनट
They will regroup on this one. Trying to hold out teams trying to swing around. But yeah,
भाई उस दिन जब तेजस को
ले लूंगा ना मैं पैसा अबे जितना पैसा उसमें आएगा उससे ले लूंगा आवाज तो करेगा ना पेटीएम पे 1 रुपए प्राप्त
1 रुपए
तेरे पे आएगा पैसा तेरे को कौन भेजेगा पैसा तू भेजेगा भाई तू ही तो बोल रहा है
भाई जो भी मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहे हो मेरे को थोड़ा स्पॉन्सर कर लो भाई बॉस स्पिन बोट मॉन्स्टर रेड बुल
बोल मत स्पाइडी रेड करा देते हैं ऐसे बोलने में अगर तू सामने से बोलेगा तो
ओए यो क्या नेट चल रहा है मेरा नहीं चाहिए मेरे को तेरे 10 रुपए
है स्पाइडी
नहीं चाहिए भाई
ले ले 10 रुपए में बबला देता है 20 रुपए ले चल
नट लोड है क्या नेट आज क्यों नेट चल रहा है गोट वाले गोट एक और है टीम गोट स्पोर्ट्स चढ़ो कर चिकन कौन निकालेगा बताओ भाई चिकन कौन निकाल रहा है
And you can already start seeing some players get knocked here. Ulf catching out claws. And that actually is going to be Alula eliminated. So that is already 3 teams out
nice.
pretty early.
Alpha 7 do find shots over towards Yangon Galacticos. Again, good setup from them. They were trying to cut off a eastern rotate over towards the position. I think for them...
किंग स्पॉन्सर कर दे मुझे भाई मेरे को स्पॉन्सर कर ले भाई तो गरीब नहीं था स्पाइडी बॉट नहीं स्पाइडी है भी नहीं चिकन निकलेगा भाई कौन निकलेगा बताओ भाई क्या थैंक यू आर्गन भाई मेरे को 1000 रुपए भेजने के लिए नाइस 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 आरआरक्यू वर्सेस गोट हैं
Right now though, Foosman does walk around the corner. Killer Joe also with the JS9 do some good work. Go is just cleaning RQ out. Now this is the man to be worried about though. It is LeBron. He's on his own.
Nice net.
We'll see what he's got.
भाई क्या नॉक डाला भाई वाह तो मत कर नाइस आरआरक्यू एक बंदा बचा है पीछे ई एरिना वाला आगे S7 का लग रहा है नहीं S7 का नहीं ओजी पे उस दिन करेंगे परसों चिकन मुझे लग रहा है यंगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस नॉन्गसिम रेड फोर्स नहीं निकलेगा टॉप 2 में आएगी नाइस
it against Go. Perfectly timed.
Nice. क्या fight चल रहा है बे? हसड़ मचे पड़ा है.
Great read from E Arena, honestly, moving in.
Oh, ये 1 HP कोड का बंदा.
This is a team that knows they need points
गया.
right now. They do not
Nice try.
go out. Good nade as well around the corner. Tries to make this as easy as possible and get the full cleanup on this. There's nobody nearby. Now, for E Arena, you do have to.
यून गया जोन के बाहर से. Easy. Nongxing Red Force. 1v1 फाइट है. चलो चलो निकल फ्लावर. भाई थर्ड पार्टी यहाँ पर आ गई. ये वुल्फ वाले थर्ड पार्टी करने के लिए आ गए. ओ ये यो नाइट टच.
They just have a lovely amount of room.
फिनिश किल ले लिया.
Beautiful indeed. Yeah.
Nongxing Red Force का इमेज. दीदी.
After losing it in the
क्या किल ले रहे हैं?
Wolves though. There we go. Starting to make some noise. Next zone does pop on up. This is the blessing that Alpha
Yangnong Galactico जोन ले ले. मार के. Alpha 7 top 2 आएगी. हाँ ओपी मारा ये ने भाई. ये ने. Furia. Oh yo Wolf very nice. Furia. Top 3 में.
And now AGAL forced to spread.
फोड़ दे अभी डालना. ओहो क्या बच्चा रे. भाई स्वेज ने भाई जोन के बाहर से मारा. चलो नंगसिंग रेड फोर्स दीदी. एक पॉइंट.
They're just going to back this off. They don't want to spend any more time here. They see that Wolves are coming in from the western side. Not bothering to deal with Furia just yet. I mean, why are you chasing us?
All Star Gaming.
Adios. See ya. We don't want none of this right now. We'll fight you guys.
भाई कहाँ रुके ये मरेंगे. यहाँ पर भाई इनको only fight ही होगा.
And they get away. So beautifully played for them. Honestly, that was the right play. They just realized that if we want to extend our life in this game, this is not the place to do it. So now Furia are on the hunt. Wolves are forced to move on in. KRX was waiting for him though.
KRX.
Oh, this is a really rough push from the Wolves. There's really nowhere to go.
Wolf ये Arena.
Barely making it out alive for now.
Ternic.
For the Wolves, it's a mad send, right? I mean, there was definitely an opportunity there to try and just take the fight to Fury in the first place.
A7.
They're on that south side and then play it
Alpha 7. या Yangnong रेड को चिकन नहीं है. No chicken. A7 chicken. तूने बोला prediction से हुआ तेरा.
Alpha 7 though, they have a wonderful spot.
A7 comeback कर रही है.
So much space. The entirety of the northern side, they control half the circle here, Juice. They have to do something big with
पता नहीं नेट ऐसे क्यों चल रहा है.
this. Last game they were given a ton amount of space on Erangel. Didn't bother.
चल रहा है नेट पता नहीं.
Trying to clear the south side. They're very hesitant in their approach there. Again, they seem to be only looking over towards the east. I would have loved to see a western rollout here from one of their players. Get the lineup, see how much space they can take and what they're working with going into the future. As long as they have information, they should be good because info at this point is king.
Yes.
क्या चल रहा है भाई आज पता नहीं.
It is, and Carrillo's going to go ahead and really trying to put his king status on. That man has worn plenty of crowns so far, and they're going to go ahead and punish A7 over there by that tractor. So yeah, A7 completely spreading their wings, and now they're starting to get aggressive.
Let's go.
They're not just hanging back on the north side. They are getting up close and personal, looking to soak up some of these eliminations.
Okay, भाई कोई सुनिए. ये करवा दे मैंने.
Moving up little by little.
Tiamba know the position they're in. They want
Correct.
as much as possible. They cause some casualties right now. AJL, big task ahead of them over towards KRX. Looks
AJL.
decently placed grenade, goes long. Ooh, damage it did there over towards Hoxie. That's rough. Getting another knock there would have been very useful.
Nice.
But Alpha 7 will do the rest of the job. Squeeze out, extremely long shot here. But this
A7 chicken.
Alpha 7, they have this northern side. They should absolutely just win this game. It's like one of the freest games I've seen in a while. But it's annoying because, right, you give Alpha 7 a game like this, you know they should win. And you know they probably will win as well, Jude.
They have to win. It's not even just they will, right? They have to win this. If they lose this, this is going to be just devastating for everybody that believes in this team. We saw a picture of the crowd right now. They're dancing already. They're jumping. They're already doing the victory lap because they know this one is in the bag. So this is A7's game to lose. Let's see how it all ends up, though. As we look over here towards Slaughterhouse, Geek going to be holding it down.
Geek
with 4 eliminations so far.
Yeah, not a terrible game here from
chill. Geek Alpha 7 in the 8 finish ले लिए.
Alpha 7 though continuing to try and wrap round.
A7 भाई जो भी स्ट्रीम में आ रहा भाई स्ट्रीम को भाई थोड़ा ठोक दो भाई, सब्सक्राइब कर दो. और आज का टारगेट 110 है, देख अपन पहुंच पाते हैं, देखना पड़ेगा.
Which is so much easier than trying to deal with snakes in the grass in the late game.
All out A7.
Tian ba.
PUBG Mobile.
Pretty much.
Literally,
yeah.
just
very
old school, tried and true. Nothing needed to be done here special. No crazy drives, trying to shoot.
चलो Tian ba का मैच जीती.
No kind of
अच्छा
wild
गेम.
little highlight reel plays. Just work together as a team. That's where Alpha 7 has been so strong. They've been a squad to where like if you knock a player,
Tian ba ये जो कर रही है गया. A7 chicken है भाई.
And we haven't seen that
Thanks.
so much.
Prediction check किया तूने.
In a while actually. So let's see if they can get to form here. They're playing it very close together.
यहाँ ने उड़ के चक्की लग जाएगा टॉप 4 के अंदर, टॉप 5 के अंदर. A7 यहाँ पर गंदा किल निकालेगी. रिस्क का एडवांटेज है ना भाई.
Take a volley of
Evo.
fire their way. Alpha 7 at 8 eliminations in this game. This should get them back into the running quite quickly.
Starting to look over at the util right now. Rebel, I think I saw him with about 100 rounds, so that should be enough here to finish this game. 8 eliminations so far. This is a dream game for Ace. It's honestly, this is a dream game for anybody in their position, and they're doing very solid here.
Yeah.
We'll see where the next circle pops. But right now, everybody just kind of waiting. This is still only Zone 6, but with so much open range, that's why we have so many teams eliminated already.
Hey, for Tamba though, no, fairly decent game. I mean, they're in another top 5 scenario.
I think that's a lock already.
Romeo.
I mean, we're waiting for it. We're waiting for it. 53 points at the moment. I give him another 20 on today, and then we can lock it.
Nice.
But yeah, it would take some miracles tomorrow, or at least some devastating maneuvers to go down. Quick switch back towards a player on that north side. Alpha 7 will get them back up again. Again, this next circle is pretty much all about Alpha 7 just holding on this north side, not allowing the wraps come through, because you're waiting for Geek as well as Yangon Galacticos to be pulled off these compounds towards the southeast.
I kind of like the fact that that player from E7 got knocked out there, because I can already see they were getting a little much. Yeah. That knock was perfect timing because it wasn't too devastating for them. They were able to get the res. It was very inconsequential. But the next zone does center on up a little bit to the south here. So A7 are going to have to push up little by little. But this zone is terrible because it's pretty much all over. Everybody's going to be having to hug the edge, set up some car walls. Look at Tianba. They're still out of the zone. So they have to push up little by little. They have this hillside to work with. This is perfect for them because they can just sit here, wait for all the other fights to happen, and then get into the mix a little bit later on.
Yeah, pretty cautious at the moment. It's Tiamba, even dropping the M79 down there, getting some smokes up. Revo's going to try and hold up teams as they leave these buildings. I don't mind this play. I think that Alpha 7 is currently just trying to lock down E-Arena's approach, which I think is smart. And Revo, definitely the guy you want on the swivel, right? He is locked in when it comes to the sprays. Just needs to make sure he hits casualties rather than full hits there. Just wants to stay down into the future.
I think that's exactly right. I think Revo's the perfect pick because he has such a high PUBG Mobile IQ. That's the most important thing right now.
PL के मतलब aggressive या owner है PL तानिश में होता है तगड़ा वो होता है सबसे best सबसे hardest lobby वो होता है.
Really being in a disadvantage is massive.
Well, when you leave, where Revo's currently playing is usually the next stop-off point, right? Crops, that's a lovely area to work with. He'll probably need to pass that information back in the near future. But yeah, Alpha 7, they just got to keep tabs on basically 3 teams.
मुझे लगा वो नीचे से मर जाएंगे तभी तो कैसे बचे देखो मुझे कंपाउंड से आके किसी जोन ले तगड़ा टीम है
Guasao getting a little
Hola.
antsy here with that vehicle. He's got to be careful not to get knocked. As the next zone is starting to close. We have 20 seconds left on the clock. I wonder how much util E-Arena have already, because they have been blowing through a ton of ammunition from this angle. QZZ forced to hit smokes, pushing up little by little by little. Oh, Turdy K has a whole bunch of ammunition, so E-Arena are set up for this one.
He's got a bag. Grenade deck kali. Kali grenade kitna aega dekho.
Out the window. QZZ not opting to send these nades close. I mean, I like this from Turdy K, dude. Kind of a wild maneuver. QZZ taking a lot of a bomb in the moment. More nades flowing over the top here. Another nade in the back lines over towards Schweppes.
No.
Good shot over towards Eagle. Immediately refrag. QZZ has to go. We've got to start placing a little bit closer.
Those vehicles really protecting the side arena. That is going to be Schweppes done and dusted. Mormon done. Turny K is the one. Up close and personal. 1v1 situation with QZZ. QZZ running in the open, shimmying back and forth, trying to find the angles. Turny K with the laydown finally stands up here. Short nade hurt him big time.
What are we doing?
QZZ that shuts him down.
क्या मारा रे?
I mean, come on, man. Still got the nade out. You've got the tree cover.
देख ना बोला मैंने.
Shotgun something. Make the sprays. Quick peeks around the side. QZZ. Real play from him.
Andy.
They though took advantage of that. Will swing around the side. And now Alpha 7, they have full control. What was that?
Just like that, DK are looking to win this game. Kevin moving up with that almost blown up vehicle here. They know that they are bleeding. Obscure up, trying to make a play all by his lonesome. Rebel goes down, and now they're gone. DK said,
it's done.
Yeah, see you later, Alpha 7. This is our time to win.
But again, like, Alpha 7 takes so long to even do anything in that situation. They could have helped them.
एक किल चक्कर में मैं पूरा टीम ही पुल गया चिकन से.
A little bit of hesitation almost. I mean, for GK, dude, GK played that game pretty crazily, honestly, towards that end game.
मैं तुम GC चैंपियन PMWC. Alpha 7 क्या खेल लो बे?
How do you lose that? Yeah, look at that. Carrillo scratching his head. He's like, did we just lose that game? It was in the bag.
What you?
It was handed on a silver platter. There's no excuses, guys. Like, I mean, come on. These are our previous BMGC champions. At a certain point, we gotta hold these guys accountable. You cannot lose that game if you're A7.
It's an awkward one, right? I think they assume most of the players are further behind the tree line. They get the first couple of knocks here. It's a bit awkward. I think if they start throwing some nades a little bit closer, a different story. But yeah, for Alpha 7, the game just kind of fell apart almost instantaneously. Rough stuff for them. But they play it how they should do up until that final moment. Again, I think right now at PMWC and EWC, the aggression is at an all-time high. You can't afford to be sitting back here.
Not at all. I mean, they need
to
but instead they're driving around in vehicles looking for intel, getting knocked. I mean, this is
तो क्या हाथ दो लेके दो कहता हूँ. एक हाथ दो कहता हूँ. हाथ दिया.
Go guys, go close. Go close.
One behind, throw us.
Nice boy.
very nice indeed. And you know what? We got to give the props to GK though, right? I mean, they get a couple of clutch knocks. They close it down in a beautiful fashion. They don't hesitate at all. And that's what you need to do, right? I mean, you're at the disadvantage positionally, but if you do end up getting one of those knocks, you got to finish. And GK said, you know what? We know how to get it done.
I think we saw sort of the issue there right at the end, where Alpha 7, you got Carrillo as well as Revo, like, they're pulling off, I think it was Guiza actually, they're pulling off from the angle at that point in time. But the difference between them and GK there is GK's taking control of the game, whereas realistically Alpha 7 sort of let the game control them all the way until those final moments. So by the time they were trying to reassess and replay against GK, they were already living on massive high, flew around the side and just hit some nasty shots. I mean, for Easy for Bad Boy is an incredible player, an incredible talent on that team, deserves all the love he gets, honestly, but there's no one in survival stage right now, there's no one in PMWC, EWC that can't hit disgusting shots like that.
Yeah, that's for sure. You know, I'm being a little hard on him because
They got a second place.
They got a second place, which is great. It's just it would be devastating if they're the 7th place team by just a few points. And we've seen it happen so many times.
No, I agree.
So that's why it's like if you have that opportunity in the bag and you don't close it, my eyebrows go up quite a bit. Like, oh, this is not good. So we'll see what happens. We'll see how things bounce back for these teams. But man, one team that's been doing really, really well here is Furia.
Yeah, Fury's done insanely well at the moment. I genuinely have really respected the way that Fury's been playing. It feels very, very different to what we saw in the groups. Let's say that. But I think we'll let Kalaris ask most of the questions in just a little bit once he's ready. We're getting teased right now in an interview for Fury shortly. But yeah, overall, been playing very, very good. Excited to listen in with them when we can. But yeah, Tiamba in the top 5. I think they got fairly far into it. I think there's maybe a top 4 that they got there. They're just churning out points still churning out those points. Anyway, let's head down to the stage with Kalaris to hear a little bit more from Fury.
Thank you, boys. Hogging all the stage for yourself. No, we've got Fury. Very important to talk to, as you say, Blank, here for all of this. So let's talk about the day so far as a whole here for Survival Stage. A lot of people expecting good things from Furia. What's your perspective on how the games have gone so far?
Como é que vocês estão se sentindo, né? No primeiro dia do Survival Stage. Estão se sentindo sobre o dia de hoje?
A gente está muito tranquilo e viemos para amassar hoje.
We are very relaxed and we came just to demolish them.
Okay, and let's ask about the Erangel then. When you were rotating along the beach below Primorsk, eventually you came back and dealt with Nongshim Red Force for some more eliminations, and then continued to skirt around the edges of the map to eventually try and get the win, but it didn't quite work out. Did you think there was any difference that could have happened in that game, or you could have got the win? What are your thoughts?
Sobre a queda de Erangel ali, a rotação que vocês fizeram ali, passando por Primorsk, depois voltando para Nongshim. Foi bem difícil. O que vocês acham que faltou um pouco, né, para a vitória de vocês nesse jogo em específico?
A Cal foi travar as costas e nós brigamos com a NS e depois para ter uma progressão para frente limpa, nós foi fazer pressão na direita e acabou perdendo. Dificultou isso a play.
So the Cal just like to hold our backline. So Nongshim arrived and we got them. But when we managed to lose the first player, we kind of misplayed a little bit. That's why it kind of ended our
run, yeah, as a whole. All right, thank you very much, Chief, for joining us here. As now we head on over to Barney, who's ready with Nongshim Red Force.
Thank you so much, Kalaris. Yes, I've got Quizzy here from Nongshim Red Force. We're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. But first and foremost, let's talk about coming off the back of the group stage, only just missing out into the direct finals spot. So coming into the survival stage, what elements were you guys focusing on in order to just make sure that you could most definitely come out of the survival stage and into the finals?
이제 엑시 선수 일단 첫 번째 질문은 좀 몇 점 차이로 아쉽게 이제 파이널 직행을 좀 놓치셨는데 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에 와서는 좀 어떤 거를 중점으로 좀 개선을 하려고 노력하셨는지 궁금합니다.
저희가 사실 뭐 연초부터 WC 직전까지 연습했던 게 결국 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내거나 대회전을 통해서 교전으로 자리를 뺏어내는 걸 연습했었는데 저희가 그룹 스테이지에서는 교전보다는 생존하려는 게임을 하지 않았나 생각을 했었고 그게 피드백이 돼서 이제 이거 서바이벌 스테이지에서는 교전 중심적으로 풀어나가려고 하고 있습니다.
Well, from the start of the year, I think what we have prepared for WC coming here, it was just to take their spots from the gunfights, or we have a grand scale of turnaround, and then maybe we can take their spots as well with the gunfights. However, in the group stage, we didn't do that play. We mostly focused on surviving and inside a circle. So this stage in survival, there's no second chances. So we try to focus on our gunfight, what we have practiced, and we try to show our plays what we had prepared for.
Well, Map 3 has been particularly good for you guys, but let's talk a little bit about Map 2 and Map 4, both on Erangel, of course, but you've been, on both occasions, rotating through the south side of the circle, and on both occasions tried to kind of clear out the teams that are in that south side, like Furia being that team both times, and you kind of failed to capitalize on that and then push forward. Were you just trying to clear out any teams that could be coming in behind you, and what could you have done differently to be able to,
let's go,
with a potential win?
사실 이 매치 4매치 에란겔에서 사실 좀 교전 플레이가 좀 많이 나왔던 것 같은데 사실 교전이 뜻대로 흘러가진 않았습니다. 특히나 이제 자기장 바깥쪽에서의 교전이 그렇게 좋게 흘러가진 않았는데요. 특히나 이제 퓨리아와의 교전에서 좀 지는 모습이 나왔었는데 좀 어떤 점이 좀 잘못됐다고 생각이 좀 드시고 좀 그 플레이에 대해서 좀 더 설명을 해주신다면 좀 어떤 점을 설명해 주실 수 있을지 궁금합니다.
저희가 교전 시도를 그룹 스테이지처럼 안 하고 파이널에 올라갔을 때 좋은 성적을 기대할 수 없다고 생각해서 최대한 이번 서바이벌 스테이지에서 교전에서 지더라도 교전 감을 찾으려고 계속 교전을 시도하는 모습을 보여드릴 것 같아요.
Yeah, I mean, after this, in the group stage, we avoided gunfights as much as possible. However, we're trying to get a grip on the gunfights and the team fights in this survival stage. So even if we fail, we just try it again and again to get our grip on our gunfights and all the skill levels.
Good job so far. I mean, you guys are doing very well at the moment in the survival stage. Obviously, we need to keep that consistency up. But Nongshim Red Force, Quizzy, thank you so much for joining me in this interview. I really, really appreciate your time. Now go and take a quick break, obviously, before we dive into our next map of the day. But we're coming to an end. It's getting close to the end of the first day of the survival stage. These teams are going to need to scramble for some points. Back to you guys in the studio.
Congratulations.
Congratulations.
You got the win. But right now, Alpha 7's back, baby. This team, I've been wondering where you have been. We haven't seen you in such a long time. In this game, we actually got a chance to see the Alpha 7 that I've been wanting to see for the longest time. Welcome back, everybody, to PMWC at EWC 26. I'm joined by Lace, the amazing dress. Damn, Jackie, you're looking good, my boy. Oh! Looking fresh, Neptura and the 7WG, but Neptura.
Yes.
It was supposed to win an Alpha 7 win.
It was supposed to be. We'll get to that in a second. But first of all, Alpha 7 doing a fantastic job on those early game rotations. That's what got them that second place win. Because the zone was centering up. They made a full rotation down to the south side. Zone moves up to Pachinki and they go, ooh, that's not very good for us. Let's go around again up to the north side. So a really nice set of wraparound rotations in that mid phase, enabling them to get a great position, not only in the zone, but in comparison to where the other teams were, right? Because all the other teams were on the southeast side, all battling each other, and for the longest time, A7 just were having a picnic up there.
Yeah, I mean, they had that control of the northern side, just exactly like you said. Revo going for the scout onto Geek, but then Alpha 7 were a little slow heading on and up that hill to get into that third fight. Obviously, the terrain a little bit difficult for them to sort of push through, but I think the mistake may have came from Revo not telling them that Geek is moving on the southern side. So obviously that would have been like the kind of misconstrued message, which would have held them back even further from pushing into this third party with EARE and Tiabat.
Yeah, and in this fight, honestly, Jackie, I was looking at it, I was like, find a way, Alpha 7, to third party this, because you're not going to be doing anything with those teams towards the top with GK, and you were going to have to do something at some point, especially with the way that the circle was going. That delay for Alpha 7 lost them the game.
Yeah, man, you got to bring it 7. Look, I'll be honest with you, when I was growing up back in school, people used to call me a geek because like an
Alpha 7.
It's very different these days. You got GK right now, honestly, they're the geeks because they're absolutely bossing it by the mindset they're bringing to the
Nice. What a fella.
I think Alpha 7 7, as much as they're pivoting to look way better towards the end of groups and how they're starting to play, just doesn't get any easier, bro. Like, something's still going wrong.
Yeah, something's definitely still going wrong. And talking about things going wrong here, we got to take a look at some of those teams towards the bottom, because you got KRX that just hasn't been performing that well. And this is a team, honestly, that a lot of people currently watching at home have them going to the finals.
I'm shooketh. And from the group stages, in their first 4 matches, 27 eliminations. And I don't know what's happened. This is A7A qualifying, mark my words. Great stuff. But look, look, they found themselves in a nice little pocket.
Let's go, भाई. कौन निकालेगा गेम बताओ, ये गेम कौन निकालेगा? Prediction करो भाई, prediction. Need prediction.
More north, they would have been able to have a great position scouting Tianba on their left-hand side there, but they kind of just played there. They played there nice and safe. And then who came up behind? Every other squad sort of rotating into that circle. And this is just a little bit unusual for them. I mean, I'm just kind of a little bit dumbfounded. I want to add like some more sort of information to it, but this is not what we saw in the group stages. This is not what we've saw from international events. What doing, guys?
Yeah, no, it's a real shame because they have so much potential. We've seen them do so many things before, and there's just nothing. It's complete crickets that we're hearing from them, to be honest. I do want to say shout out because GK did win that match. Kevin won that match for them. I'm going to say that because he was the one on the south side to push forward when EA and Tianba were having that fight. He was the one to push forward, get that info, and facilitate the rest of his squad actually pushing onto that position. That enabled them to win the game. So GG Kevin, shout out to you.
Yeah, and for GK, this looks kind of like what we saw out of them in the group stage, right? Especially in day 1. They ended up getting a win in Rondo. Today, they ended up not getting a win, but they still ended up performing quite well, especially when it came to Rondo. But this team needs to make sure they stay with this consistency, because usually we see a bit of a slip-off.
Yeah, I think so. I think this is also where we're getting towards the tail end of the day, where you have teams like GOAT that, for my money, you get into Miramar, I think they'd actually step up and rise to the occasion. Like, later rotates, they perform better on that battleground, for my money. I think you're going to really start to run into some uncomfortable territory where they've got to keep it going. And this is where, GK, Tianba, squads that were a bit paralyzed by analysis in the group stage are now way more proactive. We're seeing some teams try and adopt that, but it's just not fully there, Seven.
And for GOAT, we're going to have to point out those placement points, because, my goodness, 3 placement points. We know you are aggressive, GOAT. We know that you can get those eliminations, but the beautiful thing is, if you find yourself later into the match, Neptura, those eliminations will start coming to that team because they are that aggressive.
Well, exactly. I mean, look at Nongshim, Red Force, and Furia. Both teams, E-Arena as well, actually, all 3 teams, they play edge. They wait until the final few phases to really get those eliminations. They only get fights if they're going to try and fight an entry point. That's the only time you see them get those eliminations in the early game. So all 3 of them, yes, Furia, okay, maybe not the best example, 9 placement points versus 23 elim points, but Nongshim 16 and 16, E-Arena 13 and 18. They're able to be very consistent on both fronts, and yeah, GOAT definitely need to take a page out of their book.
They just need a top 5. Like their eliminations are crazy, and if you have a look, it's not that far in between. But if they can just get this top 5, it'll change things for them, push them in that top 6. So greatest of all time. Let's go.
Please, I think they can do it. Please do it. And here, as we're looking at the second page of the overall, we got AGAL. I mean, this is a squad, once again, this is so crazy saying this after almost every single team, but it's just the way we are currently in PUBG Mobile Esports. Any team could actually end up going to the finals. There's just so much good competition going on here at PMWC at EWC 26. But AGL, once again, not the performance we're expecting.
No, it kind of feels like they're trying to do what they were doing in the group stage, but for some reason the lobby is just not allowing them to, and they've got to adapt. I think it's probably something to do with those rotations. They keep getting caught out in the mid phase in a whole bunch of teams. If you look back at their games, most of the time there's 3 or 4 teams in very close proximity to them. So for me, I'm like, you need to start avoiding some of those teams, some of those players in that mid phase if you want to survive.
Oh, I'm hoping that's going to be the case, because we are past the halfway mark here at PMWC at EWC 26 for survival stage. We have 2 more games for day 1 of survival stage. We'll see what's going to be happening in Miramar. Before we go to Miramar, though, let's send it over to Kalaris, and Maxman went away from us.
What a delightful treat here on the stage. I get to be with Maxman Maxman, to talk about everything that is going on throughout some of these games, as well as kind of highlight some of the teams. You guys have already talked ad nauseum about Alpha 7, but it's definitely one of the teams that we also want to talk about, right? Because here in the survival stage, there are previous PMWC champion, previous PMGC champion. There's been some glimmers there for Alpha 7. It's just, they could go a little bit further. What do you think?
No, I fully agree. It's definitely not been the year of Alpha 7, right? 2026 been a bit rough. PMMI, PMGO Season 1 having a bit of a bad time. But here, going into the survival stage, they had some very slow start, especially that first rondo, the first Erangel, only 2 points on those two maps combined. So definitely not what you're expecting to see from a roster like this. But I was just talking to Revo actually just a few minutes ago, and we did see at the start today, right, Kalaris, he brought in Nuth on the lineup because he told me that he really wants to play Rondo, right? Nuth is like a Rondo player, and also he's fairly young, so let's just try and get him involved a little bit, get some experience. But unfortunately, by doing so, I think that they did have a bit of a slower start, but now the main lineup is back on board. So Alpha 7 here with that game in particular, I'm hoping we see just more consistent points coming in.
I think if you're going to make any changes, the start of survival stage, try and kind of tease something out, or especially if he really appreciates Rondo, is going to be the kind of place to do it. But for this Alpha 7 roster, what's interesting to me is that I still think that these guys have the gun power, the play, the potential to get bigger limb games, but we're not quite seeing it just yet. When you go to the next Erangel, right, where they're in a position just above kind of that Nongshim Red Force compound, when I say above, I mean verticality-wise, it was south. But there, you're eventually always going to get crushed down on by those teams that eventually will come along. So it's nice to be there, but it's just being there too early that is kind of the determining factor.
I was actually really surprised they survived as long as they did in that game, right? The Nongshim Red Force did win. But yeah, I feel like they go for some very passive positions. But Alpha 7, we saw in that game, they have the gun power. I want to see it more going into Miramar.
Need the defending champions, so for all of these, like the Yangon Galacticos and a previous PMWC champion here to do well here in the survival stage. For now, though, it is time to head on over to another game here for PMWC.
Let's get it going here. We are now headed into the sunny, sandy deserts of Miramar. Gale is done. Rondo is done. Now it's time to get into the desert and see if these teams, especially the squads at the bottom, right, can pull out a big win here to at least put them in a good spot for running a top 6. We see Tianba already with a massive point gap, right? So they are looking very, very comfortable to at least make it into the top 6.
Absolutely, I think Tianba is looking really, really good right now. It's interesting that there's quite a few teams that are massively taking advantage of this lobby at the moment, and you can't let those types of free wins slip you by, because those will be the difference makers. I mean, you brought it before, it was a great point that we don't want to see certain teams being in 7th place with 4 points that we know that potentially, if changes were made, they could have met those requirements. So we are getting over towards Miramar now, down from the southwest up towards the northeast. Very different battleground for a lot of our squads here. Looking to get back on the map, but for Tianba, it is roughly another 20 points here. 19 realistically over the next 2 maps to make it very, very hard. I was going to say impossible, but I don't want to be the guy that curses Tianba. Yeah. Oh, yeah, exactly. Make it very, very hard for them to not get in tomorrow. For Geeke, they launch themselves up towards 2nd place. What I will say for Tianba, what they're doing right now is being a nasty little point sponge. We have very limited points differential between a lot of our teams. Right now, RQ is sitting on 29, just 7 points behind Geeke in 2nd place. That's 7th right now at RQ. There's a lot of movement that can still happen. I think tomorrow's going to be a bit of a slobber knocker, but we still have 2 more matches right now to try and even things out towards the top.
Yeah, I think Tianba, as long as they stay halfway consistent, we'll see them in the top 6 for sure. But everybody else, it's still anyone's game, right? So there's still a lot of slots still available here. This playing path is very, very classic right here, right? So we finally get to see a good one right across the way.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about, baby!
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Give me the island. Give me the island.
आवाज आ रहा है स्पाइडी? आ रहा है.
Would love to see it, but it's launching a lot of teams out over towards the northwest.
फिर से बोल रहा है स्पाइडी. Hello. Hello.
Down towards Impala to Puerto Rico.
Hello स्पाइडी. हाँ बोल ना.
Hello.
बोल बोल.
Honestly, I think a lot of teams can be looking over towards.
आवाज आ रहा है? आ रहा है.
High ground that sits over towards that north.
मैंने चेक कर रहा था आवाज. जोन देख भाई कहाँ बन गया है. जोन देख जोन.
Coming on through.
Yeah.
I do think there's going to be a slight delay here. When we hit zone 2, however, we'll get an answer. We head far over towards our eastern side. Might be interesting, might be. But as I've learned my lesson multiple times in the past, is not to get too excited about these ones too early. Let it happen.
Nangsim Red Force.
You know what, guys? I'll tell you what else you can make it happen. You can get some of these
Team
sick
Furia.
weapon skins in the game.
E Arena, Alpha 7, RIQ, Goat, Yangnam Galacticos.
Naruto Uzumaki event is still going on, guys. The best
7 to IGS.
I have seen and witnessed.
Team Alula Club Esports, Team Wolf, Team Wolf.
So I love it. I hope you guys
All-Star Gaming, Team Dopeness Esports, Team QM में से कुछ है, DRX.
With this playing path, you're gonna finally see Alpha 7 be able to get their opal so high.
DRX और DNE ये सब तो गई, ये सब नहीं कर पाएगी अब कुछ.
We're gonna have to get moving through quite a few different teams. And hopefully we can see them get into a good space.
DRX का तो देखना भाई 8 पॉइंट कितना मैच में आए हैं? कौन से 5 मैच में 8 पॉइंट देख रहे हैं क्या चल रहा है?
Because a lot is on the line here, especially when it comes to the legacy of Alpha 7, winning PMGC, not making it to a final just yet. And losing that last game had me really just scratching my head here. And I know we literally saw Carrillo scratch his head after that one as well. So hopefully it lights a fire in this team and just be like, you know what? All right, we should have won that one. Let's make sure that we make it happen here again. Sometimes all it takes is
Team Geek, Ragnar.
Game to really get you going. And it could happen here and now.
Yeah, for sure. Again, I think there needs
Never know.
Circle
closing in.
We're banging on a
Nice.
a little bit right now because literally everyone else
Tianba.
has talked about. Max has just talked about Kale's just talked about the Death's just talked about them.
Tianba क्या खेल रहे हैं ना इस Friday?
Yes, PEL वाले ना.
Tianba qualify है बे.
Strong team.
Qualify.
Teamwork overall.
Tianba qualify अपना GOAT का तो Alpha 7 हो जाए भाई मैं Alpha 7 को देखने जाता हूँ.
Feels like a loss of confidence all
आ जाता है.
through at the moment. However, that confidence will be needed by
मैं चाहता हूँ मैं टीम नोंगसिंग रेड फोर्स क्वालिफाई कर जाए और यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस और टियान में तीनों कर जाए मजा आ जाएगा. उसका अल्फा 7 देन उसके बाद जो होगा देखा जाएगा.
तियानवा तो कर ही लिए ना. तियानवा हो गई अपनी तो कंफर्म है. तियानवा को 60 पॉइंट निकाली है 5 मैच में.
वो तो क्वालिफाई 12 का एवरेज
6 मैच में वो निकाले हैं कुछ ना कुछ. वही ना और अपना अल्फा हो जाए बस रे मेरे को अल्फा को देखना है.
मेरे को नोंगसिंग रेड फोर्स का देखना है.
It's no longer the bottom 3. It's
यूएनबी ना बढ़ेगा. यूएनबी कोरियन का टीम है भाई. कोरियन टीम है.
So you really don't want to wait till those last couple matches to treat that last.
Chinese team कौन सा है इनमें से?
टियानबा.
है ना Chinese team?
You want to get those points here.
Tianba.
Exactly, because you do not want to see your keys heading over towards that crusher because we are going to be getting rid of
Yangnam Galacticos. Yes.
Tomorrow. 10 teams will be lost in there.
पता ही नहीं था तियानवा Chinese है ज़रा.
Again,
यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस अपना है म्यांमार टीम डिफेंडिंग चैंपियन. Yes.
चाइना का एक ही टीम आया है.
हाँ.
Still quite a bit of time to make it work, but it definitely feels like a very big sprint for some squads. Doesn't help when Tianba.
अरे को कौन से देखे? टियानबा ओपी. हाँ.
पिछला वाला तो पता है अल्फा 7 को चिकन का चौक कर दिया. पूरा जोन का एडवांटेज था. क्या पता कैसे खेल रहे लोग. पूरा चिकन गेम चौक किए गए.
टीम वुल्फ टर्की से. टीम एजीएल भी चाइनीज है. हाँ. टीम एजीएल भी चाइनीज है. ऑल स्टार गेमिंग.
एजीएल चाइनीज.
एजीएल हाँ. टियानबा एजीएल दोनों चाइनीज है. आरआरक्यू इंडोनेशियन है. गीक सऊदी अरेबियन टीम है. डोपनिस स्पोर्ट्स अपना डीएनई वो जापानीज है. वुल्फ अमेरिकन है. अमेरिकन है मलेशियन है.
Let's change this, let's change that.
क्या
Make sure that coming into these next 2 days we have everything we need to
जो
make this work.
का एक सीन दिखाते हैं ना लोग कोच में कोच
So yeah,
कॉल सुनाई देता है प्लेयर्स का जो कॉल देते हैं ना वो गेम में.
हाँ पता है.
उसके पास जाता है हेडफोन में कोच सुनता है उनको. हाँ.
वो बोल नहीं सकता कुछ.
but ended up getting second place.
लेकिन सुनेगा पूरा वो।
Oh nice! Tianba क्या रे? ये पे हिल देंगे Tianba निकल गए वो।
Now Tianba have had a great day so far, so not crazy amount of a worry.
Tianba open the chat हो जाए judges.
You know, I like that. I actually like that. I think that's a smart move from Tianba. It's an unfortunate circumstance.
RRQ.
The right move there for Tianba was to move, right? Sounds obvious, but still.
वाजी टॉप 6 के अंदर आना जैसे करके भाई, नहीं तो भाई घर का टिकट कट निकाल लेना भाई।
Good pickup from RRQ. They're waiting for that team to exit from the warehouse. But for Tianba, they know that we can't stick around. We have to get further ahead. Set up for the late game. Yes, we go down to 3. Yes, it sucks, but this is the only way we can really play in.
भाई जो भी है देखने के लिए भाई लाइक सब्सक्राइब ठोक दो भाई। Tianba OP ऑलवेज यस भाई, लाइक सब्सक्राइब ठोक दो भाई। 110 का टारगेट है, नाइस। ये टीम निकलेगा सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई, 10 का टारगेट है, 110 का टारगेट है। सब्सक्राइब लाइक हाँ नाइस वाओ मिलो
What did we just witness? In a blink of an eye, RRQ is just having up. This guy went a mile and a half for the rest of his squad.
मिलो
That's what I'm talking about here. Said you gonna take out my teammate?
क्या बोला मार देगा?
Oh man,
QZZ wasn't even phased, dude. He was already taking shots at other teams.
Tianba अपने फॉर्म में आ गई अब, चलो।
Good job. Let's get back to business here.
बंदी पर पेल दिया वो।
पेल देना।
RQ, but Tianba.
He looks happy. He looks happy.
Yeah, he's smiling.
कब तक नहीं मिला वे किसी का अकेला
Let
मार
me
दिया
go
वो।
ahead and make sure we're all good. Okay, now
मिलू भाई, मिलू और QZ दोनों भाई डेडली डुओ।
heart rate kind of get back to normal.
Yeah, I mean that's probably one of the quickest 1v4s I have
भाई क्या मारा? नेट से मैं दो नॉक डाल दिया। ओह
insane nade.
ओह
Honestly,
ओह
nothing. To be honest, you walking into the building like that was mega disrespectful. We have to say that as a two-man.
Tianba qualify, चलो।
You could see it a mile off. But yeah, wonderful stuff from me, Lou. I think the craziest thing about that is the jump past the doorway into the S12K shots that came
RRQ भाई।
pure aggression. My guy was
Tianba के ऊपर मत घुसना जिंदगी में कभी।
And Milu, the man on fire, literally, right? Just putting in that work. He's
ऊपर है वो यांगनम गैलेक्टिकस बैठी है।
You know, and it's plays like that
Furia
that breeds so much confidence in you, your team. There's a lot. I mean, I am that way. I'm a little superstitious, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you do a play like that, I'm like, it's meant to be. We're gonna win this, dude. Like, what else do you want?
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I was thinking about it earlier that for Tianba, they're a realistic team that just they've had this momentum. And I think a lot of teams are lacking this right now. It's just confidence.
Leftman Japanese sport, Japanese team.
Make those big moments because you know if you're not in that top 6, you're going home. You don't have that safety net anymore. If I'm not in top 5, at least I'm going to the survival stage.
Wolf, Turkish team मरी, Malaysian team से,
Now I do want to go back to Tianba
Wolf से मरी,
because when RQ was chasing them, in quotation marks, Tianba was actually the ones to re-engage. They re-engaged back onto Longhouse, cut RQ off, almost goaded them into
right में Tianba firing दे रही,
quite like it honestly. And fair in that 3v4, it sort of worked.
ऊपर टीम अलूला स्पोर्ट्स है।
Walking into Longhouse.
Unreal. Vamos. Let's get it going here.
ये कौन सा टीम का है?
Going home is crazy. This is a little bit of background.
Alpha 7.
Here, you know, so many people. I mean, Paris is.
चलो जोन भाई सेंट्रल एज कटा। बोला था यांगनम गिल्डिस को ये साइड से उनको जोन लेना ही पड़ेगा। लॉन्ग रूटीन देके ये साइड आ जाए तो अच्छा जोन पकड़ लेंगे, नहीं तो ये साइड उनको फाइट लेके जाना पड़ेगा। यहाँ से जा यहाँ से कोई नहीं, चलो निकल जाए यहाँ से, एज पर खेल लो।
There's no messing around here. You know, this is by far been one of the most incredible stages, places I've had the person
राइट साइड में अल्फा 7
and these guys want
वे
to stay
कैरेक्स क्या
here
खेल रहे
a
वे
little bit longer.
कितना तगड़ी टीम है कैरेक्स पुनः
Some beautiful nades there onto KRX. Waiting for the one to hit. Do they run out and make
तगड़ा टीम है वो नाइस कैरेक्स वो डीआरएक्स है ये
Dude, there's some deep
अपने बीएमआईसी का चैंपियन है नहीं रे डीआरएक्स अलग है डिप्लस क्या अलग है डिप्लस क्या क्या भी स्पॉन्सर है
Another deep nade. Oh, that's CRE down as well. So
बापो नोलवू
they want to finish this fight.
डिप्लस क्या पहले भी नहीं कर पाना
BMWC के लिए stealing that elimination with the SKS. But here comes Furia.
कैरेक्स है डीआरएक्स ओ भाई फ्यूरी गो
eliminated.
Ego's been on fire today. Honestly, he's going to back up a little bit.
ऑल स्टार गेमिंग आके यहाँ पर चकले लगाएगी भाई लियो क्या कर रहा है तू ईगो
कालियो का ले ली रहे वो
कर रही हो
देख रहा है उसको वेट बना रहा है पूरा वो तो
यस
अंदर उसके नहीं मारूंगा तू भी बाहर आ
यस कर रही हो
The love was in the air, and I think with her presence being here,
पेपी लेगा ये लग रहा है कर लियो मरा मैं तुम जीसी चैंपियन हो पीएमजी चैंपियन हो ऐसे कैसे खेल रहे हो पीएमजी चैंपियन हो घुस जा अंदर मार दी वहाँ पर कालियो किया कर रही हो क्या खेल रहे तू कर रही हो
but sometimes it takes that, right? Sometimes it takes
Alpha 7 top 6 के अंदर आ गया
He couldn't wait though, right? You know, he's baiting off the window, he listens for the sound cue, hears him back it off, doesn't want to wait for them to reset up in those rooms.
Oh man. The plays are ringing out here.
पीछे geek है
with a good solid
geek sports
a lot of central spaces are taken already. Wolves have a good spot here. They're one of those teams that
what greatest of all time
a good performance if they want to hold on and stay just a little bit longer.
यहाँ ये मरा हो अलुल्ला की तरफ से ये एरिना स्पोर्ट्स एरिना चलो चलो वाईजी 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 और चलो चलो वाईजी वाईजी आराम जोड़ ले लेगा कुछ नहीं
locked in the middle. Tianba as well. Wolves have a position, and our previous champs, Young Galacticos, on the south side, gonna have to fight their way in.
Yeah, tough push for them. If they try and
Young Galacticos आराम जोड़ ले ले कोई इशू नहीं
down towards the warehouses where they're playing. Yangon Galacticos.
ये वाला एम्पर कुछ है शायद कंपाउंड बॉन्ड से ले लेंगे आराम से.
Swing round over towards 721 GS. Be far easier just to wrap him past Goat though. Goat's currently moving. Tianba were able to find themselves a decent.
यार नगले चिकन मार देते भाई क्वालीफाई कर जाएंगे वो तब भी प्रोसेस चांसेस रहेगा.
Very much a lot of pressure coming through from this.
Alula.
Furia took some risks. Igor's cancelled all those risks out fairly swiftly. Now they got Alpha 7 over towards their northern edge. I think a lot of teams just
टियानवा के अलावा किसी दूसरे मतलब कंफर्म भी नहीं बोल सकते टियानवा के अलावा कौन के फाइनल मतलब क्वालीफाई कर रहा है रेडी.
ओ हां
That's that MK. That Bob Barker bringing out
36 पॉइंट 5 मिनट 36 पॉइंट कोई मायने नहीं रखता.
Yes.
One of the biggest things when it comes to Miramar, resource management is so important.
ये ना गेम निकल नहीं पाएगी.
Towards the end game.
यहाँ पर जोकर जिंदा है ना. हाँ जोकर तगड़ा नेडर है.
By looting some boxes.
It's going and looting.
जोकर.
The MK it hurts.
आगे जा.
Shoot as fast as you
क्या
can.
वीडियो देखे क्या?
हाँ?
I think for
वीडियो
these moments.
नहीं जोकर इसमें है ना ये एरिना में जोकर.
Situations where you want to get up in people's face like with the shotgun be very.
हाँ जोकर है ये एरिना में. और ये यो चलो ये एरिना का चलने लग गया. अच्छा डैमेज दिया था. किल ले गया. लूफा ने ये मेहनत करी किल ले लिया. रिबो ने नॉक किया.
लग गया भाई तू बोला मत उसके बारे में. ना चाहे ये का
ये ना चकले लग गया.
ये लोग
जोकर मार सकता है शायद. चलो खत्म नहीं हो पाएगा.
वो सब टीम मार रहा है.
चलो चकले एंटी
barely surviving that, and now
NT.
burn, baby, burn. That is
भाई वो नहीं ले रहा भाई 1v1 वो नेट से ही लेगा उसे
eliminations controlling the north side.
पीछे अल्फा 7 मार रहा है.
Now looking to force their way down from the north. I mean, E-Arena just crumbled there. A real unfortunate scenario for them.
Dopeness is force.
Further in this game for E-Arena, they're sat in 5th place. They would love to add some
Oi,
points to their
again.
talent. Not meant to be though.
Japanese team. Oh, Yangnam Guild is nice. 7 to IGS बंदे को. फाइल लो. नहीं रहा क्या? दो बंदे नॉक. बट तुम WC चैंपियन हो, PMWC चैंपियन, ऐसे खेल रहे होगे क्या?
This is a rough fight between the two of them. QZ.
चिकन बोला चिकन निकालो ना भाई.
That's right from the center of the map. He is sending letters.
नहीं होगा छोड़ो. जीजी. वाजी का गेम जीजी.
Making it happen. QZ, 20-year-old Chinese superstar. He was the MVP of the PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, even though they didn't end up winning it.
PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational में most aggressive team था. Team है.
Saying, all right, it's time for me to start putting in some work as well. Next zone does pop. Tianba are going to be in this next circle, so is Beauty.
Tianba.
Catch a break here. And they
PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational.
Really rough day. They only have 2 players up, but they have a central position. Not the best one though, because everybody's going to be looking right at them. It's going to be tough for them to get some eliminations.
YG Marnet.
We'll see. But looking on the south side, not in zone. Goat going to have to push on up. Young on Galacticos right next to them. Looks like this fight is imminent.
Young on Galacticos, they did go for that reset at the moment. Go start to move up.
YG नहीं.
They were able to recover Smile earlier on, but
राइट से बंदे आएंगे, इनको चॉकलेट लगेगा. बीच में सैंडविच हो गए.
Sadly it does. I'll see just how much it cuts in the near future, but it's going to become a very uncomfortable.
लगे चकले इनके छोड़.
Smile ducking, dodging as much as he can, gets behind the vehicle at least. We'll see if he does get flushed off at the back of that one. Romeo.
Wolf के बंदे ने Wolf से ने Wolf के बंदे ना दोनों. शुरू में बच्चा है. गोड यहाँ पर किल लिया बहुत तगड़ा.
Killer Joe out inside the smoke might just be the one to take down Romeo afterwards.
Killer Joe said, "Let's go, let's get out of here right now." And
Chalo.
Oops, man, with the M249, making it happen, putting down that suppressive fire. He's got plenty of ammunition in the bank. It's time for him to start.
पता नहीं गोड के बराबर नहीं है.
Switching weapons over here.
वो ऐसा टीम है भाई, कभी अच्छा खेलती है, कभी बुरा खेलती है.
He's popping off some shots.
भाई इसका 3 प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट है भाई, ये भी तो सोच.
These guys are locked in right here. 7 eliminations so far. This could be another.
7 है जिसको अच्छे से मारा भाई बस. साथ में इसका भी लिए रे.
They're in 8th place right now. They know now's the time.
M2 चला रहा है.
अबे ये बता इसका भी इतना
गोड का नॉक.
ये का भी कुछ रहा है.
Boostman, ooh, got that 8 times. Hitting them lean peaks. Looking good.
It's funny going from the 8 times to the
नंगसिंग रेडफोर्ड पुश कर दे इनके ऊपर छोड़ो.
Really mixing and matching.
गोड भाई जीजी.
What kind of range is he's working with? There's a bit more ammo online. Force doesn't need picking up though. Nongshim Red Force sending down towards the south side. They picked up Force. Don't know if Goat's going to get too involved on this one, but Nongshim.
Yeah, TJ ने knock किया.
Will re-knock him.
भाई. क्या चला रहा है? A7 ने A7 हाँ नाइस. मलिक गया. A7. ओ भाई मिलू.
All by himself. Rebel is ready to say, you know what? Let's not just run in blind. Let's use some of this util.
अबे वो खत्म.
They do end up
कौन? A7 खत्म नहीं है.
अबे कैसे मार दिया ये एक नेट से? अबे वो NS. गोट को मार दिया बे वो. फ्रोग्स एक नेट किया 2 बंदे के.
अबे चल रहा है मैच खत्म. ओ भाई.
NS खत्म.
NS जिंदा है खत्म पता नहीं.
खत्म NS खत्म.
नहीं मैं तो टीमली देख रहा है क्या? NS विन मारा. विन फिनिश हो गया. टू IGS खत्म. बाय बाय.
हिंदी देख रहा है क्या तू?
नहीं इंग्लिश. विन गया.
और कितना टाइम है मेरा? 22:15 है. 22:15.
मेरा भाई 21:50.
30 सेकंड ले तेरा. थोड़ा वो लाइव पे कर क्लिक जो लेफ्ट साइड में आ रहा है लाइव.
तू इंग्लिश देख रहा है क्या? इंग्लिश देख हिंदी देख रहा है.
and they're still
English.
कब से इंग्लिश देखने लगा?
स्पीड तेज कर दे थोड़ा सा हो जाएगा। भाई क्या नेड आ जाए और चला यहाँ से गया रिवो फटेगा।
We'll keep putting the pressure on, and good stuff from Guizhou. An incredible clutch here. So important for Alpha 7.
हेलो अबे अल्फा 7 क्या करती है?
पता नहीं।
Revo sent sky high by a nade, essentially shunted him further towards Fury in the situation. Nade's planted inside the smoke. Obscure's gonna send wide. Knows he can't.
कर रही हो ना? नहीं। ये क्या? प्लेट चेंज क्यों? यो।
Well placed shot from distance to take the rest of Alpha 7 down. Not a bad result.
इनका माफिया हाउस होता तगड़ा प्लेयर माफिया हाउस।
They're going to put something on the board, and that's honestly what they need to do. They're currently in 4th place. That's going to be good enough. As long as you're in that top 6, that is all that matters.
चिकन टियानवा का लग रहा है।
In this tournament, just a little bit longer. Tiamba, though, they're still in this game. Furia
एक और चिकन क्या? इंग्लिश ही बढ़िया है हाँ भाई।
and make a big gap going into the last game.
Yes.
PUBG Mobile team seems to have
Yes, English देख रहे हैं।
Right now they've just got 2 loot
मिलू।
crates on top of them. Yeah, absolutely. It feels like
मिलू से 4 मार दिया 5 फिनिशेस।
triple sevens.
They need it, honestly. I see
चिकन
Ket
मार के
walking
रखा है
in
वो
with a
सोलो।
Band-Aid on his hand. He's like, you know what? I'll take all
सर
the
टियानवा मिलू।
you know.
PUBG Mobile मकाओ इन्विटेशनल।
अल्फा को किसने मारा है? अल्फा 7 को?
They got
Wolf ने।
set up right here.
Wolf हाँ UL।
on either
Goat।
side of them. So they are dead center. Should be able to get some solid placement points. Who's going to win this game though? That's the question.
जोन भाई पूरा सेंटर जाएगा तो भाई चकले लग जाएगा सबका।
So far, not making too
Open
much
जाने
noise.
सब।
They have the position. I think it's time for them to start getting some aggression going as this next
ओपन ही जाएगा रे।
zone does pop, and it's in the wide open field. And Ulf have the coverage here. Let's see what they can do with it.
Tiamba time. It may actually be Tiamba time.
Let's go.
As a 2-man,
टियानवा।
we'll see how Ulf can hold off these other squads, but it's the spot.
उल्फ का बंदा बीच में बैठा है साला। ओपन जन मजा आएगा देखने में। भाई क्या डिफेंड किए रे? क्या डिफेंड किए? क्या डिफेंड किए रे? नहीं 2 बंदे मेरे 2 ये मरे। पुश आ रहा है। फ्यूरिया का पुश आ रहा है। फ्यूरिया दूर से मारेगा। राइट में डोपन ने स्पोर्ट से। ये भी चकला है इसका। टियानवा का देख अब टेक्निक देख। देख टियानवा नॉक डाला। वो आहिस्ता आएंगे। ओय भाई वुल्फ भाई क्या? ओ नहीं टियानवा किल लिया रहा है। नाइस पूरा साइलेंस नॉक किया। टियानवा देख डोमिनेशन करेगा अब। अपना औकात दिखाया ये सबको। ओय बच गया। ओए अलुला यस। ओ भाई
finally waking up, realizing that guys, we've got to get a move on from this northern edge. We've got to control this.
Our points, our sweet points getting
भाई
by all these teams pushing in.
पीलेंगे ये डोपनेस पीलेंगी जोन के बारे गई पीलेगी।
They are getting in the action. 5 eliminations for them. How many more?
टियानवा 7 फिनिश किल ले भाई।
As well. They have been waiting.
ओ भाई वुल्फ एरन तगड़ा खेल रहे हैं। स्कारफेस एक बंदे बचे वुल्फ एरन बचे। कैसे बचे हैं तक वे?
Gorgeous little bouncer there for Ulf though. We expected way more out of this squad. They're currently on 21 points. The placement points alone will be very, very good depending on how many more teams do go down. Dopeness trying to split out right now in a 2-2.
They're going to try and regroup and take the task over towards Furia on the season side.
Ayyo.
Milu, though, trying to go for some shots. Won't quite tag on. The vehicle does get cut up in the process, though.
मजा आ रहा है भाई एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा जो भी यार चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई टारगेट 110 का देख कर पता कि नहीं लाइक टारगेट 10 है भाई और भाई यूपीआई पे ना क्यूआर कोड भाई पे कर दो भाई थोड़ा सपोर्ट हो जाएगा भाई थोड़ा पे यूपीआई के थ्रू चलो 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 फ्यूरिया ये मार देगा तो भाई मजाक सेट के भाई पागल हो जाऊंगा मैं
Nade first one's a good knock over towards silence here. Aaron swinging around the sides, had the UMP
Anti.
but there's absolutely
Tian ने मार दिया.
making it happen. Milu's been watching this the entire time. However, instantaneously, Tiamba is looking to cause problems. They're trying to send nades down this way, clean out these players. They were able to get the res off. This nade goes a little bit too far to the side.
Furia now starting to loot up. Looks like they're really low on meds here. They would have been using them already if they had them, but now he's got that nade. Furia gotta be careful.
कास्टर ही अलग कर देते हैं भाई वो कास्टर बोल रहा है फ्यूरी से कि तुम लूडो खेलो
It's looking pretty good. Oh, just little overcooked there. Buggy now. Silence getting caught. What are you doing?
Hello.
Milu is just making it happen here from this angle and just tearing Furia apart.
It's the Milu QZZ show right now. Another nade, look to send it through and towards the middle. It certainly has been Tiamba time today. And I don't think we're stopping the clock just yet. Igor underneath. Milu tries to regroup the rest of the team. Not a possibility. Speaker will find them. That off. Angle was absolutely deadly, and now the openness from that northern edge. They're going to start to spread out on this one. It's the right call from them. Plenty of little bits of hard cover to play from that northern side. They can continue to squeeze these two teams now.
Eagle trying to pop up, make something happen with that M4. Lufa with that disgusting angle on that tractor. And yeah, he has his car right behind him, so he goes and pops into it. Gonna be pushing up little by little. Dopeness have the angles. Furia is dead stuck in the spot and just avoiding these nades. All those vehicles coverage is just working out so well for them. And QZZ forced to inch up little by little and getting punished there by Kenji.
अब ये तो खत्म कर देगी वे
कौन टियानबा और डोपनेस स्पोर्ट्स
From distance now,
चिकन निकाल दिए भाई अरे नहीं वो डोपनेस वाले तू ये
been a man on a mission to impress today.
ये अपनी टीम है
to do it again here, but there's only 2 players left.
Okay, contender में आ गया तो
nice oh why not nice nice finish anti
क्या किया
chicken dopeness
from the north side to take the win.
Oh man, and did they need it? You can see
absolute cinema.
These guys popping off. They deserve that chicken dinner. And this could be the start of their run towards the finals. Let's get it going. Dopeness, man. Did they need that one? Yeah, you can see Furia dapping them up.
अपने इधर बोलते तो कास्टर का डी एंड हो जाता है
That's how you get it done.
फ्यूरिया के पास भाई TCL है भाई लॉजिटेक इनको स्पॉन्सर कर रहा है TCL स्पॉन्सर रेडबुल स्पॉन्सर लेनोवो स्पॉन्सर
I think they worked out well. They had some of the zones towards the early
portions of the game.
Going on Tiamba,
they
kept it very, very cool there. I like that.
Yes.
That's a hard angle to work with.
डोपनेस भाई डेथ नोट पे अब नाम लिख दो अभी सबका नाम लिख के चलो ये टीम को खत्म किया ये टीम को खत्म करना है वो टीम को खत्म करना है
Oh my goodness me, what a set of just bold play after bold play that worked out, and it's great to see. I think Milu is feeling it.
मिलू अच्छा खेला यार मैंने अच्छा खेला भाई
This guy is looking too good. That 1v4 was ridiculous. This is the Tianba that you know, Max and I saw during the PMMI PUBG Mobile Macau Invitational, and then come group stage, we're like, what's going on? We're talking to each other, being like, this is not something
Tian by hashtag 1.
we've seen from them. They're playing
Dopeness wale hashtag 8.
at all.
English.
And then finally, in the survival stage,
बोलना चाट ना.
this is what we've been waiting for,
अबे
and they are performing as expected.
चाट ना. हेलो मैं बोला चाट की बात कर रहे हैं ना, लाइव चाट की बात कर. वो तेरे को सेटिंग बंद करना पड़ेगा अभी. कल जब स्ट्रीम करेगा मुझे बता देना, मैं तेरा सेटिंग बंद करवा दूंगा. मुझे पता नहीं था वो. मतलब तेरे को दूसरे फोन में देख, तेरे को मतलब वो इंग्लिश आएगा नहीं. दूसरे अकाउंट में देख, तेरे को दूसरे अकाउंट में देख हिंदी आएगा. डोपनेस किया. डेथ नोट पे नाम लिख दो भाई, लिख दो भाई. फ्यूरिया गया, अब अल्फा 7 ऐसे करते नाम लिखते जाओ.
Yes, it is indeed. So I mean, it's a perfect timing to do it as well. We still got one more game here on the day, 6 more matches left tomorrow, and these teams that are, you know, in the top 6 minus, you know, Tiamba, who have already done a whole bunch, still need to keep their eye on the prize here. You gotta be able to make it happen if you want to make it to those finals. We got some more action coming up in just a second.
YG yang nang Galacticos. अरे मजा आ गया देख के भाई. एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा. ओबीएस वॉच हो. ओबीएस जो अपना कैमरा निकाल दिया भाई. फ्लैश मैच है भाई. चलो मजा आ रहा है देखने में भाई. जो बोलो टॉपनेस. तगड़ा लगा देखने में. मेरे नेट का क्या हो रहा है? चेक लगती है.
अबे नो सोलो फिनिशेस मार दिया अबे हर्षू. बीजीएमएस में हर्ष नो सोलो फिनिशेस मार दिया भाई.
हर्ट्स ना, हर्ट्स नहीं हर्ट्स.
भाई बस 19 फिनिशेस चिकन डिनर भाई. 6 पॉइंट एक्स्ट्रा 32 फिनिशेस बीजीएमएस में. क्या खेल रही है टीम्स.
एपेक्स कैबेज.
अबे हैशटैग 13 पे मर के 22 फिनिशेस ले ली भाई। 22 कितना पॉइंट आएगा बे इन लोग का? भाई और वाला तो खतरनाक कांड कर दिया मेरी को पूरा परेशान कर दिया।
यार यार पता नहीं मेरा डेट क्यों नहीं चल रही है।
अच्छे से नहीं कर दी ना, कुछ चिकन हो सकता है बस का।
हम्म? क्या वो सेंचुरी मारना है? जानवा
मार देता हूँ।
यार भगवान आज नहीं मार पाएगा। वाइट का रिकॉर्ड तोड़ नहीं सकता। दिन में तो हेडफोन निकालने
देख अल्फा 7 का बात कर रहा है, अल्फा 7 क्यों कुछ किया है फालतू में?
क्या पता शायद ही पता होगा।
एडिट करके पुश कर रहा है पीएमजी चैंपियन, कोई बोलेगा ना पीएमजी चैंपियन ये लोग तो
उनके मैन में
चैंपियन
प्लेयर नहीं
जैसा
है ना।
ना 50 पॉइंट कैसा? हाँ
उनके पास माफिया था, माफिया ओसो वो नहीं है। बहुत
अरे फिर भी 3 प्लेयर तो है ना भाई पीएमजी से चैंपियन, इतना चूतियों जैसा कैसे खेल सकते हैं ये लोग? इनका पुश देखा, पुश कैसे किया अकेले अकेले गाड़ी सीट चेंज करके मार रहे हैं बंदों को।
मैं मुझे पता है अल्फा 7 क्या है,
अरे
सो मैं
भाई
इनको
क्या
सपोर्ट
कर
नहीं कर
दिए
रहा।
भाई अल्फा 7।
पता है मेरे को ये कैसे खेलते हैं। फुल ऑन सपोर्ट भाई नॉन्सिंग रेड फोर्स में कोरियन टीम है, बीएमएसी में आने वाले वो। गाइस I'm back guys, मैच चालू होने वाला है अभी, चलो भाई लेट्स गो। ये प्रेडिक्शन दे अल्फा, कौन जीतेगा, कौन निकलेगा?
अल्फा 7 पक्का चिकन है भाई, अल्फा 7 का
नहीं होगा चिकन,
चिकन है भाई, चल देखते। तू
नहीं
बता
होगा
जल्दी, एक टीम बता तेरा प्रेडिक्ट करके,
मेरा।
प्रेडिक्ट कर जल्दी टीम।
वाईजी यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस, वो तक मारेगी चिकन पे जो भी कर। हेलो अल्फा, हेलो अल्फा।
हाँ एक मिनट रुको, चैट सही कर रहा हूँ।
नहीं होगा, सही होगी। लूट सिनेमा, यस buddy। चलो मैं चलो, चलो लेट्स गो। जय माता दी। यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस।
It's just upsetting that we're having another point sponge. We had Vitality, now we got Tiamba. It is making these final days just so rough as we head into day 2 of survival. But this is the final game of the day today. Let's see if any team can kind of differentiate themselves from that tight-knit pack towards the center. And maybe
ट्रॉफी हमको चाहिए, हमको दे दे, इंडिया को दे दे वो ट्रॉफी।
because Tiamba's on a table of their own.
मिला ट्रॉफी, अपन को चाहिए, दे दो अपन को ट्रॉफी। अब ये लोग मतलब कभी अब ये लोग पाउडर यूज नहीं करते ना, पाउडर की तेल। हमारे इंडिया में पाउडर तेल, हमारे इंडिया में बोले फिंगर स्विच भाड़ में अपने ये जो मिल जाए।
जो पाउडर
for the finals, I think we can say comfortably. But pretty much everybody else, it's still anybody's game here. Dopeness pushed themselves up into a good spot with 30 points in 8.
लास्ट में जज का डोपनेस टॉप 8 के अंदर आ गई। वो आज जगह चकले लग गया रे।
Looking on down, I'm gonna really put the Al-Ula 10th place.
Al-Ula.
I think this is a big game for them because tomorrow those last 2 matches are gonna be straight chaos. There's gonna be teams doing everything and possible.
And anything.
So, yeah. And literally everything.
टॉप प्लेयर देखना मिलू क्यूजी बेटे, मोस्ट एलिमिनेशन।
The time is now. The time is now.
मिलू तो भाई कितना 18 किल होने के बाद कितना 3 पॉइंट कितना का केडी रख के खेल रहे हैं।
Yeah, definitely rough. But you're right, down towards 10th and below.
क्यूजी 37 भाई।
AGAL as well as KRS.
अल्फा 7 जा रहा है अपने ड्रॉप पे। YG, you are PMWC champion. Why you Show your skills.
It's possible after your first run, if you get a big win, you can send yourself up towards that top 6 territory. For AGAL as well,
Top 4 के अंदर Alpha 7 है.
they need some points now to allow them to have a springboard tomorrow. Otherwise, it is.
वाला दल में चल. चलो कोई नहीं बरे ले लो यार. Drop class होगा गेम पर एक का.
KRX is a good team. It has some pretty strong players on side. So I am flabbergasted of why this is happening right now for them, because this is not a case of just not able to get the momentum on board. I mean, we've given Alpha 7 a lot of grief, but at least they've been able to get themselves towards top 3.
नेट क्या नेट चल रहा है दोनों भाई. ना गंदा नेट जिंदगी के चले.
Consistently, they have been able to close out games. For KRX, it feels like we have never really got that engine started.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, that's the crazy thing about this game. And this format, this tournament in general, someone's got to be at the bottom. Right? Still, KRX 9 points is a big question mark. It's like
KRX 9.5 मैच में. एक का एवरेज.
bottom of the tables, and there's only a few points gaps. You know, like, yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But 5 matches.
दिल से godlike.
Not good at all. Hopefully we can see them make something happen here, and honestly they need to, because if they don't,
good.
You can kind of start cutting them out a little bit.
Absolutely, I agree. I think for AGAL, there is a tiny hope tomorrow if they.
बता तेरे prediction कर कौन चिकन निकालेगा. मेरा भाई जी. Top 5 के अंदर Alpha 7 आएगी.
These teams absolutely do need themselves a lucky spin.
Yes.
Which
Top 3 Tianba.
Here with us at the
Top 2
EWC, you can draw
NS Nangsim Red Fort.
The one you see on screen right now, that a lot of players
ये मैच किसे बोल रहा हूँ.
for this
Dopness Sports.
So really cool stuff. Make sure you get in game, because yeah, we all need a lucky break, but I
Lufa.
would say AGAL as well as KRX need a bigger one.
Yeah, they do. Right, they need one of those Alpha 7 blessings that we saw a little bit earlier, right, in Erangel. They need a good, solid circle to help them out here. But the thing is that you got to make your own luck in these kind of tournaments. You got to be able to make it happen regardless of the situation. Another team I want to see more out of, we haven't really talked about them a lot, is Yangon Galacticos, our previous champions here, last year's champs. They have a beautiful skin in game that you guys got to go check out as well. We got to see them rock it the other day, and I gotta say, probably one of the most insane fits. Jerseys, that classic traditional Myanmar fit is gorgeous, and I want to see them rock it in the finals. So let's see if they can get things heated up here. They're in 13th place, 22 points, not in the worst position, right? One good game here.
भाई जो भी सब्सक्राइब भाई जो चैनल पर थोड़ा सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई. एक सब्सक्राइब बढ़ा दो भाई. बोल निकल जा रहे हैं.
I would say the only 2 consistent teams so far has been Furia as well as Tiamba today. Like, those are the only 2 teams that have really caught my eye. Everyone else in this top spot towards like the top 8, they've had good games here and there. I think Nongshim Red Force maybe has had like a little bit of a better day when it comes to just consistent results. But yeah, towards that top side, Furia, Tiamba, that's the 2 names on everybody's lips at the moment.
Yeah.
But for Yangon Galacticos, on the other hand, with the Ancient Charm set, which does look fantastic, you are right. I like the interview with Kalaris earlier today. It was a really good interview. Not only did we get to hear from him about how he's feeling in game right now, but how much his life and his team's life has been changed by winning at EWC, because it is life-changing money here and life-changing
money follow us.
Reputation gained from winning such an illustrious tournament. So for Yangon Galacticos, I think that the biggest takeaway I had from that interview was that he mentioned the pressure. Yeah, the pressure was on. The pressure is real here. I imagine some of the pressure is a little bit off. we did go out in group stage. That was probably the worst thing that could have happened to them. They got through to survival stage now. Yes, they need to shore some things up. They still have one more game to prove themselves and a whole 6 tomorrow. But yeah, I believe in young Galacticos. I don't think they've had the craziest play so far, but I won't ever say they're completely out just yet, because despite everything, they're still putting up points.
For sure. I mean, I think that's the right mentality for this team. I mean, all it takes is a good couple situations, and we know they can pop off, put a 20-point game, and really, really push themselves forward here. And I want to see them do it. I want to see them back in the finals. I think that they are a rock-solid team. That pressure is tough, though. It's the hardest thing, and I talked to some of these guys who have been in these moments. They've been in these games for years now, right? So you think that they'd be used to it. But even after talking to Risha, like, man, it's still hard. You know, your heart still races the same. You just, maybe you're a little bit more understanding of it because it's not a new experience, but it's still so difficult to deal with. So when you see players like Milu do a crazy 1v4, I mean, that really gets your team going, and you just kind of, you know, galvanize your squad and capitalize after that kind of play. But, you know, we're in the last match of the day. Tomorrow's going to be a wild, because somebody's going to be just desperate all the way towards the end to continue their stay here in Paris. As this has just been an amazing place to be.
भाई टेम्परली भाई लंड खेलती तुम लोग का टीम भाई चूतिए भोसड़ी के बैन के लंड इधर से मार चुदा अपने जाके
तुम लोग का समझ रहा है रहता है क्या तुम लोग का
भाई इंडिया को कभी चांस नहीं मिला भाई आज तक। आज इतना साल बाद मतलब चांस मिला है, तभी वो इंडिया कभी मतलब रेगुलर खेलती नहीं। तुम जैसे की तरह नहीं रेगुलर खेलते थे, तुम यहाँ पर होते ही नहीं भाई। जैसे क्रिकेट में हाल देखा है तुमने, टेम्परली क्रिकेट हाल में देखा है वैसा। घर में आना भाई, घर पे जा भाई।
क्या लगा रहे आई वीडियो 3 इयर्स अगो
बोला लंड खेलती है लोग, तो लोग का टीम्स पाक टीम्स हो 3 साल से मिला था लौड़ा, 3 साल से मिला बहुत के तेरे को पता है चूती है 3 साल से मिल रहा है। चूती है 3 साल नहीं मिला भोसड़ी के, 3 साल से रेगुलर नहीं मिला है, अगले साल से रेगुलर मिला है। अपन प्लस इंटरनेशनल स्ट्रीम्स नहीं खेलते, इंटरनेशनल कुछ नहीं खेलते, हमारा परमिशन नहीं है। तुम तो खेलते हो भाई, तभी भी भाई तुम्हारे से फार बेटर टीम है, फार बेटर। ओके भाई, कल आना, कल टेम्पररी कल आना। एक बार आ जाना BMWC अपना देख लेना भाई गेम अपने BGM में जा रहे दल्ले। चल हट 40 को मेरी तरफ से मिडिल फिंगर। चल इधर से भाग, इधर से देख लेना भाई। फाइनल्स में उजड़ के जैसा बंदा तुमको भाई, तुमको 40 को पेल रहा है भाई, क्या बोलोगे बताओ। नाइस 10 नॉक फिनिश, उजड़ जैसे बंदा। बेकती कौन बेकती करा लो भाई, तुम्हारे तरफ बेकती हम नहीं करते भोसड़ी के। चल इधर से नाइस
ट्रांसलेट हो गया यार, क्या लगा इसने
बकती कर लो, बकती कर लो। ओयो मेरे स्ट्रीम में मैं तेरे को मैं तेरे को दिखाता हूँ भाई कैसे अपने मैं अपने नीचे रखता हूँ। मेरे स्ट्रीम में आ जाए एक बार, मजा तेरे को मिडिल फिंगर दिखाएगा तुम्हारा भाई, सबके मैं बंद करूंगा। चल इधर से भाग, इधर से हमारा विजगॉट तुम्हारे लिए अकेले काफी है भाई। उस दिन देखा नहीं था क्या भाई, एक नॉक डाल के अपने अपने टीम
भाई तुम ये मुझसे जाओ भाई, और कहीं जाने की जरूरत भी नहीं है तुमको।
विजगॉट तुमको पहल के जा रहा है, तो बताओ क्या करूं। चलो चलो वाईजी एक ही ट्रॉफी में भाई तुम इतना बकचोदी कर रहे हो। पीएमजीओ वो नसीब से मिला है भाई तुमको, भाग इधर से।
देखना क्या लग रहा है,
नाइस पाकिस्तान मेरा लंडबाज। ओके पाकिस्तान का माँ का भोसड़ा। चल इधर से। नाइस नाइस यार, क्यों भाई मजा आ रहा है फाइट देखने में। ओह कैरेक्स फॉर मैगी। हाँ एक बंदा बिनी बाकी है। चल चल मार 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 मार। 1v2 कर बेनी।
Benny though with the pump shotgun, trying to find some angles here. He's low on HP. He's got to be picture perfect. Jump shot from ABZ is not gonna do it, and that is KRX out of there in last place. The worst case scenario. Tomorrow, if they want to make it happen, have to just go insane.
Yeah, for KRX, we already talked about it, right? They weren't in a good position. If they were to have a bad game here, it is miracles that need to happen tomorrow to get them in. Very unfortunate.
मजा आ रहा है भाई देखने में।
Not what was expected from a team that, tenure-wise, has had great success over the years. Feels like survival stage might just be the final hurdle for them. They just could not get over. We'll lock back in with the next circle that does move down to the south side. It is torn between Los Leones and the northern edge up towards the roadside. We've got some of the hills in play still. A lot of teams don't.
Nice Yangnong Galacticos.
Over towards the northwest. Alpha 7 would like to get a little bit further into this one. Dopeness, on the other hand, they're happy to wait.
Arena macha. Nice, nice.
Yeah. And they could definitely use it for sure, because this one is pretty dang close. The zone is starting to close. You got Young Galacticos wrapping that south side. Alula is quite close.
Alula Esports. Alula Club Esports.
If they are going to end up meeting each other. SayCloud now finally being able to get into this next circle.
Yeah, definitely feels like Young Galacticos have been casting out a big net here for Alula. They're in the way. They do not want their 180 being exposed as they move in towards Los Leones. Some of the more teams they can take out. So they continue to hunt out this squad. Mana as well as SayCloud playing in front right now. Have to get it up the hilltop. Alula stops short, takes a quick break.
तेजस भाई बताओ क्या अगर चिकन का निकालेगा भाई, बताओ तेजस भाई।
While Smile continues to provide that information back. They're going to have to move eventually, though. They can't stick around here forever.
They're like, guys, come on. This is stage 3. There's plenty of room here. We can all be friends on the south side of Los Leones. And it looks like that's what Young Galacticos are going to do. They're going to hold on to this building here and say, see you later. We'll deal with you later. But, oh, Solonic getting a knock onto Geek. Geek. Again, we were talking about teams that were a little bit of a surprise.
John YG
I think is a really, really exciting thing from them. You know that their team has to be pumped up going into this one. Those of you guys tracking all the incredible things that are happening here at the Esports World Cup. We see some updates from Glitter, and I know Geek is one of those orgs that really needs to have a good performance here. They want to see their team in the finals. I was wondering if maybe they had a little extra pep talk with them and say, guys, we need you to get there, all right? Let's make it happen.
अरे चूती हो तुम लोग।
Add a bit of pressure. That always works. That really does help the team out.
Yeah.
Loaded temporary user. तेरी तरह हम अपने गांड नहीं मर पाते भाई आटा रोटी खाने के लिए।
If I have at least 2 women yelling at me during the day.
Yeah.
That's when I'm really pushing myself.
I think for Young Galacticos is a weird one.
Young Galacticos.
They essentially just gave the northern rotate to Alula and have banked on this.
तुमको दिखा दे टेम्पररी यूजर भाई, फाइनल्स में आ जाओ, तुमको दिखाते औकात किस में कितना है। लेट्स गो।
Not the best. got like a grubby card for a holographic.
ओली गांडू की अबे
आया यो कर लियो गांडू की तरह खेल हाँ भाई तुमसे तो ज्यादा बेटर तुमसे ज्यादा बेटर खेलते भाई भाई तुमसे तो बेटर खेलते भाई नाइस 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 कैरेक्स मर गए रे अल्फा 7 वर्सेस टीम डोपनेस स्पोर्ट्स ओ यो यो गुजारो पिलते पिलते बचा गुजारो पिल गया इन बचे 93 घर में पता 93 में से इतना वो कुछ आसान निकल नहीं पाएगी टॉप 5
I think you have to congratulate them.
Yangnong Galacticos Chicken.
We've had for a long time. Finally, they clear out some space for themselves. Great news. Now they can play in towards the south side and hopefully play a little
Temporarily, भाई.
south side later on.
फाइनल के दिन आ जाना भाई. तुमको दिखाते गेम प्ले क्या है. Bye.
Be aggressive. Be aggressive. That's what we need to see from Alpha 7 because when they do, man.
ऐसा भी हरा देगा ऐसे लोलू भाई. अरे निकल भाई हरा देगा. कहाँ गया आईपी कहाँ गया आना भाई कहाँ गया. Temporary account.
Oh, you like heard the click of the date before it popped on them. Beauty.
बैकग्राउंड में मोदी साउंड सुनाई दे रहा है भाई. EWC में मोदी.
Dopeness. That's where they'll be cut short.
चल अल्फा 7 मत मार आज.
50 players still left alive here.
यांगनोंग गैलेक्टिकोस मार. चिकन चाहे भाई 4-5 किल चाहिए चिकन निकले कोई इशू नहीं मेरे को. नाइस. ओजी का अच्छा वाईजी का अच्छा जोन पे. चलो लॉस नहीं वाईजी.
Full-fledged urban finish. Can you imagine? That would be wild. Beauty, I wouldn't like that. Let's see if the zone does surprise everybody here.
YG zone. YG zone.
Just about to bump. Where are we going?
Yes! YG zone.
Look, Yangon Galacticos, they're a little lucky, right?
Yeah.
They're a little lucky. They do get themselves a lovely central spot here and one of the good
prediction.
As you do heading up towards those really awkward circles where they line up. But now for 7, we got to get out the building. We got to get in vehicles. Fury. They have lost Eagle and
तू तेरा अपना से यूपीआई भेज दो अपन को. सॉरी तेरा हमारे पास यूपीआई नहीं है छोड़ी. तुम तो कच्चा बेच के खरीदते हो सॉरी. सॉरी कच्चा बेच के. वाईजी नाइस 93 को नॉक किया वाईजी ने.
Yangon Galactical smile actually gets a knock onto QZZ. Let's see if he ends up.
YG chicken bhai. Let's fucking do it YG.
Catch getting knocked by
Nongxing Red Force top 2 में आएगी.
Now you got Joker, the
ये मैच में चलो.
team of E-Arena. Just again, so shocked that they're even here in the first place. They had a record-breaking rondo, 39 total points, and still able to make it into the finals directly. So now they're here in 7th place. They're right there on that cutoff. Gonna go ahead and get even closer to that 6th place position with the elimination there.
स्मोक डाला तगड़ा.
Right below the likes of Nongshim Red Force. So
राइट साइड में गोट है. जो गोट को मार दो इजीली.
And the fights are really starting to rank up here as teams are just trying to find a position in this next
गोट को मार सकते हैं भाई. वो हिल मतलब हिल पे बैठी है. कियान बने उल्फ के बंदे को नॉक किया. A7 वर्सेस RRQ.
Should go well. I mean, Carrillo has full broadside.
Carrillo
doesn't want to expose himself to other angles from within the city.
Nice.
That's not a bad position to kind of stepping stone from, potentially. Your Fury coming in from that western side.
Like
Egos, taken down by Alula at distance.
Pura.
This is hard though. You're going to have to stop off right now. A lot of smokes were already invested. Egos going to need to be rezzed.
RRQ. चलो रिवो नॉक. रिवो नॉक एंड फिनिश.
So the Wolves stealing that elimination. Now
चलो गयो.
okay, this is the angles I
कर लियो तगड़ा नेट डाला गोल्डन नेट. कर लियो एक और नेट नहीं हुआ. थोड़ा अंडर आर्म करके डालना. अंडर डाल. ये तो आगे पुश करने के लिए पूरा पुश करने के लिए आगे पूरा. ओ RRQ नाइस. अल्फा 7 किल ले उठा. एक बंदा बचा है. चलो.
This is exactly what they did. I mean, Crio's been doing a good amount of work here, waiting for the rest of his team to recuperate, revitalize.
Nice.
Completely down now. Ayala underneath.
YG जोन है. YG जोन. YG जोन. घुसा दे. वो किल ले पहले. नाइस सेक्सी. पैंचोत ने रोड ने गाना मारा. भाई ग्वाजन नॉक.
Of just continuing on that pressure.
2 fight.
Versus Ayala and
Nice.
Finished. And the
Uda.
nades are starting to ring out
One इसका. लास्ट बंदा है.
with 3
YG.
eliminations. Gotta make a play.
Stun grenades out.
I'm alone and
Nice. कर लियो. A7 7 finishes.
Very, very low. Alpha 7 definitely looking a little bit more aggressive here, and Korea honestly has stepped up this game. I think Korea
Tianba. एक बंदा बचा Tianba का.
of this match so far, which is a good thing to say. Been with the team for a long, long time. Everybody knows.
क्या भाई जोन है भाई तगड़ा. लॉस लियन उल्फ. चलो उल्फ का चकले लग गया.
The game into his own hands.
ये बार सर्वाइव करना बहुत मुश्किल है.
I like how you said driving force right there. I know you did that on purpose, dude, because these guys have been doing these drive-bys all day.
OG.
I've seen them do this so often. Usually they just play. Yeah, they just like, oh, we can do this. You know, all right, I want to start doing this more often. And usually they just end up playing together.
मैं जो भी चैनल को सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई थोड़ा.
Being an unstoppable force, but now they're doing.
एक सब्सक्राइब कर लो भाई. लाइक कर दो. चैट में आ जाओ अपना नाम लिख दो भाई. हेलो बोल दो. आज सर्वर से इसका डे 1 है. कल डे 2 होगा. कल डे 2 मजा आएगा. नाइस. भाई मेरा बारकोड है वहाँ से भाई थोड़ा कुछ करके अपनी तरफ से तो कुछ हेल्प कर सकते हो भाई. थोड़ा कर दो.
It's going to be up to Smokes and that M4 to get them in this next circle. Oh,
nice.
Ow.
Even been Nongsim Red Force.
It was always going to be difficult. There's so many angles, so many sight lines, and at this point in time, we are just.
चलो even been का किल मिल गया. उल्फ AGL. गुड के 2 बंदे बचे. चलो गुड का बंदा मोली. चलो गो गया. हाँ उल्फ के बंदे से गया. ओहो चलो चकले लग गया गोड का. ओ भाई ये जेल पुश कर रही है. चलो चकले लग गया. उल्फ का चकले लग गया.
Another one of those teams really trying to make things happen for their forwards in this World Cup. Only 1 elimination so far.
Yeah, AGL भी गए हो. YG zone please एंगल जोन पे आजा. YG जोन पे आजा. Nice YG जोन.
Starting to push up there towards Wolf. Catch going for the res.
डाल नेट डाल.
He does. Zone.
All Star Gaming.
Close in the next 39 seconds though. Can they get these heals off? XEC just can't find that perfect angle to throw this nade though.
नहीं मुड़ेगा. अंदर है.
Goes a little long though. The airburst's not quite there for AGAL. We talked about this earlier. This has to be a big game for them. They see the circle shift and they decide that this fight is not worth it. It's going to delay them too much. Can they get further down? Can they snake their way into the
Joker knock.
Last player alive here in QZZ. And again, I respect the motion here. because they know that they're on
एजेलियो मरा उल की तरफ से स्कारपिक की तरफ से चलो
they have a really horrendous day. So for QZZ, he's going to put all the stock into trying to live out this game as long as possible as a solo. No risk taken.
Survive.
Yeah.
Gotta survive here. Might as well. I don't care how many points you have. You play as hard as
नाइस
you can.
इजी ने नॉक किया नाइस उल्ला को और उल्ला के बंदे को एक बंदा भाग के इनमें ले ले इनमें ले ले
Monster squad. Putting some pressure on Al-Ula. Hyunbin.
इनमें लेजेंड
Favorite player. So humble.
चलो गया
Throws the nade and gets the knock.
That's why knows how to make these fights work.
बोला गया ना गया
DBS in hand.
DBS means Hyunbin legend Tian Bageo चलो
दो ऐसे कहाँ गया अभी भाई इतना बेइज्जती करना है ना ये जो जा ही नहीं रहा प्राइवेट देख रहा हूँ भाई चलेगा लड़ने के पे अबे तुम आप बोल भाई तुम भी नहीं बोलता थी आप बोल
ओयो यो ये Young Non Galacticos चलो ये रहने का चक्कर लग गया
players to get closer to them. Los Leones uncomfortable in the central position. Honestly, for Young
nice.
If they can get rid of more and more players here from the arena,
nice.
They may want to cross the road.
They're gonna have to here. We can see them with those P90s. They're making it happen. I don't know.
ए जेल वर्ड चलो
Oh, they gotta go immediately. As you can see, AGA.
ए जेल मारने के बाद वो जाने के टाइम वो भी पी लेंगे
Get those first aids going.
मेपल नॉक
Reach the final circle shift here. We are in
Scarface.
I don't know who it was.
भाई 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 अभी भी 8 टीम बाकी है भाई नाइस बे ओ भाई गिग की बंदे नॉक
From all, we got 6 points on this game. They do get themselves a little bit further in the lobby here.
चलो भाई जिधर भाई इजी जोन है निकाल ले गेम में
Points. It's a decent innings. But you're right, we're almost heading in towards stage 9.
नहीं लगेगा रे
I was surprised
पीछे है वो
Gladstone didn't try and hit the train here. They are slowly moving across because they know E-Arena is weak and they're on the center dot. Like, that's where you want to be. And they've opened things up, but they're being very, very careful right now.
By the way, you go out right now, 1 placement point.
Yeah, and we're almost in the last zone.
चलो गिग के बंदे नॉक
Teams still remaining. None of them can afford to go out right now. Got Wolves there on the southwest side. Those guys need some points, big time. AGAL, Young Galacticos are previous champs. These are the squads that really need them more than anybody else. But you got the likes of GK, Nongshim Red Force, and E-Arena right there. You can see the Wolves.
Nice.
See action. They take out quick. Now they're rocking a 2-2 split. GK are still in this match. All 4 up, only 1 elimination. It's really going to come down to the last second here.
So many teams banking on this game. Yangon Galacticos maintaining high ground. I mean, once we got a better lay of the land, kind of understand why they're still playing up there. They have
top 7 में आ गए
front though, so there is a possibility of a daisy chain in the near future. Wolves also needing points off the back of this game. Running on 25 right now. Nongshim Red Force getting the park.
नाइस 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 एक नेट नाइस गया 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 किल फील्ड पर फील्ड को पड़ थोड़ा डाल 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 नाइस नाइस बीच में माय लॉक नाइस नाइस Hyunbin भाई इजी
for the side of Nongshim Red Force. And here we go. We are in stage 9 here.
बस एक बंदा नॉक फिनिश हो गया
Close to the center of the map as Baton and the Wolves trying to keep their tournament hopes alive here. DNA squad up close and personal with Nongshim Red Force.
बंदा डालना
Blind nade getting thrown, trying to get these confirmations, but Baton very hesitant here, throwing down some more smokes, waiting for his squad to get back up before he pushes.
Hyunbin रेब हो जाएगा तो वो तुमको कुत्ते की तरह मार देगा
Nongshim Red Force to get a reset.
Ooh, Say Cloud bounces off the stairs. Could have been a freebie. Instead, it's costly.
Oh.
1 nade down now. Nongshim Red Force
nice.
make a big maneuver. But Baton has got him locked in the corner. Will just
चलो
send in to fend the back of that one. Yangon Galacticos still using this high ground to their advantage. AGAL in an awkward position. On
पीछे पड़ रहा है
finally, they strike. That's Slonic. He went up high from behind. The Wolves finding a bit of an area to play off the back of.
वाह नहीं रे वाजी चिकन निकाल
climbing up those stairs so quietly. Here goes Maple as well, trying to find that precious high ground. Gonna be able to look at those plays, but here comes the blue zone. This is an unrelenting circle. It's going down to the center. Now it's
Oh,
no choice. Bust out those shotguns, hit those shots. Maple looking for the angles. TBS in hand, and you got Elementrix stuck with the AUG, trying to make a play for his team.
Romeo on the outside, but that's XEZ.
You can knock.
We said that AGL needed a good game. KRX also. KRX went down in 16,
Nice.
but now AGL looking for the first. Maple finds another. E-Arena slowly falling, and now
ये बंदा ऊपर कहाँ से है पता नहीं वो
still up. Yangon Galacticos with the 1, Wolves with 2. All these teams very, very important right now. They get further up in the rankings. Who will be able to finish this off?
Oh,
Wolves on the
NT.
high ground. AGAL underneath. Flower blooming from the desert floor.
Finding the angle.
Oh,
When he gets caught, Flower Age takes away the
Forward.
position, and it's AGAL launching up the
और भाई क्या मारा है फ्लावर ने, डिब्बे से ऊपर चिपका है भाई. Bow down फ्लावर.
So badly down towards the bottom.
ये चल रहा है मैचेस चालू, मजा आ रहा है.
And opening up a chance tomorrow, but that's all it is, just a chance for them. So many expectations on this squad, and only now just
Let's go All Star Gaming.
the nice play from them, a good disengage from Ulf earlier on too. Wonderful stuff. Wolves also needed those points so badly. They played the high ground. I love the way the Slonic played that out. Got up there earlier on, hit a lovely little backstab over towards Yangon Galacticos. But is it enough? Is it enough? Going tomorrow, it is the top 6 right now. Tiamba, Furia, have all really got themselves into a very, very good position there. Hopefully they'll be able to continue that consistency. For Tiamba, it's a tiny drop in the ocean in terms of points. Furia, they got to go a little bit further.
क्या मैच चला है वे तेजस, तगड़ा, मजा आ गया. हाँ जियो चाइना, हाँ यस चाइना है वो. All Star Gaming. भाई क्या मारा है यहाँ पर, मुझे ये देखना है. यहाँ पर शॉटगन के चिपका है ऊपर. ओह, ऊपर के शॉटगन चिपका है, मुझे देखना है वो. Whoa! Yeah, Panda, yes. Yeah.
I mean, good stuff. Honestly, very, very good stuff. That shot from Flower up on high was absolutely
Flower legend है.
phenomenal, by the way.
पुराना player है वो, Flower.
Flower straight there with the pellets. Sent him right up
Maple
to it.
तगड़ा खेलता है.
But yeah, that's it. But the thing is, this is actually a great time to get a win. It's right at the end of the day. Oh my God, the relief is palpable inside of this squad. Going into tomorrow, it's not the most momentum you can have, but it does feel good. And genuinely, Tiamba has already shown us what that feel-good nature can do for you.
Craziness that we've seen so far. I think if AJAL don't win that one, I would have had very little hope for them, right? The fact that they did, though, really just lights a fire, I think, in them, everybody watching and supporting them here. And puts them in a great spot for tomorrow. And one thing I did notice, and I'm
बोल सकता है,
is that the word nice is international, baby. Because, I mean, you just keep hearing that no matter
Kind of.
what. I mean, no matter what team, what org, right there at the end, that is the unification word of victory.
Yeah, it's good. It's nice. But DRX, KRX, sorry, it's not so nice.
No.
It is not so nice.
No.
Again, tomorrow it's going to take miracles. This is a great squad. It's got some strong players on side. If anyone can do it, it's going to be them.
They need an immediate chicken dinner tomorrow. Not even wait a little bit. Immediate in Rondo.
In the meantime, let's head down to the stage to close out our day with Kalaris.
That's right, thank you very much, Blank. Of course, I do have Ragnarok here from Geek after they've had a pretty successful day, all things considered, for the game so far. So let's start off with this last Miramar. Obviously, it goes down to yet another Los Leones ending that we actually have here. You guys were in one of the buildings pretty early to try and play it out, but it's always hard to transition between those locations. What was the game plan for Geek once you'd found that spot?
To be honest, I'm one of the best players in the world in Los Leones. I have been playing Los Leones for maybe 7 years. So I know every entry and every exit for Los Leones. I were really confident that the white building that we took, it will be clear. So we crashed it in the third zone. Yeah, it was clear, but it was maybe center of the zone, so everybody's focusing on us. We couldn't like peak on much players. We couldn't take much eliminators also, so we played a little bit passive. But at the end zone, we got kicked out of the zone, so the zone was rushing us in our pack. Also, two teams was holding on us. I think one team in the hangar and YG on the left. We got stuck between the two teams and we got eliminated. But so far, it's not really bad game. It's a hard zone, but we managed to get some points. That's fine.
Not too bad at all. Talk to me about the win that you guys were able to have today as well. Because obviously, I think that's your second win of the tournament so far, right? You got one in the group stage. So that win, obviously you had that compound for a long time, west side of Pachinki, or west from Pachinki, I want to say. So was it just a case of lock that down, and then when you kind of flexed out against the other positions of the rest of the teams and eventually dealt with Alpha 7, that looked fantastic. So talk to me about that finish.
To be honest, it's a 50-50 zone. Like, it was a little bit lucky that the zone came back to us, but still, if the zone didn't come back to us, I was managing the movement from this compound. I was going to manage everything. That's why I choose this compound, mini Pachinki, because I know how to move from this position, and it was an easy game, to be honest.
Fantastic. Any last words for your fans out there watching EK trying to make the push here to the top 6?
To be honest, I want to thank everyone who support us, and we hope to make you proud. Maybe we're gonna play better tomorrow and take this qualification card for the finals, and in the finals we're gonna change everything. Don't worry about it.
Ragnarok, thank you very much. Fantastic interview. It's time to head on over to Barney, who has more to come.
That's right, Kalaris. I've got Tony K here from E Arena, ready to have a very quick chat. Tony K, let's talk about today. Typically, we're used to seeing a very hyper-aggressive E Arena.
वो कौन सा था क्वालिफाई की थी ना तूने लास्ट टाइम सीओ को बीजी में तेरे प्लेयर रजिस्टर कर सकते हैं स्क्वाड पे.
Was that the plan coming into today? Was it all about placement and playing a bit more passively?
ก็ปกตินะฮะทีม Arena ปกติฟอร์มของเราจะเล่นค่อนข้างออกไปทางดุดัน aggressive ทีเดียวนะฮะแต่ว่าในวันนี้เนี่ยเราค่อนข้างเล่นที่แบบว่าแบบค่อนข้างไปทางเรียบร้อย passive เป็นค่อนข้างใหญ่นะฮะแล้วก็เราได้จบท็อป 4เป็นท็อป 4
Discord
เยอะเลยนะฮะในวันนี้ถามว่าแบบมีอะไรในบ้างครับเรื่องนี้ฮะก็วันนี้ผม
भाई क्या Tian by #1 75 पॉइंट Furia 49, Alpha 42, Geeky 41, E Arena 41, Nongsim 39, 38 Nongsim कर लेगा. Full Visual 37, RRQ 35. YG क्या कर रहे हो भाई, तुम पता नहीं. यार टीम चाइनीज टीम है. जानबा हम्म हम्म एजीएल चिकन निकालने के बीच #9 फुल #10 गोट #11 YG #13 DRX गोट हम्म हम्म पता नहीं. हम्म चलो भाई कल मिलते हैं. कल सर्वश्रेष्ठ का डे 2. कल देखते हैं कौन क्वालिफाई करेगा. पापा जय श्री राम. राम राम. फाइनल 14 से चालू होगा. 14, 15, 16. चलो भाई बाय. जय श्री राम. थैंक यू भाई जो भी सपोर्ट करेंगे. थैंक यू भाई. बाय. एक गाना सुन लो तुम. ये ले गाना. ये ले गाना.
से निकले सपने हैं बड़े. ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े. दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम. इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम. हर कच में जान, हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई. तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ टीम इंडिया आ गई. मेक द नेशन प्राउड. झुकना ना झुकना हर मैच में बस कितना. एक तिरंगा एक जुनून. इंडिया कमिंग सून. तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार. इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास. में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया. फॉरएवर स्ट्रांग. हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया. हर आवाज बोले इंडिया. एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान. जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान. जीरो से हीरो ग्राइंड नॉन स्टॉप. Pressure आए तो भी never gonna drop. Aim, lock, mindset cold. Indian players made of gold. हर lobby में सिर्फ एक ही vibe. India's coming, feel the hype. Crown हमारा टाइम हमारा EWC पे राज हमारा तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो एम से बढ़कर ये है शान दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान India, 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 team, India team. Let's go! लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम हर क्लच में जान हर फाइट में फायर हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई ब्रो तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ टीम इंडिया आ गई मेक द नेशन प्राउड झुकना ना झुकना हर मैच में बस कितना एक तिरंगा के जुनून इंडिया कमिंग सून तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास EWC में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर स्ट्रांग हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया हर आवाज बोले इंडिया एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान Zero से हीरो grind non-stop pressure आए तो भी never gonna drop aim lock mindset cold India players made of gold हर lobby में सिर्फ एक ही vibe India's coming feel the hype crown हमारा time हमारा EWC पे राज हमारा तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो एम से बढ़कर ये है शान दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान one team, one nation team and gang India India, 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 team, India team. Let's go! लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम हर क्लच में जान हर फाइट में फायर हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई ब्रो तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ टीम इंडिया आ गई मेक द नेशन प्राउड झुकना ना झुकना हर मैच में बस कितना एक तिरंगा के जुनून इंडिया कमिंग हर आवाज बोले इंडिया, एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। Zero से hero grind non-stop, pressure आए तो भी never gonna drop, aim lock mindset cold, India players made of gold, हर lobby में सिर्फ एक ही vibe, India's coming feel the hype, crown हमारा time हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा। तिरंगा उठा दो सब मिलके बोलो, इंडिया इंडिया आवाज खोलो, एम से बढ़कर ये है शान, दिल में बसा हिंदुस्तान। One team, one nation, team and gang, India, 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 team, India team. Let's go! लॉबी से निकले सपने हैं बड़े, ग्लोबल स्टेज पे अब कदम है पड़े, दिन हो या रात सिर्फ एक ही एम, इंडिया का नाम दुनिया कर क्लेम, हर क्लच में जान हर फाइट में फायर, हर प्लेयर का लेवल गेट इन हाई, ब्रो तिरंगा उठे सब बोले लाओ, टीम इंडिया आ गई मेक द नेशन प्राउड, झुकना ना झुकना हर मैच में बस जितना, एक तिरंगा के जुनून, इंडिया कमिंग सून, तिरंगा उठा दो स्काई के पार, इंडिया लिखेगा नया इतिहास, उसी में गूंजेगा नाम टीम इंडिया फॉरएवर स्ट्रॉन्ग, हर हार्ट बीट बोले इंडिया, हर आवाज बोले इंडिया, एक ही ड्रीम एक ही जान, जीतेगा इंडिया हिंदुस्तान। Zero से hero grind non-stop, pressure आए तो भी never gonna drop, aim lock mindset cold, India players made of gold, हर lobby में सिर्फ एक ही vibe, India's coming feel the hype, crown हमारा time हमारा, EWC पे राज हमारा।